true. I'm definitely going to be nicer once we're live. See, the first thing I said was I was going to be nicer once we're live. So literally no one is live. You just made is you would like to have a discussion, and I would also like to have a discussion. So what is it that you would like to discuss?
It's a Q&A, right? You want to ask me questions? Ask me questions and I'll answer.
I am happy to. Okay, we can do it that way. So my question for everyone involved in GamerGate is, why are you a GamerGater?
Okay. Are we live?
Oh yeah, we are very live. Well, I mean, no one's watching, but it's recording, I guess.
All right. Basically, why I'm involved, I guess the closest you can pinpoint me on the spectrum is I'm pro-neutral, and that I see some points on everyone's side. If you can attach me to any one person's viewpoint, it'll be closest to Slate's David Orbach's viewpoint, and that in entirety, GamerGate's like goal or whatnot in like ethics and games journalism is relatively small, but at the same time the media reaction to it and its treatment of it has been so epically stupid and retarded and inflammatory that it has pushed me to the side of GamerGate. That's pretty much what it is.
So I guess my question from that is, how can the media reaction to something which you think is irrelevant make you want to be a part of that irrelevant thing?
I didn't say that. Where did I use the word irrelevant? I said relatively small.
Okay, why would the media reaction to something that is, quote, relatively small make you want to then join that thing? Like, how does the media saying this is a bad thing make you say, oh, I should investigate this thing and see if it's a good thing?
That wasn't my train of thought. It was the fact that the media was printing very inflammatory, very badly sourced, very one-sided viewpoints, trying to shame people from my viewpoint, what it looked like.
Where'd you see this? Like, what articles are you talking about?
Okay, these, there's infamous, the infamous Alexander Peace gamers are dead. Where she
never said gamers were dead. Okay,
well, the colloquial term that we use is the gamers are dead, and she claims her argument is, the identity is dying, and there's a new identity, a more diverse identity coming. So what you guys say is that it's misunderstood, right? You guys think it's a misunderstood argument.
Yeah, I think that what her piece said, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think what her piece said is game developers, you don't have to focus on these wailing hyper-consumers, these shit-slingers in their parents' basements who wear mushroom hats and treat women like shit. Gamers like that are over. There's a new paradigm for people that play games, and that's your audience.
And the issue that many people had with those statements was that those stereotypes were never really true, ever.
I think she'd agree with you.
Okay, and you believe where were these developers ever listening to these these basement dwellers, these obtuse shit slingers?
Well, I mean, I think they were. So
you agree that these stereotypes were never true, but you do think the developers were catering to them?
No, I don't think. I think the stereotype of anyone who plays video games lives in their mother's basement and is a wailing shitslinger, obtuse hyperconsumer. That's not true.
But those are the words that she used, is it not?
Right. No. She said the individuals who are these wailing shitslingers, obtuse hyperconsumers, you don't have to listen to them anymore.
So the developers were listening to these people?
Absolutely.
Okay, and how were they listening to these people? I don't understand this.
Because the kind of games that we have been getting over and over and over again are tone deaf, the same thing every single time, AAA ridiculousness. Because it's been demonstrated that you can make a safe couple $1,000,000 catering to these wailing hyperconsumers.
Okay, so we're going to assume that the people who've been funding the AAA game industry, which is worth billions of dollars.
You can say AAA.
Okay, well, semantics.
I mean, that's what people in the industry call it.
Okay, and I use AAA.
It's fine, whatever.
Okay, but so you're saying the people who fund these, who buy these games, who are the audience for these games, are basement dwellers. They're shit up to six slingers. They're misogynistic.
No, I'm saying the games are pitched at at the people in the group of. So in the group of people that buy those games, there's some people that just like good gameplay, and then there's some people who like good gameplay and also a little bit of misogyny, and then there's some people that like good gameplay and also want a diverse and inclusive game. And I think what Leah Alexander's message was in that article was you don't need to listen to the people who like a little bit of misogyny in their games because they're not your audience. They aren't that big. You should ignore them. Instead, you should focus on the people who want your games to be inclusive and interesting to people of all races, creeds, genders, colors, classes, and whatnot.
Okay, so we got very different viewpoints or interpretations of that argument. From what it sounds like from where I'm sitting, it seems like she thinks the AAA industry was catering to a stereotype that was never true, that doesn't exist, and that isn't the audience ever. Okay, it's not the basement dwellers who buy this; it's regular people who don't hate women, people who don't hate people of different races. It's just people who like to play games, and they want the developer or publishers to make whatever game they want to play or make. And it seems like she's shaming people for playing games that they like and that don't fit her political ideology. And no matter if you agree with her argument or not, the level of vitriol that she had in there for whatever supposed group, no matter how big or small, is noted in other publications, in NPR, in Slate's local Gab Fest. When they talk about GamerGate, they did mention how strongly and inflammatory the piece was, if nothing on the argument itself.
Well, it's certainly inflammatory, but
Okay, so we can agree on my point that at the very least there was inflammatory actions up from the media.
Well, there were lots of. She used lots of angry words. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to try and figure out how to get comments turned on the YouTube page, so I'm working on that at the same time.
Can you get a link to the YouTube in the chat?
She used. No, I got that, but I don't know how to turn comments on. Yeah, you take over because I have to turn comments on.
Sure.
By the way, hi guys. I'm
Hi.
Scarlet.
Who are you?
Scarlet TT.
Oh. Hi, I'm Temp. How are you doing, Scarlet?
Huh. Not bad.
Hey, Scarlett,
Okay.
you're aware that your username on Google YouTube is...
Yeah, it's not
okay.
a problem.
Okay.
I'm doxing myself since the very beginning, so it's not a problem. My name is Simone, and I have no problem with everybody knowing that.
Okay, awesome. Then
Are you from Quebec or France? Because you sound very Frenchy.
I'm from Italy. So
God damn it! I'm really bad. God damn it!
well, you're not the first one to say I sound French.
You do sound very French.
Well, there is a lot of French influence in the dialect around here. We have been dominated by France for a while, but we have the French R here. The way Italians pronounce the R is usually different. We pronounce it like the French.
That's really cool. I took French for 4 years in high school, but I can't make the throat noises. You know how French is very you know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do that. My French teacher was like, "Why didn't you take Spanish? You always roll your R's. You should have taken Spanish." It was so humiliating. My sister actually just got back from Italy. She was in Tuscany for a week. She loved it. Yeah.
But Tuscany is very beautiful.
It's very pretty. She kept sending me these pictures, and I'm just like, stop.
Honestly, I don't want to sound like a brag a lot, but a lot of places in Italy are wonderful.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There is a very specific reason why. We were a bunch of different nations, so we have many capitals. Mm-hmm. Most of the countries have one capital, and for the whole history, everything was there. A few big cities, maybe, but the most of the very great architectural landmarks are all focused in one area.
It's actually very similar in India. I'm Indian, and that's very similar to India too. In that it's India is essentially not one country. It's about like 15,
Exactly.
16 different countries, each with their own histories, each with their own architecture, each with their own food. It's very. I just love learning about stuff like that. It's one of my favorite things to do. You know. All right. So, yeah. Oh, bye, Temp. You'll be missed so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Temp's gone.
Well, I know he had to run. I'm still trying to figure out how to turn on chat, but
Okay, so we have agreed on the fact that the media reaction to GamerGate was inflammatory. That much we did agree on.
well, no, I don't think we agreed on that. I think we agreed that Leah's article was used language that was hyperbolic, which I think is certainly true. But that was one article, and she wasn't talking about everyone. She was maybe she went over the top, but I don't even see how going over the top can cause the epic shitstorm that went on after that.
Well, Leigh Alexander wasn't just some lone writer. She was talking to Guardian and tried to influence their coverage of the event, and she did. She was very influential in her own writing circles on Twitter. So it's not like she's some isolated incident. She was a big name in the gaming media.
Yeah, because
to me, the problem is League has history. I mean, when she made an article and she talked about the neckbeards and the basement dwellers, it was not an article by itself, but the way she described the same things for various amateur of specific genre like FPS, fighting games, MOBA, or everything even remotely competitive. It's a kind of language that she used over and over again, and I get.
But that was one article, and it was ages ago.
Wait, that is one article, but it's one article among many, and it's not like people suddenly started to think that League Alexander is inflammatory. League Alexander has been inflammatory for quite a while before GamerGate.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's not just the issue with the conspiracy as well. It's not just the gaming media chose this moment or.
You didn't talk about a conspiracy. You just talked about Leigh Alexander being inflammatory.
Where did I talk about conspiracy? Did I say the word conspiracy?
I thought you just said the word conspiracy. I'm sorry. I'm breaking up a little bit because I'm still trying to turn the chat on.
I just walked away for a second from my computer and talked from there. But I said that it's not just with. I said the conspiracy. Whatever, that whole incident. I said conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what I used to describe the event. So it's not just the conspiracy that these inflammatory articles or attitude happen towards an audience. My first experience with this directly was with Mass Effect 3, which everyone knows what happened with that. Gamers are entitled. Gamers are homophobic. Gamers are this because they don't like the ending.
Yeah.
Eric Kane, his first article was, I can't believe how homophobic gamers are. And then he actually talked to the gamers who were angry at the ending. He was like, whoa, I've been getting something very different from the people I talked to, meaning that the people who told him that the gamers were angry at Mass Effect 3 because of homophobia. Sorry, I'm not being clear right now. People in the media clued in Eric Kane that people were unhappy with Mass Effect 3 because of homophobia. They were angry with the fact that Shepard could romance a man or a woman with the same sex. Mm-hmm. And so Eric Kane wrote an article about people are angry at Mass Effect 3 because they don't like gays. And that was his first article in the entire controversy. And then gamers responded saying, hey, that's not right. Gamers are angry at the fact that the ending is super shitty and was a complete lie told from the production company towards the audience.
Yeah, they promised this game where all the decision will affect the ending, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
The big thing was that the fact that it didn't change the ending, no matter what road you choose, and it was very unimpressive. I mean,
more than that, it was the ending just didn't make sense thematically or from a storytelling perspective. It relied on a Deus Ex Machina. It flew in the face of the entire.
I guess it seems like you guys are going off on a tangent because Mass Effect 3 happened way before GamerGate.
Sorry, but okay. So remember the media reaction towards the gamers. It was that they were entitled, that they were homophobic, and that they didn't deserve to have their voice. What?
So I didn't really pay much attention to Mass Effect 3 because I was having a kid at the time.
Okay.
So I'm not really able to speak intelligently about it, but I don't even understand why that's relevant. Look, we have proof that some segment of gamers which labeled themselves GamerGaters, are basically all of those bad things.
What? Entitled and homophobic?
Well, the homophobic and the misogynistic part, sure.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, okay, you have proof that some people in GamerGate are misogynistic. And,
I mean, ridiculously misogynistic. The entire genesis of GamerGate was a misogynistic
No, it wasn't.
fest.
I disagree. You say that?
I do not agree. If you say that there are people in GamerGate who are misogynistic, I agree. I am the first to say, yeah, it's true. But GamerGate is not defined by them. And it's not started by them or for those reasons.
Well, who started it then?
It was started. So how GamerGate started? GamerGate started in response to the reaction to the concerns gamers had about the gaming media.
How is that even remotely possible? Given that given that GamerGate, the hashtag, started the day before those articles came out.
Okay,
GamerGate, the hashtag.
GamerGate, the hashtag, has nothing to do with the movement, in the sense that the movement started to use that hashtag, but the hashtag is nothing. It's a way to communicate.
So you're saying that GamerGate has nothing to do with the conspiracy, with the Five Guys videos? Nothing at all?
No.
Where did he say that?
No.
Why are you going to put words in his mouth?
Well, I'm confused then. Is it correct that the genesis of GamerGate was the Five Guys and conspiracy incidents?
No. The genesis of GamerGate was the reaction the media had to the concerns that conspiracy brought up. The concerns that, hey, maybe there's some disclosure is needed. Hey, maybe there was a questionable relationship. And then that response to those concerns was, you guys are misogynistic. You guys are voting out industry.
So let's summarize. Those concerns were ridiculously misogynistic.
Also, the concerns that, hey, maybe disclosure is a good idea. Maybe there was some questionable points to the relationship. Those are inherently misogynistic concerns.
No, the concerns that were presented as part of the quote conspiracy were inherently misogynistic concerns. They were about the transaction model of sexual intercourse, that she had sex for reviews, and don't even deny that sex for reviews was a part of GamerGate for months before you guys realized that.
I do deny that because it wasn't. Some
people
ran with it, and some people who are. I'll be the first to admit that there are a lot of people in GamerGate as well in aGG or whatever you want to call it, your side, that try to run with whatever side feeds their confirmation bias.
Well, let me try it this way. Do you agree that in the lead-in to one of the major GamerGate videos, you have someone who sounds a little bit like Jesse Ventura saying, "Sex for reviews"?
Oh yeah, that was IA trying to comment on the most what's it called?
What is that? Part of the Five Guys videos?
Yeah, IA, Internet News Threat. It's this way. It was him mocking the entire situation. The way I was being just the most clickbaity title he could think of for his videos. That's why it's said in such a ridiculous, stupid voice.
Yep, and that was a very popular GamerGate video, right? A very popular.
It depends. It really depends on who you ask. I mean, it was popular. Yeah, probably. I mean, there was a lot of people who liked that video, but is that something that defines GamerGate? I really think not.
Well, so it seems to me that the only things that are allowed to define GamerGate in your minds are the things that don't currently embarrass you.
And it seems to me that the only things that in your mind are things that fit your confirmation bias. that, hey, there's some people who are misogynistic, that means Gamergate is misogynistic.
No, I didn't say every GamerGater is misogynistic. I said Gamergate is a misogynistic movement. I'll say that all day.
And your evidence is that some Gamergaters are misogynistic, hence Gamergate is misogynistic.
It's not just that some GamerGaters are misogynistic, thus Gamergate is misogynistic. It's that the entire movement has focused on slut-shaming, on treating women as...
Holy shit, what?
As slut-shaming, as treating women as less... Yeah.
Wait, when did the escapist ethic policies take place? What day was that?
I have absolutely no idea.
It was in August 20... I think it was August 29th. Is that correct, Scarlett?
I don't remember the date, but it was at the end of August. I know because it happened before I got involved.
But I don't understand how that has anything to do with you saying Gamergate isn't about slut-shaming.
Okay, so that was the first victory of Gamergate. That was what Gamergate first got. Okay, that was what Gamergate rallied around first. Like, hey, this is what we got. This is what we wanted. Now, if you read that change in ethics policy, that was with a preamble, or what's the right word? Whatever.
I mean, you say that was the first victory, but I would say that a lot of GamerGaters think their first victory would be when they doxed Quinn. You don't think that?
When they doxed Quinn? No, absolutely not.
No, that wasn't the victory at all, because, you know, that...
Where was there any celebration of the fact that they doxed Quinn?
Your Burgers and Fries chat room.
That they did not celebrate.
Wait,
I read the chat logs, they didn't celebrate.
The Burgers and Fries chat room, Burgers and Fries, is not Gamergate.
How is that not game? So how is it not Gamergate? Given that all of the major, given that all of the major players in the Burgers and Fries chat room are GamerGaters, given that the lead GamerGaters even today were all members of the Burgers and Fries chat room, I guess what you're saying is, well, when they were in that chat room, they weren't saying Gamergate, they were saying Burgers and Fries. Is that what you mean?
First of all, I may be wrong here, but. When was the Burgers and Fries chat? I believe it's before Gamergate.
It lasted well into the existence thereof.
Okay. Those people, I don't know if everybody in that group, or the majority of them, are in Gamergate and support Gamergate. Absolutely. I will never deny that. Okay?
And that some of your leading lights, your leading figures are in that group.
There is nothing leading in any way in Gamergate.
Well, that's not. That's ridiculous.
Forget that. There is no leader in Gamergate.
I'm not saying leader. I said leading lights.
Who are the leading lights who are in the chat room?
There is nothing like that.
Let's start with one of the obvious ones. Roguestar.
How is Roguestar leading light? Everyone makes fun of him in KAA.
Well, now they make fun of him because he's gone so far over.
Well, I started to get involved with Gamergate at the mid of October. I don't know if before mid-October it was different, but from the very start, Roguestar was kind of
I believe you are all still changing your icons to be Roguestar skulls in mid-October. Are you denying that?
I am.
No.
So when did you guys stop turning your icons into Roguestar skulls?
I never did. I don't know
why. Let me finish. I never did too. There are people who changed their icon in Roguestar icons. Sure. Is that Gamergate? Is that the majority of Gamergate? Is that so are you saying Gamergate can't be held responsible? You're saying that Gamergate can't be held responsible for anything except for things that a majority of Gamergate did? No. Okay. Gamergate cannot... Gamergate cannot be held responsible for things that are not inherent in Gamergate. And so Gamergate can only be held responsible for things that have to do with ethics and gaming journalism. Is that fair? That's your position? Well, wait. Gamergate is a... sorry, I'm trying to find the word. Gamergate is a consumer revolt and has a series of operations, like Operation Disrespectful Nod. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering. All of your ridiculous operations. There are operations, okay? That is Gamergate.
Okay.
Then-
And anything else, even if done by a huge percentage of GamerGators, if applauded by a huge percentage of GamerGators, unless it's one of your operations, it didn't happen.
No.
No,
I'm
it
not
did
saying
happen.
it didn't happen. I'm saying it's not GamerGate. I mean, if even 99% of people in GamerGate start to play chess, doesn't mean that GamerGate is about playing chess. Okay?
How about if 99% of GamerGators started harassing Zoe Quinn? Does that make GamerGate about harassing Zoe Quinn?
It wouldn't. But
It wouldn't.
you know that
Wait. It would or it wouldn't?
it wouldn't.
All right, hey. What is the percentage line that you want to say?
Well, it doesn't matter
No, it
because
doesn't
he
matter,
just
because
said,
apparently
he just
you're
said that if one person wasn't harassing Zoe Quinn, then GamerGate isn't harassing Zoe Quinn.
No, wait.
You're
Even-
trying to. Sorry.
Even if 100% of people in GamerGate started to harass Zoe Quinn, it will still not be about that. Because GamerGate has specific reason to be and specific operations, specific modus operandi. I mean, it does specific things. If someone go out of his way to do something else, it doesn't matter how many are they, how many support that. It doesn't matter. It's not
Right.
GamerGate.
The only thing that GamerGate can be held responsible in your opinion are things that you agree with that it does, basically.
Being held responsible.
No. It can be held responsible for the things we all agreed to do. And
So if there's one GamerGate dissenter from something, then it's no longer GamerGate.
It's not a matter of the center, okay? It's not a matter of numbers. It's a matter of what is GamerGate and why it was founded.
Right. It was founded by Adam Baldwin in order to publicize.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so who founded it if not Adam Baldwin?
No, but there is no one specific person who founded.
He made your hashtag.
Hey, but dude,
And what does it matter?
Scarlett,
What does it matter? Do you really think, in your mind, that Adam Baldwin, when he wrote GamerGate, the hashtag, for the first time, he had in mind anything close to...
No,
So what is your
absolutely not.
point? So what is your point?
My point is that a movement founded out of misogyny that still has a tremendous undercurrent of misogyny that runs around doing misogynistic things is a misogynistic movement.
Scarlett, can I just jump in for a second?
You say a lot of things that have... I'm not even saying proof. I mean, have no root into reality. Is a movement that was born in misogyny? Why?
Because the thing that it was born of was misogyny. It was Adam Baldwin saying, publicize this video about Zoe Quinn sleeping with people.
Okay, I don't think you've never seen the video then.
I've seen all of the videos.
Okay, well then I'm surprised that's where you walked away from it, because it seems like you want to see what you want to see in the video.
Let me bring up a point in the video. The video very clearly talks a great deal about burgers and fries, right?
Okay.
About how she slept with 5 guys.
It was off-kilter, dark humor joke that
dark humor. Right. So it was very focused on how she slept with 5 guys, and that was very important to the video. It was a key feature. It was one of the
point. Dude, let me talk. That was not the point of the video. The point of the video was that she had connections in the industry, and that this led to her getting coverage. That's all it was. It wasn't the fact that she slept. The number of guys.
It just felt like talking about the number of guys. That was just haha funny.
No, it was trying to find out who the guys were and how she might have got connections through them. Okay, it was, dude, the number of guys wasn't the issue in the video. I don't understand how you could walk away from that. It seems to be like you're only choosing to get what you want to see. You want to see misogynistic woman. No, you want to see misogynistic movement. So you pick out, you try to cherry pick, try to reword, you try to change.
I don't think I'm cherry picking.
Yes, you
will allege I'm cherry picking, but I would say that the video starts the first words.
You're not even cherry picking. You're nearly outright lying.
Well, I'm certainly not, because you know that it has the image of 5 guys right there in the middle of the video.
Yeah, but
that it stays on screen. That it stays on screen for a minute and a half.
Yeah, and IEA's point though is not about the number of guys.
That's not IA. That's mundane Matt.
Okay, so you're talking about mundane bats.
Well, which video do you want to talk about? I mean, I thought we were talking about...
Matt's video, it wasn't about the number of guys either.
Well, I mean, it certainly harped on it for a good minute and a half also.
But the point of the video was the connections, the coverage, and the fact that there was no disclosure.
So when you say the connections and the no disclosure, what connections were disclosed in any of the videos that were even remotely interesting or relevant to anything ethical?
To me, nothing. But I mean, it doesn't matter.
Because no one's ever been able to show anything unethical coming out of that video or the Quinn allegations because they're total bullshit.
I'm not really saying that. I mean, there might be concerns on some of the things that were shown in that video. What I'm saying, though, is that that video is still not GamerGate. I mean,
so nothing in your mind. In your mind, the only things that GamerGate are things that you're proud of. You don't accept.
No.
So tell me one thing GamerGate's done that you're not proud of.
It's really the opposite thing. I mean, there's nothing really that I am not proud. I mean,
so you're proud of every single action that GamerGate has taken, and any action that you're not proud of is not GamerGate.
It's not what defines what is GamerGate and what is not.
Sure. So what are some of the things that you think I think GamerGate did that you're not proud of?
Well, depends. You probably believe that GamerGate is responsible for the doxing, for the threatening, for all those things, right?
I mean, yes, but obviously no one's proud of those, so you certainly would deny those were GamerGate. But I guess my question is there anything you think that a reasonable person would think GamerGate was responsible for that you don't think it was? Or the only person that could even remotely disagree with you is just an irrational person?
No, I'm not making this point about irrationality. It's not like someone would disagree with me is irrational, okay? The way I see it is someone would disagree with me, and obviously I start with the pretension that I'm right. Okay,
of course, everyone thinks they're right.
Yeah, but someone would disagree with me with what is GamerGate. To me, is simply someone who doesn't understand what is GamerGate.
So let me ask you a little bit. Let me ask you a little bit.
Irrational.
Let me ask you a little bit about the hubs that GamerGate focuses around, and how much of the activity on those hubs is GamerGate related. So there's a place called Kotaku in Action right now, right?
Yeah.
And the biggest post on Kotaku in Action right now is about some Reddit mod requiring some Reddit user to write something in order to be allowed to edit on that Reddit sub. Is that GamerGate or not GamerGate?
No.
Is the sub called GamerGate?
If you don't think so, you don't think you don't think Kotaku in Action is part of GamerGate either.
Kotaku in Action is a place where people who support GamerGate hang out. I mean, it's probably the biggest. Probably there are as many voices who support GamerGate as you can find, but no, it's not GamerGate.
So where do I find this mythical GamerGate so that I can?
That is the problem. You do not find GamerGate. It's not like GamerGate is some kind of social club with a headquarters and a stand, and we give pamphlets away on what is GamerGate or something like that.
So GamerGate has deniability over everything it's ever done.
No, where are you getting this?
No.
It seems to me that if I point out anything that GamerGate ever does, all that you guys say, oh, that wasn't GamerGate.
No,
that wasn't GamerGate.
I will give you exactly the things you can disagree with GamerGate, and you probably will disagree with them. Okay? But that is GamerGate. That is.
Fine, so give me what you think GamerGate is, and then everything else isn't GamerGate. So what is it that you are supporting exactly?
The whole operation about contacting the sponsors of
websites you disagree with, right?
No, that wasn't. No, that was not.
That is GamerGate. Is not.
It's not about contacting journalists, advertisers of journalists you disagree with. That was not the point of
it's
disrespectful
not about
line.
disagreeing. It's not about disagreeing. But yeah, that is GamerGate. If
So-
you want to,
So
if
I'd
you
like to
want
talk about that because that's very interesting.
No, wait,
Yeah.
hold on. You don't choose when you're done if you bring up so many weird points.
I haven't brought up many weird points,
Yeah, yeah.
but I'm
Yes,
willing
you
to
are.
concede to
So-
you that the only thing that you guys are willing to defend are the things in GamerGate that you're willing to defend, and you're going to disagree with the things that I think are the worst.
No,
You're going to
wait.
say the things that I think are the worst are not part of GamerGate, and you're not willing to stand up and
No, it
defend
seems
them.
that you seem to be the only thing.
Let's
So,
pick-
what in your fine? Let me ask your question right back at you. What in your mind has GamerGate done that's positive?
Nothing.
Nothing. So now, no changes in. So it's better disclosure policies, changes in FTC guidelines for affiliate links.
You didn't change the FTC guidelines for affiliate links.
We are the ones who contacted FTC.
well,
No, it was
we
already
did.
changed. No, guys,
No.
you changed the frequently asked questions, and you changed it by frequently asking
Frequently
questions.
asked questions is actually a big deal for the FTC guidelines.
No, it's really not.
Yes, it does. It changes. It changes how the sites interact with the rules.
That's
It wasn't
totally
made clear.
inaccurate.
No, it does. It
No,
does.
so let me explain to you. This is
Guys.
very interesting because who's that?
Yeah, but calm down. I mean, we are making a mess. Okay, calm down, and we can all talk. And
Right.
Alright.
I'd love to
Let me
look.
just
I'm
go
happy
back
to
the
either
previous
focus.
point real quick about your point about KAA talking about non-GamerGate things. So you agree that GamerGate has morphed into a community, more or less. There's community people who rally on the hashtag and they talk. It's community, right?
Yeah.
You do agree it's a community. So soccer fans are in a community as well, right? Soccer fans, they can meet there in their own community, right?
Yep.
And do soccer fans only talk about soccer with each other, or do they talk about other items of interest as well?
Nope. They
Okay.
talk about all kinds of things.
Okay, so people in the GamerGate community cannot talk about the GamerGate issues outside of GamerGate.
Sure, but here's the thing.
So wait,
When the soccer fans talk about issues, some soccer fan says, "I really dislike transgender people," and all the other soccer people say, "Oh, well, we have different opinions about that."
okay.
So Kotaku in action, when someone says, "I really dislike transgender people," everyone else goes, "Yeah, it's a trap."
wait,
Ha, 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 ha.
no, wait,
Okay.
wait.
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's where I leave out, because if that's your viewpoint or what you get out of it, that means you are deliberately lying and misrepresenting. And you've been doing this entire conversation, and I'm sorry. You can't keep doing that and start with snark.
I don't think I spoke with snark. Okay, bye.
Okay.
I think you raise I think you raise an interesting point about given that I don't have to talk about FTC guidelines, thank God, about the websites that you guys go after, and the websites that you guys have gone after have all been websites you disagree with, and
Sure.
and I don't understand why your political disagreements with a website mean that it's unethical.
No. Wait.
So.
Political disagreement is something that you are placing on.
Well, let's talk about objective reviews then, because one of the problems you have with one of your targeted websites is that its reviews aren't objective. Is that fair?
Yeah?
How can a review possibly be objective? Isn't a review designed to give you the reviewer's opinion about what he's reviewing?
Well, yes and no. A review is made to be informative, first of all.
Yeah, reviews should be.
Of course, the reviewer has opinions, and of course, the opinions comes out. But the point of game journalism and journalism in general should be it is not always like that, but it's, in my opinion, wrong when it's not.
Is it unethical to do journalism in a way that you don't like? Is it unethical to put your opinion? Is it unethical to put your opinions in your reviews?
Absolutely not. But
so when someone put their opinion in their reviews, you added their site to the shit list because you guys disagreed with his opinion.
Nope.
Okay, so someone said, I didn't like this game because of X. Do you think he was lying?
No.
Okay, so you thought he didn't like the game. You thought it was because of X. He downgraded the score because of X. Why does that get the site put on the shit list?
The reason is...
the reason is X. Why is the reason relevant?
No, wait. You either let me answer or...
Okay, answer.
or you decide that we put the website on the shit list because of X. Because
Okay.
that is your statement. It's not
Yes,
mine.
that's my.
Okay.
So what was wrong with the review where the reviewer didn't like the game because of X? Said I didn't like the game because of X.
Again, it's you saying that going into the shit list is because the reviewer said that
Why is Polygon on the shit list?
Polygon is on the shit list because they started to they started to ingrain the reviews with many different aspects that didn't had anything to do with the game itself.
Sure. So one of the reviewers said, I don't like this game because of something. Do you think he didn't like the game because of that something? Or do you think he liked the game? So you believe the reviewer was honest when he said, the reason I don't like Bayonetta 2 is because of the misogyny. He might have been wrong, but he believed what he wrote.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he would have said, I don't think you should play this game because of the misogyny.
Yeah, I agree.
So why isn't he allowed to write that?
It's not that he's not allowed to write that.
Oh, he just gets put on your shit list for writing it.
The problem comes with Metacritic when it comes to reviews. I mean, I'm okay with the fact that there are people that can't stand a game for one specific reason. In this case, misogyny. And let's be clear on something. The fact that he believes that game is misogynist doesn't mean the game is.
No, but we both agree. We both agree that he thought it, that he wasn't making it up.
Yeah, absolutely. He thought.
So you think that it is inappropriate for a reviewer to lower the score of a game that he did not like because of its misogyny, because Metacritic.
It's a bigger issue with scoring in general. And
right. So you believe that if you have a political disagreement with the theme of a game, like he did with the misogyny in the game, you're not allowed to lower its score. Is that fair? Is that what you're saying?
More or less, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I would like to expand on that.
Okay.
I understand stating that opinion. Okay. The idea of lowering a score for something that is very, very personal is something that I do not agree with.
So when you say very, very personal, I guess my question is, the reviewer felt that the game wasn't fun. He did not enjoy the game because of an aspect of the game. You're saying, because I don't think that that aspect would bother me, that reviewer shouldn't be allowed to downgrade it for that. Do you think I would have enjoyed the game?
I don't know.
How about if I'm really, really bothered by misogynistic games? Do you think I would have enjoyed the game?
You wouldn't enjoy the game. And it's your right to read in the review that the game is misogynistic. It has X, Y, and Z. And for those reasons, if you agree with the reviewer, you wouldn't like the game, so you don't buy it. Yeah, I agree. The problem is when
he puts a number on it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So he's not allowed to say. So what things are you allowed to put numbers on?
It's not a matter of what is allowed to put a number on. It's more a matter of how Metacritic works, and we had some discussion lately about that. Metacritic is it's kind of damaging as a system. It's not the fault of journalists. But the problem is there are some producers, and it's absolutely the fault of producer here, that use Metacritic in they use it to give away bonuses to decide if a game warrants a sequel, if a team will be maintained or it will be dismantled, and things like that.
But what you're saying now is that a reviewer can't give me a score that he believes most accurately reflects his enjoyment of the game if that means that the game will get a lower score. Is that what you're saying?
See, the problem is with
the problem is that it's about the misogyny, right? But every time I say it without the word misogyny,
no, absolutely not. The problem is his enjoyment of the game
was destroyed by the shitty story.
Yeah. But his enjoyment of the game.
Right, the reviewer's enjoyment of the game.
Exactly. We are talking here not of a measure of quality, but a measure of how much it meets your taste.
Isn't that what a reviewer does? Isn't that a reviewer's job? What is a reviewer's job? To say the graphics, is it to be objective to say graphics existed, the sound was there, it moved at 60 frames per second?
That is very aseptic. And no, it's not what it should do. But I made an example before. I don't like FPS, okay? I don't like them. I don't like the mechanics of
Arthur Giles does like action, whatever they are.
Okay.
He does like that kind of game. He plays lots of them.
Yeah, sure. If I do have to review an FPS and I simply go to the I don't enjoy them, so I give them.
Well, that would be bullshit, right? But the problem there is that review isn't informative. It doesn't say I'm telling you what's wrong with the game. You're just saying the game is an FPS, so I give it a 6. That's not informative. You're saying you'd write a shittily bad review. But Arthur Giles likes action games. This is a game that he would.
But doesn't like the team.
Oh, so he shouldn't be allowed to review misogynistic games, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying that he's not allowed to do it. The problem is when you review a game, it doesn't matter the genre, if it's misogynistic or not, or every other.
But it's not about the misogyny. It's not about the misogyny. It's about his enjoyment of the game. He said, "I didn't enjoy this game because the story was garbage."
The story was garbage is a completely different thing.
That's exactly what he said. He said, as I went through the game, the camera angles and the story were so distracting from the gameplay that I'm forced to downgrade it.
That is something different. Okay.
Why?
Because that is a statement that has a reason to be and is global in a sense. I mean, he felt that the camera did a disservice to the game. Okay.
Yeah.
And that is okay. It's not a problem. The problem is with the idea that the game is misogynistic, so it deserves.
But that's not what he wrote. He was very clear. He said these things in the game made me enjoy the game less, so I've given it a shittier score. Why does that get you put on a shit list? Other than you guys saying, oh, these reasons why you didn't enjoy the game, they're SJW reasons.
First of all, I don't use the SJW.
But your movement does.
People in my movement does.
Your movement does.
Your movement does. Are you?
So all I need to do is find one instance of one of your official op pages using the phrase SJW. Are you really challenging me to do that? Because
Oh, no. You probably will find that.
Okay, so your movement does use the phrase SJW.
I don't know. Okay, yeah. I don't use it.
That's fine, but you're not GamerGate.
No, I'm not.
You already said that GamerGate's defined by the following things, and if you agree with me that it's almost certain that SJW is used somewhere in your movement...
I mean, I'm not sure that it's used, but I'm not willing to challenge that. It's absolutely possible. I will absolutely concede that.
Yeah, you would have
to. Without even checking. I mean, Okay, I'm okay, and I will assume that it's used.
But look, the fact of the matter is that your movement dislikes the politics of Polygon, and I accept that. That's
Yeah.
fine. You're part of the conservative movement that believes in...
No, wait. I am absolutely not a conservative.
Yeah, but you're part of the conservative movement.
Nope.
It's against change.
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, GamerGate is about change, so I don't see how we can be conservative because we are against change. We are promoting some changes. I don't see how.
No. You're promoting reactionary changes that serve to keep the status quo in the games that get created and played.
I deny there is any kind of status quo.
Well, I mean, there's certainly the games that existed before.
And that status quo would be?
The games that existed before GamerGate, the way it worked before you showed up.
Okay, how did the games work before and it's not right, and it's not right now? I mean,
well,
what changed?
In the before, what was changing that you're desperately sticking your fingers in the holes, the plugs, and saying stop, stop, stop? Is games were becoming more inclusive.
I do not feel it, really. I don't see that inclusiveness sprouting out now and never existed.
No, I would say that inclusiveness has taken a giant step backwards as a result of your movement.
I don't see that either.
I think that anyone who was going to go out there and make an inclusive mainstream game looks at GamerGate and says, "Oh, if I make an inclusive mainstream game, these GamerGaters are going to start yelling when people who believe in inclusion say that it's a good thing." And there's no reason.
It's really strange to say that when things like how was it, Zarya from Overreach? Are you aware of the character?
Which one's that? The big one or the little one?
The big one. Honestly, I'm not that informed about Overreach. I know about that character alone, and I never followed it. But there was this whole thing with the people against GamerGate jumping and cheering about how they did this character was diverse, is a woman with a different body type.
Yeah.
Finally, and GamerGate will be absolutely pissed, and it never happened. GamerGate was not pissed at all. As a matter of fact, they welcomed the new character. I mean, this idea that when someone does something inclusive, GamerGate reacts is absolutely a straw man. It's not happening. There are some people, and most of them have nothing to do with GamerGate, who reacts in a reactionary way to many things, and I agree, but has nothing to do with GamerGate. And I'm not saying that in the sense is not part of the operation. It's that it's completely unreliable, and it has nothing to do with that. What is an example of a game that has been bashed by GamerGate because it was inclusive?
Gone Home.
Gone Home, it was bashed because it was inclusive?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Not because of the lack of mechanics or the fact that they received an inflated score?
Well, certainly the fact that you guys think that it was terrible meant that it should have gotten a bad score.
Wait. You guys think it was terrible it's
not objectively terrible. It's not objectively terrible.
No.
It doesn't crash. It's got good frame rates. Sound and graphics exist.
I agree.
So it's not objectively terrible.
Yeah.
So we have to give it a 10 out of 10, right?
No.
Okay. So what
there are many games that have the same the same parameters and doesn't.
Right. Oh, right. But then what Gone Home has on top of that is an engaging story that's an inclusive and engaging story. And so reviewers are like, "Oh, I like this story and I enjoy playing this game, so I'm going to give it a high score."
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess my question is, so Gone Home, why are you pissed that it got good scores?
we are. I mean,
You are. You can't. You cannot for a second tell me that GamerGate isn't pissed that Gone Home got a 10 out of 10 on Polygon. You can't tell me that for one hot second.
The fact is,
I mean, Metacritic bonuses.
10 out of 10 is a very rare score.
Yeah. Well, Polygon obviously thinks that Gone Home was a very rare game.
And Gone Home as lack of content. It's
nonsense. Gone Home has a great amount of content.
Yeah?
I mean,
how many hours of gameplay?
How many hours of gameplay do you need to get a 10 out of 10?
I would say probably 40.
How about if the game costs 10 cents? Do you need 40 hours to get a 10 out of 10?
Probably not. Does it cost? Does it cost? I personally, I don't know. I mean, it's not really a matter of price.
Okay, it's not a matter of price.
I mean, it's a matter of effort and how much it keeps you entertained. So
the reviewers said that it kept them entertained, changed the way they thought about the world, and was a moving and meaningful experience. And so my question to you is, if they thought those things, why can't they give it a 10 out of 10?
No, it's not like they can't.
They got put on your shit list for giving it a 10 out of 10. True or false?
False is a lot of things that put Polygon on the list.
Yes, but they all seem to be scoring reviews the way you guys don't like reviews scored.
Hey, actually, why don't you check the chat?
I don't even know how to check the chat. I'm not smart at this. Someone tell me where am I going?
Top left corner of the screen.
I have like 20 windows open. Hold on.
Of the stream.
Very easily. So there's a left side, there's a toolbar on the left, right? Do you
see I got it. Okay, I see it.
You see the blue one?
I like what Kevin McDonald said. He wasn't actually saying Polygon has no ethical breaches. Okay, what was he actually saying? He said, oh God, I have to read this ridiculousness. What am I reading? Oh, I get it. So-and-so is friends with so-and-so who was the paid composer on Polygon, and so it got a 10 out of 10.
This is not quite the point that was being made in the conversation, so I think we're going to get there. But right now, that's not actually where the conversation was at.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying to argue that why isn't Polygon a 10 out of 10? Obviously, the objective answer is because a story about lesbians can't be a 10 out of 10. Only stories about women getting raped by demons can be a 10 out of 10. I understand that.
I have absolutely not. I mean, I have absolutely nothing against stories about lesbians. I mean, I'm an LGBT activist here in Italy, so absolutely not.
I certainly hope you don't tell your fellow LGBT activists in Italy that you are a GamerGater.
Why not?
Because they won't like you.
I mean, you believe that we are all heterosexual in GamerGate?
No, I absolutely do not. I believe that some of you are certainly gay.
So what? So what is your point?
GamerGate is a movement that implicitly attempts to marginalize gay people.
No.
You are tokenized. You are tokenized and utilized as an object for benefit. You are not treated as you are not. Well, you obviously don't feel this way. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a member of it.
I like how you switched immediately to you are. I never said if I was gay.
I apologize for assuming.
No. It's not. It's not a matter of apologizing. It's a matter of how you switch based on whether I'm heterosexual or homosexual, or whether I am a vile.
I never said vile.
I mean, I'm this.
I don't think you're a vile person. And to be very clear, I don't think you're a part of the GamerGate that I dislike. I think you're a useful idiot to the part of GamerGate that I dislike. And I wish that you'd wise up and realize it. And I don't know what I can do to convince you of that.
I like this argument because I will really like to know, how am I useful to who exactly?
You are useful to a reactionary U.S. conservative group that's going out there and attempting to turn back progress in the United States through both media generally and in games media specifically to make it conservative again.
I will argue that they are really making a bad work about it.
I mean, I don't. So if you look at who would create a progressive gaming publication today, you would say, Jesus, if I do this, I'm going to get such a shitstorm on my head. It's just not worth the effort.
And rightfully so.
If you look at what any reasonable publisher looks at, a AAA publisher saying, well, should I put social messages in my game? They would say, well, given this ridiculousness, probably not. And so you've driven progress back.
Let's make an assumption. Let's make an assumption, okay? Let's assume that I'm a vegan, okay?
Okay, you're a vegan.
Okay, and let's assume that someone makes a video game media outlet that does reviews on a vegan perspective.
Sounds useful to me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So for a vegan perspective, I'm assuming that you're a moral vegan because there are also health vegans and all kinds of other vegans.
Yeah.
You're a moral vegan who believes that animals should not be killed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so this is a gaming review site that reviews games from the perspective of it's important to note that animals are people too, and they also shouldn't be killed.
I would think that is stupid. It's still stupid. Because video games doesn't have anything to do with that.
Well, I disagree. Are our values as a culture not reflected in our entertainment?
Reflected, yes.
So if our values as a culture are to change, doesn't our entertainment have to change also?
Not necessarily.
So you're saying that we could just go out there and enjoy Animal Massacre 5, butcher them for meat and chop them up and burn them, and still think that animals are people too?
Absolutely. I mean, do you enjoy horror movies?
Well, personally, no. I find them ridiculously scary.
aGG, can I say something?
I do enjoy them, but it doesn't make me...
someone desperately wants to say something.
Sure.
Okay. Well, if you're so offended by something, one, you don't have to play it, and two, you're probably not emotionally mature enough to play video games in the first place.
Well, that's not true. Well, first of all, there's no doubt in my mind that I'm emotionally mature enough to play video games at this point in my life. So if I'm offended, I'm sorry, what?
Not every video game, probably.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty. I think I got it cold at this point. I'm old enough, but that doesn't mean I'm not offended by the video games that are offensive. It doesn't mean that I don't watch the media that I'm playing and say, wow, I really wish that this media didn't treat these people like this. It doesn't mean that I'm out there saying, I really like Dead or Alive because the controls are so responsive, but the fact of the matter is this ridiculous jiggle physics is so annoying to me that it makes me disbelieve the entire thing. It impedes on my enjoyment of this game.
Cool, don't play it. Problem solved.
No, but you know, I'm happy that you said Dead or Alive because it's one of the very few games that I will agree that is all about the boobs. It's just that. It has nothing of value, and that is a game that has a reason why you should criticize it, because it's obviously just that. And the creators of the game doesn't even make it a mystery.
Well, that's not true. Wait. The creators of the game spent a huge amount of time making a perfectly good fighting game. It's actually a pretty enjoyable fighting game that I'd really like to enjoy if it weren't so damn distracting that it's not a fighting game, it's a boob simulator.
Well, of course, it's probably a matter of opinion. I don't find it that good of a fighting game, honestly. And I'm very passionate about fighting games. Okay?
Well, let's be clear that I'm a couple generations back here because I gave up on consoles when I stopped being able to have the reflexes to play online acceptably.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at old Xbox, it was actually a really good fighting game vis-a-vis the rest of the games available on the console.
Well, there was basically the death of fighting games at the time. I mean,
Yeah.
there wasn't much.
And if there just weren't those stupid jiggle physics, it would have been a good game.
I mean, okay, it's an opinion. I mean, I'm not going to, say, no, you're wrong. To me, it's not that big. Great.
Look, are there better fighting games now? Yeah, there probably are.
Yeah.
Is Dead or Alive fallen behind? Sure.
But even before, I mean, I will play Street Fighter 2 all day long and don't give a shit about Dead or Alive. But beside that, I mean, I don't see Dead or Alive criticized as much as some other games that honestly have a lot of value beside.
Well, what games do you see being criticized? What games do you see being criticized that are criticized inappropriately?
Things like Bayonetta or...
Bayonetta 2 had in it a scene, a fatality, that the demon did to your character that removed all of her agency. You were literally raped to death in Bayonetta 2.
But characters don't have agency.
Okay, that's not a thing. Okay.
Because they're not alive.
No, but you see, there's just saying, well, they're not alive, so they can't have agency. That's such an anti-intellectual perspective. It's not about the actual bits having agency. It's about the character having agency in the story.
I mean, let's assume that there are a lot of games where someone is imprisoned. Is that wrong? It removes
being imprisoned. No. So to be clear, what I think is wrong about games is when you utilize the characters to enforce stereotypes and remove agency.
Why?
When you depersonalize the characters and use them merely as their sex or their race or their jiggliness. That's what's wrong.
But
that's
what
the
you want
wrongness.
to do. That's what you want to do. Okay, we were having a discussion the other day on against GamerGate. That's exactly what many on the anti-side have been arguing.
No, we have
token characters. Yes.
No one has ever argued for tokenism.
Yes, we have.
The difference between tokenism and inclusion is something that gets gone over and over again, and so I'll try it again. Tokenism is palette swapping. That's not interesting.
Yeah.
Inclusion is having a story and characters that are diverse.
Okay,
I
agree.
I agree, but truth to be told, there are a lot of people who constantly ask for color swapping.
I don't think that's true. I would like to see this. Someone who said, couldn't you have just...
That you're oversimplifying and misrepresenting the points that are being made by people that you don't agree with. And in doing so, what you're saying doesn't make any sense to us, because we see their arguments as being something sophisticated and nuanced. And when you say, no, it's actually this really dumb thing, we're like, well, you just think that because you disagree with them and you're misunderstanding them, and those two things are related. So when you say people actually do say that, we can't take your word on this. We've seen the same arguments that you've seen, and we saw them as sophisticated and nuanced. We saw there's no diversity in The Witcher, and we saw that as we understood that in the context where that was actually something that was a take on diversity that was, it had all of the levels to it that are required to make an interesting and compelling argument, and whether we agreed with it or not, we saw that as a deep and meaningful point, and not you should take a random person and make him black, that way there'll be a random black person. And I think that's more how you read it. So when you say that's what people are saying, I think you're misreading them. And
wait, I'm not talking about The Witcher 3 in particular.
It was just an example.
I mean, yeah, I know. I'm saying there are a lot of people that said exactly that it would.
Do they say exactly that you should palette swap a character?
Yeah, exactly that.
I have an example
exactly that.
I have an example right now.
He's got an example. Examples are very important to me.
No. So Salon, they just published an article talking about making Magneto a black guy, because I guess being a Holocaust survivor isn't oppressed enough.
Let's stop what you just said there. Is that literally a palette swap? Do they want to keep Magneto exactly?
Yes,
he is.
No,
Shut up for 2 seconds while I finish my point, okay? Do they want to keep Magneto exactly the way he is and just change his skin color and nothing else?
No.
So it's
No,
not just a palette swap.
No, I agree. It's not just
Okay.
a palette swap.
I'm glad you agree.
Personally,
I don't think the other person here agrees.
Personally, I do not believe they should do that.
And neither do I.
Hey, I think it's dumb also.
Yeah,
Great.
but
But
it's
that
not.
doesn't mean it's a palette swap.
But that doesn't mean it's a palette swap. There's
No,
a
no, I
deeper
agree.
argument to be had than this is a
Uh,
palette swap.
I would really like to give you some examples, but I will have to make some extensive research. So not this time, but I
Okay.
assure you, there was people saying literally there is no effort in just changing the skin of some characters, and that would be more inclusive. That
There-
will not be inclusive.
If those people are
Absolutely
actually
not.
saying this, let me say a couple of
They're
things.
wrong.
A, they're
Right.
wrong. Okay,
Yeah.
they're wrong.
In a little bit here?
But I don't think they exist.
No, because here's what I saw. What I saw on Twitter was someone saying something sort of like that. Not quite that, but we'll say it's close enough for the point of this point. And then Jonathan McIntosh said he was wrong. Jonathan McIntosh made the point
okay.
that would just be a palette swap, and that would be tokenism.
Okay.
So I hope we realize that while I'm sure that someone in the history of the internet has said something stupid,
Yeah,
I
and,
think
and,
it's-
I'm also sure that Jonathan McIntosh once in his life has said something
Wait.
intelligent. I mean,
But it was
No,
very
that-
clear.
Day.
You guys said very clearly that we were asking for tokenism. But we're not.
at least a lot of people are
Or,
asking
okay, I don't
for
think it's
that.
a lot of people. I think that's the word we're coming down to here, is that you're saying
Yeah,
it's a
but-
lot of people, and we're saying
It's-
there are probably someone somewhere,
doesn't-
but if you look at
yeah,
all the
but
names
it-
that are being mentioned, all of the articles that are being linked, all of the points that are actually being brought up by real people and discussed
Sure.
on the real forums and actually talked about, that is actually not what's on the table.
I'm willing to accept that. I mean, I said something that was said. You do not agree. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm not trying to say that
But I don't
you
think
are a naive mind. Okay,
I don't
You're
think
not
our
a naive
other-
mind.
I don't think our other participant agrees with you because you're so reasonable about the diversity stuff, except for when it comes to Polygon actually being diverse.
Okay.
I do
well,
not agree with that. With how Polygon tries to push diversity. Okay.
Right, and so they should be put on your ethical shit list because you disagree with them.
No. They should put in the ethical shit list because of the ethical problems that
Which all seem to be disagreeing with you. Yes, I understand.
No. It's about reviewing people who are involved in the
Yeah,
development.
but you weren't able to illuminate any of those. Like, where is this?
I will have to look at the. I mean, I don't have a great memory. Okay. So if you say one specific publication, especially one that I
Well,
never
but so what publication do you think you can defend blacklisting? You pick the publication.
Let's say Gamma Sutra.
Why should we blacklist?
Gamma Sutra is the one I was most involved with.
Okay, let's talk about Gamma Sutra. What has Gamma Sutra done unethically?
Okay, Gamma Sutra basically is part of the group who also makes the IGF. Okay,
I'll believe you, sure.
It's owned by the same parent company, I believe.
Okay.
yeah, and it's a sponsor of IGF, and IGF had the problem with the voting system and promoting.
Wait, that was a little strong. What problem with the voting system?
Okay, wait a minute. I will.
This was very important to you. This was what you knew cold.
I am actually familiar with it, more or less.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe he's referring to the IGF and their voting and how. So basically, they have a few hundred judges, actually.
Actually, Kevin, can I just stop you for 1 second?
Okay.
Do you believe that what you're about to say is a credible argument?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to nail that down. It's not just some people believe this; it's you believe this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't dug in enough to, but okay.
What?
Do you believe the argument you're about to give us, or are you just
I believe it.
parroting someone? Okay.
No, I believe it.
Okay.
So several sources from the IGF and former participants and former judges have, commented on the voting system, and we're very critical of it. And part of
Okay.
it is because there's oftentimes the same judges every year,
Okay.
and what oftentimes happens is that the judges will step down for a year because they can't participate in the contest and judge at the same year.
Okay.
But after that year's over, they can go back to being a judge. So there's sort of an inner clique almost of about 100 judges.
So
Many
I
of
need to
whom
stop
know
you
each
again.
other.
I'm sorry, I need to stop you again. Do you mean judges or do you mean jurists?
There's two. There's the jurists vote for the award categories, and the judges vote for the games that will be voted forward. Move up in the competition.
Right, so the judges go first, and they do a very sort of broad voting thing, and there's many, many judges. I know people personally in my life who have been judges, and I am confident that I could have been a judge if I decided I want to go through that much hassle. Being a jurist, on the other hand, is a much smaller, more select pool, and they actually do the final decisions of who wins the award in the end. So I want you to make sure that you're using the right term when you make your points.
Yeah. The judges pre-screen, and then the jurists decide. Is that a fair way of saying it?
Yeah,
I would say that's probably right. Yeah, I read the article where they went over and explained all this, and that was how they framed it.
Yep. Okay, so Gama Sutra is owned by a company that also owns the IGF, that has judges, lots and lots of judges that rotate in and out of being judges, and jurors who we haven't talked about yet. So far, so good. Seems fine so far. Are there any ethical issues that you've raised yet?
Yes, because if they're voting,
Wait. What ethical issue have you raised?
well, if they're going back to being a judge afterward, and surprisingly, their game always seems to win. These judges.
Wait. So the ethical issue you're raising is that people can be judges, then not be judges, then be judges again.
No, it's that there's an inner clique, and they always seem to vote. It's not concrete proof, but it does.
No, I'm not looking for proof. So you're saying that the ethical issue is that there are a limited number of judges, and that there should be more judges.
By the way, I'm waiting for the end of the conversation, but
Okay,
wasn't the point I was trying to make.
I know, but I believe you because this point is terrible. So,
And I actually think I know what point you were trying to make, and
I think I do also, and it was probably better. But so you're saying that there are judges, and those judges move in and out of being judges, and they do the prelims. Is that fair? Okay. And the ethical issue is. What's the ethical issue?
That the judges are all friends with each other for the most part.
Right. So you're saying that indie gaming, because this is about indie gaming, is an insular community. Is that the ethical issue?
No, it's that they're all friends with each other and they're all judging each other's games. And
Right. That's
surprisingly,
called an insular community.
their games are winning over the people who aren't part of their clique.
Oh, okay.
I need to put in this one too. Right. Who won the IGF Grand Prize last year?
I honestly don't know, but
I'm going to tell you, it was a game.
Well, but if you're saying that, oh, you're going to tell him?
I mean, well,
No. I think we should spend a little more time before we give away the ghost here.
well,
The question that I thus.
This is easy. This is not a big deal.
Go ahead, tell him.
It was a game that people hadn't heard of. It was called Outer Wilds. Have you heard of that?
nope.
Right. Neither have I, and you have no idea how much I read about indie games. You have no idea. That game won the grand prize and also some other prize. I wonder what that says about the point you're trying to make.
I'm sorry. What is the name of the game?
Outer Wilds. No one's played it.
I'm sorry, but
I played it afterwards.
at the very least, Wikipedia disagree with you.
Okay, so let's talk about what Outer Wilds, what clique that game is a part of. Because what the point being made here is that it's a part of some sort of insider group of indie developers who are unfairly, perhaps not intentionally, but unfairly, getting a lot of attention and awards. So let's look at who made that. Right, so it won the grand prize at the IGF and the Excellence in Design Award. It was made by Alex Beecham.
I bet he's got a dossier, right?
But we haven't done any digging on these people yet, so we can't possibly.
Hey,
No.
so why haven't you done digging on the guy that won the grand prize?
I just want to bring this up again. I follow
sorry,
almost
but-
everyone that I know of in this sort of indie circle that you guys hate. I have one follower in common with this person. This is unheard of. I have one follower in common with random people who I meet at McDonald's. This is incredible.
still-
Who is this guy?
Still, it doesn't show anywhere.
I agree this
I mean-
is not proof.
There's not proof.
No. I mean, is this supposed to be the winner in 2013 in the grand prize?
No, he won the
He won last
14. 14.
15.
14.
15.
15?
15 this year.
That's how it works.
Oh, I didn't know they did it early. I thought they did it late. Okay.
No,
Okay.
15.
15.
So he won the most recent one, and I don't think he made it by himself. I don't want to make it sound like that. That's how it started as his master's thesis, and then grew out into a full commercial release.
Sure.
But he is not part of the indie crew at all.
I
that you guys know
could
about.
honestly, I don't know if I should, but I could find a reason to
Would it be a
why
made-up
it was.
reason, or would it be a reason that you believe in?
Right.
No. I don't believe it myself. Okay.
Right. So you could play 5 Degrees of Alec Baldwin on it, but
But to be honest, we are talking about a game just after GamerGate where all the
Do you
shit
want to look at
was
the other
blown up.
games that won that year? Let's look at the other games that won this year, 2015.
It doesn't matter because it was after GamerGate and after they was under the lens. I mean, they was under scrutiny. Okay.
Well, I think it's very
I'm not-
speculative.
I'm not. No. Again, I'm not saying I'm convinced about it. Okay.
Sure.
Beside is not the point I was trying to make, but to be honest, there is this argument that can be made, and yeah, it could affect things. Honestly.
So what
Okay.
what I want to just articulate is that this seems like a very weak argument. The idea that
Okay.
people
Okay.
who are in the indie scene are supporting each other, and this leads to an unfair advantage. This is definitely true to an extent. Everybody
Yeah.
knows that there are subgroups of the indie community, and
Yeah.
that they have helped each other. Like this is well known, and this can be a problem, and has been a problem in the past. I have absolutely
It is
no
a
doubt.
problem. I mean, it is one of the main problems.
I don't know why you're calling this a. I don't know why you're calling this a problem. I completely disagree.
Well, it's
Also a
the
good thing. This is also a
Well-
very good thing.
Okay.
I don't want to make it sound as just like a bad thing, because this is also a very, very good thing that some very smart, intelligent people have been working together to make things that they couldn't otherwise do.
no.
and by
But
doing so, they've
that is
kind of-
not a problem. That is not a problem. I mean,
And they've carved the
Indie-
indie scene out of the rock. That the
Indie
indie
game-
scene didn't
indie game
exist.
developers working together is not a problem. Okay.
But it is. This is what you guys say is the. That's what you just said was the
Not
problem
you.
with Gama Sutra, not you.
No, by
I was
me,
hoping that Kevin can
I
maybe
will make my argument.
what the
Okay.
point is.
Okay. Let's do the other argument. Let's hear the other one.
Actually, okay. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't need to. We don't need to harp on the IGF because it was going nowhere.
I mean, if you want to discuss the other argument, you discuss him with him.
No. So
I'm
tell
okay with
us
that.
your argument. Tell us your argument about Kama Sutra being unethical.
Okay, the fear about the IGF is basically that there is a group of people who were investors in Polytron, the company that made Feds,
Sure.
who were the judges in the finalist panel.
No. Were they the judges or were they jurors?
That becomes a matter of semantics, and
No. It's not a matter of semantics.
Wait. And I have to admit that my knowledge of the English language.
Okay. So in this case, the judges pre-screened the games and the jurors awarded the prize.
And there are hundreds of judges, and there's
Hundreds
only,
of
like,
judges.
a couple jurors.
No, the judges decided which games would be voted on by the jurors in the first place.
Yep,
Right,
that's
that's what you
called
said.
pre-screening.
Yes, but it was more than just pre-screening because it wasn't just like, well, is this game valid or not? No, is this game?
Yeah,
Is it,
they only gave the jurors X games, where X is a small number, and the people who picked that small number were the judges.
yes, and there's likely ethical breaches among the jurors too, but I haven't looked into that quite yet.
Well, okay, Kevin, let's
Wait.
ignore your speculative ethical breaches, and let's just focus on the one that we're actually looking at right here.
Here we are talking about 8 out of 10, so they're probably jurors. Okay.
8 out of 10 what?
8 out of 10 what? And where are you getting this information from?
Oh.
And also, how does this have anything to do with Gama Sutra yet?
Okay, we can use that as a trump card later.
Okay.
Do you have trump cards now?
Yeah, that's okay, so the IGF is unethical. What does this have to do with Gama Sutra? We'll play that at the end.
Okay.
It seems very obvious, right? It's like you're talking about Gama Sutra. I thought we were talking about the Gama Sutra. Like, that's what it was. But now it's all this IGF stuff. If the IGF is corrupt to the core, we can maybe take a harder look at Gama Sutra because we know they have some connections, but that doesn't mean Gama Sutra is unethical.
Okay, Gama Sutra is more about the whole gamers are dead, legalism.
Wait. Writing an article that you think is garbage is not unethical.
No, okay.
Writing an article that really pisses you off is not unethical. Because if it is, then you guys follow the most unethical media in the entire world.
What? If it is?
If it is unethical to write articles that piss people off, you guys follow Breitbart.
No, absolutely not. I'm not talking about an article that pisses you off.
What was unethical about the Gamers Are Dead article?
It was slandering, and it was...
Slandering is a legal term.
Well,
slandering is a legal term. No identifiable individual was mentioned in that piece, so there was no slander.
Yeah. Okay, I will have to change the term there.
It certainly was hurtful. Do you mean hurtful?
No.
Okay.
Hurtful is not a problem. Okay.
Okay.
The problem is it painted gamers in broad strokes.
So it was wrong?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so is it unethical to be factually inaccurate?
No.
Okay, so its wrongness isn't relevant.
Why?
Well, you just said it's not unethical to be wrong.
Yeah, sure.
Is it unethical to be wrong, or is it not unethical to be wrong?
No, it's not unethical to be wrong.
Okay, so you're saying the article was
it's
wrong.
It's wrong to be wrong, I will say. But
sure, it's wrong to be wrong, but I'm regardless. What was unethical about the article?
The fact that it appeared when people started to investigate game journalism.
So what you're saying is the article, the article was poorly timed?
No, I'm saying it was a smoke screen to.
The article had the article had a political motive.
I don't know if it's political.
Well, I'm trying to find out. So without talking about the article specifically, right?
Honestly,
but you keep talking about the article specifically, and what I'm trying to get you to do is to tell me the unethical thing, not tell me about the article. So in very broad terms, I've given you a lot of things that might be unethical, right? So, but you keep talking about the very specific article. So what's the unethical thing that was done, not what was unethical about the article? What did they do wrong, not what was wrong? Did they have a conflict of interest?
Yeah.
Did Gama Sutra had a conflict of interest when they wrote the Gamers Are Dead article? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Basically. What was the conflict of interest? Like, whose interests were conflicting?
Okay, maybe conflict of I'm not sure that conflict of interest in this case is the correct term. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that The Gamers Are Dead is an article that appeared when people started to investigate game journalism.
Right. It had a political motive. The article had a political motive to cover up game journalism's badnesses. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
It had a political motive. So you would say that articles written.
I don't understand though, but why you say it's political? Because it's not really political. It's a personal interest. It's not political.
Well, how did she have a personal interest? What was her personal interest in the whole thing?
To cover, to divert the attention from the ethical issues.
Okay, right. That would be a political motive, not a personal motive. Her motive was global, not personal. She wanted us to stop talking about ethics, and so because she had that motive, she wrote the article.
Wait, it's probably because we disagree on something.
Talking
about ethics is politics to you?
Yeah, everything is politics. But regardless of everything being politics.
Okay. I do not agree with the statement. So let's say.
What I mean by everything is politics. Ethical breaches. Politics isn't merely voting for people. It's about the way we live our public life. And ethics in gaming journalism. I mean, it's the definition, so you have to agree. I'm right and you're wrong.
I do not believe that is the definition of politics.
You may want to take our word on this.
You really do. I don't like having a definitions fight with someone who doesn't speak the language natively. So I'm willing to accept that you made an error.
I mean, okay, but I'm pretty sure that politics or politica in Italian both comes from Greek. So
yeah, it's the Greek word for meaning relating to the practice and theory of influencing other people.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so she wanted to influence other people to stop talking about something.
Very convoluted, but okay. Let's assume it is.
Okay, so here's my question. Is it immoral to write an article with a political goal? Is it immoral to write an article with a goal that you don't express right there in the article? Which I think is what you're saying. Her goal was to make us stop talking about Zoe Quinn, so she wrote this article.
No, wait. You are talking about Zoe Quinn.
Okay, fine. Her goal was to make us stop talking about ethics in gaming journalism, so she wrote this article.
Yeah.
That was her goal. Her goal was to make us stop talking about ethics in gaming and journalism, so she wrote this article.
Yeah.
That's what you're alleging, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're saying that it is not moral to write an article with a goal that you don't expressly state up front. Is that the unethical thing? So can I write an article right now? Can I write an article right now?
No, it's not my point.
Okay, I'm trying to get at it because I don't understand. Can I write an article right now that is titled "Why Scarlet IT is Wrong About GamerGate," with the goal being to convince people that GamerGate is a bad idea? Is that ethical or not ethical?
It's ethical. I mean,
okay.
Obviously, we have to check the content of the article.
The content of the article, it's not relevant.
The general idea is not unethical.
Right. So I don't have to come out in the headline or anywhere in my article and tell you why I'm writing it. I can have ulterior motives, and that's totally ethical.
Yeah, it depends on those motives, of course, but
no. But you can't say that it's unethical because it's wrong.
The mere fact of having ulterior motives is not necessarily unethical.
So I still don't understand what was so unethical about the article. Let's posit that it was rude. Let's posit that it was over the top. Let's posit that it was wrong. Let's posit all those things.
It's unethical to divert a discussion, to try to silence it.
So it's unethical to divert a discussion from what it's talking about to what you want it to be talking about?
In order to silence it, yes.
In order to silence it. So let me ask you a question then about ethics.
Sure.
Is it ethical for you guys to be boycotting Kotaku and Polygon?
depends on the reasons, and I believe the reasons behind GamerGate
Because they're unethical and they keep saying unethical things, right? So you want to change what they're talking about. I mean, that's exactly what you just said was unethical.
Is more complicated than that. It's not that simple.
It seems to me that your underlying argument is because she was wrong, which is okay. If it's unethical to be wrong, I'm on board with that. I can accept it's unethical to be wrong. That works for me. I'm down with that. I believe inherently that people who are wrong are unethical.
I don't, but okay. I mean, it's your statement, not mine.
Sure, but we're trying to understand your perspective on these issues so we can have a discussion about it, and it seems like it's kind of hard to pin down.
Yeah, the perspective is there was an investigation on what was happening in game journalism.
Right. So this is what I really want to get at.
About how game journalism was too close to the developers.
Right. And here's the last point that I want to get at, because this is what really kills me. There wasn't. There wasn't at the time. There was no such investigation at the time that the Gamers Are Dead article was written. When the Gamers Are Dead article was written, the only thing that was being done with respect to ethics in gaming journalism was joking about how someone slept with 5 people. And joking about it publicly so everyone could see it.
I'm sorry, but that investigation comes way before Zoe Quinn. I mean, it's something that started a long way ago. And I mean,
Scarlett, could you explain what you just said? Because that is very strange to me.
So
what is so strange?
She wrote the article just after the whole Zoe Quinn thing started. But what she was actually trying to derail was the argument that started with Gerstmann back in 2005.
No. Wait.
So I want to slow down, and I want to understand what you mean when you say that there was an investigation into the ethics of gaming journalists before the Five Guys video.
No. I'm not saying before the Five Guys video.
Okay.
Basically, there was the conspiracy, the Five Guys video, and all those things.
When did the investigation into ethics of gaming journalists begin?
What happened now as an investigation from that. And the Five Guys is mostly a bunch of shit. Okay, especially the reasons behind that. I mean, the whole she's left for the reviews.
Did you answer my question? I'm not really clear.
No. I'm trying. Okay, that is not something that I agree with. Okay, the whole five guys, burgers and fries, but from that, and possibly for the wrong reasons, people started to see if there was other concerns like that.
When did that happen?
Well, it happened certainly with the burgers and fries, but it was happening already for Fez winning the IGF, and
so you're saying before burgers and fries, this investigation had already begun?
There was several investigations that became...
That's fine. Were some of them before burgers and fries?
Yeah, something...
Point me at one of them. Point me at any one of them. Show me just one of these investigations, because...
Wait, I'm checking for the chronology. So, let's see. Burgers and fries started in which date? I'm sorry, do you know?
16th of August, 2014.
Okay, 2014, but the day.
16 August.
16 August. Okay, so no. Other things started after.
Oh, okay.
Burgers and fries. after Burger and Fries.
So
But the Gamers Are Dead, the date was, remember me that? Yeah,
the 28th of August.
Yeah, between Burgers and Fries and the Gamers Are Dead, there was investigation.
What investigation? What?
For example, the one that followed the hacking of Polytron.
So you mean an investigation that actually disclosed nothing, found nothing, and was basically about harassing Zoe Quinn, right?
It was about harassing Phil Fish, too.
Well, no, but it's because Phil Fish stood up for Zoe Quinn.
Yeah, and they already hated Phil Fish, too.
No, wait. We are talking about the hacking that came out with the investors who were judged in the IGF.
Polytron was hacked, right?
Polytron was hacked because Phil Fish said that what you're doing to Zoe Quinn is bad and wrong, and I hate you for it.
I wouldn't say that. I mean,
well, okay.
Possibly.
Let's do the timeline. Phil Fish tweets, "You fucking man children are treating Zoe Quinn like garbage. I hate you all. Fez 2 is canceled." Polytron is promptly hacked, and you're saying they're totally unrelated.
Yeah.
The same day. It was the
same day.
Okay.
And you're saying they're totally unrelated.
I'm not saying they are totally unrelated.
But you were saying they were totally unrelated.
Okay.
No, I'm saying I'm not sure they are unrelated. There are a lot of people who hate Phil Fish for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Way before Zoe Quinn was even a name.
Yeah, sure. Phil Fish. I watched the whole movie about it.
Yeah. Okay.
But let me try this again. The same day Phil Fish says, "You man children are treating Zoe Quinn like shit. Fez 2 is canceled. I hate you all." He gets hacked.
Okay.
You're saying they're unrelated.
I don't know if they are.
Do you think they're related or not?
Honest opinion.
Honest opinion. Come on. Come on.
It's an honest opinion. I really don't know. Because.
Well, I know you don't know, but what do you think? Let's imagine we had to bet on it.
Which side would you bet on? Like $10.
Which side would you bet on?
I think I will still bet on unrelated. You know.
You know what? There's a point at which you can never convince anyone, regardless of how much evidence you show them. So that's fine.
No. But I mean, I don't want to exclude that.
Hey, aGG.
No, I'm not saying you're 100% that it was absolutely unrelated. That's very different. You're saying that you believe that there's a greater than 50% chance that it was unrelated, and I would say that there's a 99% chance that they're directly related.
Okay, I believe it's at most a 55, something like that. I mean, it's out there, but let's assume that it's 100%
that they are in fact related. Okay.
Yeah, let's say that is.
So is that really So is it an investigation into ethics if someone hacks someone's website and dumps all their financials to fuck with them, or is that just fucking with people?
aGG, we have an offer to moderate the stream by John Kelly.
Absolutely not.
No.
He can join in as a gator, right?
He can join in as a gator, but I am not accepting third-party moderators.
Okay.
Wait, third party, as if you're moderating now. Seems legit.
I'm not moderating.
Nobody's moderating.
Yeah, it's obvious.
I'd say that this is a lot better of a much more moderated discussion than any of the other streams that I've seen.
No, but it's better than before.
That's fair.
It's very stream.
Okay, well, people learn how to discuss with each other over time.
The problem I have here is basically, do you value the information because of the reasons someone came up with that, or if they are true or not?
I think we should talk about that in a very calm and reasonable way, because
sure,
I think that you're going to end this conversation convinced that we are right.
Yeah, I believe I'm pretty calm.
Okay, no, I'm not saying you're not.
Make sure that
so here's what I would say. Here's what I would say. I would say that you have to weigh the value of both sides, and when you are looking at information that is incredibly sensitive, financial information, hacked from someone's website, you have to show an incredible amount of possible value to conduct an investigation on that information. And when what the possible value that's been shown about the Polytron information has been literally less money than I spent on a contractor to renovate my house.
And can I sort of, I think that is part of this, and I'm asking an honest question here, because I'm not an expert on this. Is part of this the expected value? Because obviously you can look at it after the fact, but you can't justify doing something like that after the fact. You have to justify it before.
Sure. You have to justify it before you do the investigation. I completely agree with that.
The point is that if, can you justify hacking the account of this company knowing what we knew before?
Can I field the question?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, how you guys doing tonight?
Doing good.
Hi.
Okay, sounds good. So you got a new avatar?
Yes.
It's for my friend.
All right.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, Fox News definitely has some issues. I don't think you'll find anyone who will think that Fox News is reliable.
Bunch of gators would.
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Is Milo a gator or not? Is Milo a gator or not?
No.
Fine. Whatever. Who cares?
Okay.
Guys, back to Polytron.
It's kind of
Back to Polytron.
Guys, nobody cares.
Okay. The Polytron thing about that. Is it justifiable to hack into Polytron's account? No, it's not. That's a criminal act, and whoever did it, I'd like to see. They probably face some either civil or legal litigation against them. However, it is very likely that someone on the Polytron team actually did it. However, don't quote me on that.
We're going to quote you on that because you just said it on a live recorded stream. Don't say things that you don't believe.
Can you say that again?
I said it is likely that it was done by someone on the inside.
How likely would you say that is? Is it greater than 1%?
To clarify, this is greater than 1%. I don't think you can put it in terms of percentage. I mean, like, you'd have to compare it to something else.
Do you think it's even reasonably likely?
Yes, it is very, very likely. And the reason for that is a leak like this.
You sure the most likely thing? You sure the more likely thing isn't that it was, a weak password or something along those lines? You sure that's not much more likely?
I'm not. Can I just say that it's a likely possibility, but without?
No.
Why not? Regardless, it's still a possibility that it was done internally.
Well, you said it was a likely possibility.
Right. Okay.
If you go back to possibility, I'll give you that. It's a possibility. I mean, it also could have been Al Qaeda, but it's a possibility.
No.
Regardless, the act of hacking itself would definitely been wrong, and to my understanding, criminally wrong.
John, we want to go back to when you said it was possible that they could have done it to themselves.
Can I answer the question first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Want to go back to that.
No, he backed off. He backed off to possible. Everything is possible.
I just want to establish them. If you say possible, we can move on. If you say it's likely, we can't.
You know what? I'll give you this one because I was jumping the gun on that one because that is a bit hearsay.
I think you did. I think a lot of people did, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, people do go off on hearsay way too much. I would say as a human problem in general, but we're really going into minutia at this point. We should really stick on.
You did it.
No, that was not minutia.
Oh my gosh! Pick up
It's not minutia to evaluate because if it was an insider who leaked it, then it's a very different story because the insider had already seen it and evaluated it and said this is interesting, you should read it, but that didn't happen.
Okay. I'm not sure, but again, I'm willing to accept the worst case scenario. Okay. So let's say someone hacked
the person who hacked it should face either civil or legal litigation. I'm not an expert in.
There are no civil penalties. There are no civil penalties that are coming for that because no damages were done. So it's purely criminal.
Yeah.
Okay, purely criminal. If the act was illegal, then it should definitely be something that the police should look into and investigate. As for the data itself, according to U.S. law, and Indefensible cited the laws on this, it is not illegal to disseminate, to go over the data obtained through legal action.
Okay, but that's not ethics, that's law.
Yeah, there's a big difference here.
Okay. Is it ethical? In a situation like this, I would say yes, because it's corruption.
Did you know it was corruption before you looked at the documents?
Did I know? It doesn't matter.
We already established that it does matter.
It's very important.
Oh, wait.
Just leaking a bunch of documents and saying, here's some
Yeah.
interesting personal documents about this person. It's not ethical to scour those documents, regardless of what you find in your scour.
Wait.
According to whom?
We are
According
talking
to what standard of ethics?
Okay, okay. According to
Because
you.
I do want to understand what standard of ethics are being applied here.
I mean, look, I'm looking at it from a perspective of legal ethics. And from a perspective of legal ethics, if I received stolen work product, it's inappropriate to look through it unless there's some pressing reason why I believe something tremendously important is in that stolen work product. Period.
Okay, let's put it this way. Someone gives you this information and they tell you that is proof about corruption.
Totally ethical to look at it.
Okay. And they
But that's
admit.
not what happened. What happened was someone just said, here's what happened. Someone hacked Polytron and dumped all their data up for everyone to look at. That's what happened.
Okay.
That's all that happened. So anyone who then scoured that data, unethical.
I disagree. And the reason I disagree is because if someone is going to take that information and to my knowledge this was released on a Chan board or a Reddit board or something like that. It's a place where it was released on the internet and it was available to view for thousands of people. As far as I'm concerned, that's unavoidable. Now, you can say whether each of those thousands of people are wrong for doing that.
Each one of them.
Very
wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here's the thing. What's going to happen is those people are going to look at them, and they're going to investigate them and take a look for themselves.
They shouldn't. They're unethical people.
Okay, well, after the first wave of people look into it, if they start spouting off things based on those documents, wouldn't it behoove people who are doing investigative work into this subject to look into the documents themselves to get to the truth of the matter?
Sure, but the unethical thing has already been done. It's all poisoned, unethical bullshit at this point.
So I want to stop real quick.
I don't think
John, I want to stop real quick. Okay.
Okay.
So let's go through that timeline of what you just said. You said that people who did the hacking did something wrong. I agree. I assume that you agree that the people who put it on the internet also did something wrong. Probably the same people as the hackers, whatever. So then there's this first wave of people who look at it and say, "Oh fuck! All right, I hate Polytron and Fez. Let's take a look at this shit." And I happen to know what happened there because they looked at it and then they made a video called Indefensible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you came in, is that you saw that video, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are the people that made that video unethical?
No, I would not say that because they were doing
talk about
investigative
why they're
work.
Me neither.
I would not say that was unethical because at that point everyone had already looked into the data and they were looking to get to the truth.
They were the ones who
Oh, they looked at the data. They're the first.
Not everyone had, because there was no video telling you to look into it yet, right? If
No,
one
but
makes
before
the
that,
Indefensible video, you haven't done that.
it was already publicly released, and the person who publicly released it told everyone to go look into this.
No,
And
this.
That's not true.
Who told the
That's not
creator
true.
of the Indefensible video to go look at that
Sorry.
stuff?
The documents were just dumped. There was no, like, look at this, there's ethics here. It's just, here's Fez's financials, fuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Let me take a look into the actual post itself because that is screen capped. For a
Let's
second.
do it.
All right. If someone else wants to talk while I look this up, go ahead.
I do not agree with the way you divide ethical and unethical. I'm sorry, but I don't.
Are you sure that you're not looking at these ethical situations simply in a way that's convenient for you? Because it very much seems that way, that if you were on the other side of this thing, you would say, "Oh my God, they leaked my financials.
No.
What the fuck are you doing?"
No, wait. They leaked my financial is
Yours.
But what we're talking about here
Yeah,
is
if someone leaked your tax returns and bank statements.
Yeah.
Just leaked them because fuck you, Scarlet IT. I'm gonna leak your shit.
Yeah. The person.
Would it be ethical? Let's be clear. People know what I do for a living. I work for a hedge fund. I analyze companies all the time. I can find fraud in your financials. Should I analyze your financials? I am way better than the retards who did that Indefensible video.
If that's so, why don't you do your own video giving a second look at the data?
Right? Ethics. Because ethics.
Well, that doesn't make sense at this point because you already agreed that the video is already out there. So
Yeah, but because I don't think that the right way to respond to people doing something terribly wrong is to then follow it up by making an even bigger stink about how it's out there.
Well, then my question to you is, and considering that this is already out there and already in public consciousness, and you don't believe anything's going wrong here, why not do your own investigative work, research it yourself?
You didn't even have to do any investigative work. There was hardly any data there. You literally had to make something up out of whole cloth, which you're about to do.
Like, oh, that's just bullshit, and then that's what we did.
No, I don't think you two have actually done enough research in order to make that assessment. To be honest.
So you explain to me what's unethical. You explain to me what's unethical in the Polytron financials.
Okay, what's unethical in the Polytron data, as has been revealed, and in the indefensible videos, which they've done about, I think they've done 3 videos on the IGF.
But what's just hit it? What's unethical in the Polytron financials?
Okay, what's unethical about it is there's a clear conflict of interest, but not necessarily a direct one, but one that is gone through what the preponderance of evidence would suggest would be a deliberate obfuscation to. Okay, let me try
this again. Those were a lot of words. So who did what to who when?
Well, I use a lot of words because I want to choose my words carefully.
No, don't choose your words carefully. Choose your words clearly. Say who did what to who when.
All right. Essentially, I would say that most of the problems of IGF stem from Brandon Boyer himself.
Brandon Boyer?
Yes.
I'm helping you. Who? Now what he did?
He changed the rules of the contest.
Changed the rules of the contest?
He changed them to make them inherently unfair, to not make it a fair competition, and to basically make it
right. I don't mean to be rude or anything. I don't mean to be rude or anything when I talk about financials, because I really do talk about them a lot all day. That wasn't in any financials.
The thing is, though, people who were on voting panels of the IGF and chose the new voting panels for future IGF panels had financial ties with Polytron, and that's where.
So who did what to who? When?
To be perfectly honest, it's been a while since I last looked at the IGF.
So, John, we can actually help you out here because I'm pretty sure that we can find out very quickly who did what to who when.
But when I've asked you to do that,
Capybara Games.
I think what you're trying to do is make an appeal to relevance.
No, I'm just asking you to describe what's wrong with the financials. And what you said was wrong with the financials was IGF voting systems. And I know that and I haven't even read the financials. I know that there's nothing about IGF voting systems in the Polytron financials.
And I can tell you
well, if there is evidence, that is an appeal to ignorance. And
no, it's not an appeal to ignorance. It's not an appeal to ignorance. I know that there is nothing about IGF voting in the Polytron financials. And I'm not going to make an appeal to ignorance. I'm just telling you, I know there's not.
John, I also want to say that what you just said was actually public knowledge before those financials were released.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to tell us something financial, because that's what's in the financials.
What was in the financials that made it worth revealing to the public?
Well, again, it has to do with the conflict of interest developed between the judges, the jurors, and the chairman.
Who?
Of the IGF.
Nathan Vella.
I don't know names off the top of my head.
Mel Shepard.
You're just saying a bunch of names now.
Yeah.
I don't know names off the top of my head.
John, why don't you go look at them?
I'm looking at them. Basically, they are the Polytron investors on the IGF jury.
Great. Let's talk about that. Who was that?
Who was that? Who? The jury?
No,
the investors.
Sorry. We were talking over you. So.
I have here some names: Nathan Vella, Ron Carmel.
So I actually have a hard time understanding your accent. I'm so sorry.
And I imagine.
Can you maybe post them in the chat and also read them out loud so the viewers at home can hear them? But I want to Google them.
Sure.
Speaking of which, why aren't you reading the comments?
I don't know how to read the comments.
You mean in the chat?
Wait. Weren't you making fun of Justicar for not knowing how to mute the video first?
No, no, no.
And yet you're
I know how to mute everything on my computer, but I've never moderated one of these Hangouts. So every time I open the YouTube page, it opens it as me, and I can't see the goddamn comments.
hey,
So if you
aGG,
could tell me how to
if you need
fix
some
that.
help in Google Hangouts, I use Google Hangouts a lot.
How do I look at the fucking YouTube comments?
Oh, okay. What is the name of your channel?
I have no fucking idea.
I'll link it. I'll link it. Okay.
Is it possible
Alright.
to put Don in charge of some of this? And he can
I
promise
would
not to
happily
do
put him
that?
in charge, but I don't know how to do that either.
Well, basically, when it comes to moderating panels, you're a bit limited. You can, as a host of the call, eject somebody. And that's about the extent of it. And unfortunately, when you eject somebody, it also prevents them from rejoining the Hangout, or fortunately, depending on your disposition. As far as there's also some controls you have that I'm not too familiar with in the back end, where you can set
How do
up
we get the comments?
before the stream
Yeah, how do I look at the fucking comments?
All right. If I need to know your channel first, and I'm not subscribed to your channel, let
It's
me
in the
try
chat.
to look that up for you. So just hold on 1 second.
Okay.
All right. I'm looking at your profile, and that should give me a link to your YouTube channel, and then I'll be able to find.
Every time
Okay,
I
so-
click on something, the stream goes to shit.
You,
Hey,
you
aGG.
really, no,
Well, you
it's
two having
cool,
fun?
dude. I mean, like, I've been on a lot of streams where people have been having trouble with setting up channels, and
Oh, I see them now. Oh, I can review the comments. Oh, I don't want to review the comments. This doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, if you want to, yeah, basically what I do when I'm hosting one of these streams or I'm on one of these streams is I, oh, you don't actually have chat enabled, but you do.
How do
people
I
are able to
enable
comment.
chat?
That's a good question because honestly, some people have trouble with that, and I think it has to do with the control settings. But for some reason, for me, it was always on by default, but for some other people, it's been off by default.
Okay,
I know
I'll figure it
why.
out at some point in the future. Oh, well,
I
okay.
contacted,
You
I
can look
contacted
around for a
Google
bit, and
support.
I will field
They
the
had problems, too.
questions.
Yeah, like unfortunately, a lot of this stuff just seems to like
Sure.
I'm not a complete expert in every detail of this.
Well,
But,
I want to just interrupt real quick, which is that I think aGG can click around and have fun.
I'm going to click around, and you guys talk about the shit.
Sure. So Scarlet IT posted some information in the chat, and I would like to see where you got this from. Could you post a link to the source?
Sure. It's the
Talking-
wiki.
Just post the link, please.
Sure.
Okay, you want to link to
so-
the Polytron data? Do you want to link to the Polytron data?
I want to link to wherever this thing came from. That Scarlet IT just
Something
posted.
around.
So I'm gonna summarize it for the viewers at home real quick while you guys post the link for me.
Okay, hold on a second.
Okay. So for the viewers at home, what this stuff is that's been posted is information about a group of investors who offered a loan to Polytron in return for percentages of the revenue when Fez was released. And there's several names here. A few of them are recognizable. These people later went on to found the Indie Fund. So this is the stuff you've all heard from the Indie Fencible video. Let's talk about what sort of influence these guys had over the judging and jurying process for the years when Fez won.
Can I explain? Can I give the biggest influencer they really have over the IGF and why it's a big issue?
If you can do it very quickly.
Yes. Simply put, the winner of the IGF typically gets Steam greenlight, and it becomes a smash hit amongst the indie click. Not just amongst the indie click, but amongst the websites that promote and endorse the IGF and other places.
Already what you just said is maybe going a little bit far. Let's look at
But
previous
you can see
IGF
the
winners.
financial benefit in winning the IGF award,
Sure.
correct?
I don't want to say that there's
That's
zero
why this is an
but
important
John, I
issue.
think that you just went a little bit far when you were describing how much benefit there is. I don't disagree with you that if there was some sort of conscious manipulation to try to make people win this, if there was a financial return on that, I think that's definitely something that could conceivably be a problem. I just think you overstated it a little bit.
Okay, well then let me ask you, what if there was a bit of groupthink within the people who were judging and choosing jurors?
I think that is probably. I can see how that would be a problem in some situations. I also see how, to some degree, it's inevitable, and to some degree, it's. I mean, not the end of the
Then-
world either. So we have to
then
look
may-
at how
may
much
I
of a degree
propose-
there is.
Then may I propose that the approach to this problem should be to minimize that groupthink to as much as possible?
I think you have no fucking idea what you're saying when you just say that sentence right there.
No.
You know what that means?
I do know what that means. I do recognize that there's no perfect solutions. However, I do find the best possible solution to something.
Okay, so I think that I think that's a discussion that we could have, and maybe we'll get there. But first, I want to see if this thing that you're saying about Fez, this implication, has any sort of real-world credibility to it.
All right.
So, let's look at who was doing the judging and the jurying that year. And that's going to take me a second because I'm on the IGF website.
It's also very important to note. It's also important to note that the people who judge for the prior year choose the jurors of the next year.
I would be interested in you getting a link that says exactly that, because I know that IGF did a really great link explaining their whole process when GamerGate started targeting them. So maybe we can find that and use that as a source.
Mm-hmm. Although I wouldn't say that they were targeting them necessarily. I would say that they were.
I don't know what other word you could use, but I think targeting.
There's other words you can use.
Is targeting really the wrong word, though?
Targeting implies that they're doing something wrong, like an attack of some sort.
No, I don't think
which
it does at
is
all. I target things, and I target GamerGate right now.
I agree. We are targeting IGF. Okay. I agree. Personally, I agree.
I know why there's no live chat, because new users can't have live chat on their channels.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
No, I thought it was because you launched it from Google Hangouts instead of YouTube. That's what they told me on Google support.
Oh, really? Well, there's nothing I can do to fix that now. Next time I'll watch it from YouTube.
aGG, after the stream, I'll be glad to help you out with some technical side of things for, say, Google Hangouts.
I only fucked it up 4 times. Okay, so moving onwards. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, we're talking about the IGF corruption. Now, you guys watched the indie. Well, first off, I want to know exactly why you brought IGF into this. Like, where did you guys first hear of the IGF scandals and stuff?
So we didn't bring this into this, obviously.
We said what's unethical about Gamma Sutra, and you guys started talking about the IGF.
Not you personally, because you weren't here. But
right. Okay. If I was to talk about what's unethical about Gamma Sutra,
We're still on the IGF thing, to be honest.
Yeah, I would say it would be the actions of certain writers and editors.
Wait, we're back on. That's Gamma Sutra, not IGF. We're back on. We're on IGF.
John,
I
appreciate the point you're trying to make, John, but we did that. We can get back to it, but right now we're on this.
All right. When it comes specifically to the IGF, I think the reason why, to explain why the conversation segued from IGF to from Gamma Sutra to IGF.
I know why it did. We actually went over this. We actually just do this IGF thing right now.
All right.
Yeah, we totally want to talk about the IGF thing.
Right, but I do think it's a very pertinent point to make.
We already made it. You weren't here.
All right. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. I just want to catch you up.
Okay. Right. So when it comes to specific improprieties of the IGF, it really has to do with it basically has to do with the friends helping friends scenario, the cronyism within the IGF, which the indefensible videos have laid out the case as to exactly why everything is messed up with the IGF.
Well, what they've done is alleged it in very strong language and very little proof.
I would say that the evidence isn't 100% silver bullet, but there is enough evidence to suggest that.
What evidence is it?
Anecdotes from people inside the IGF who have actually been a part of this clique and who have said that it's terrible. If I forget, I think it was which guy said it. There was one developer.
The guys from Super Meat Boy.
So he didn't say anything about Fez. So let's leave that one.
I don't know if it was specifically the guy from Super Meat Boy, but one of the developers said when he was commenting on this, and this is someone who quote unquote didn't like GamerGate.
Do you know what his name is?
Huh? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember his name. If so, I will try to.
I'll tell you who he is once you say it. We'll just go on.
He said it in some kind of a recording or podcast or something like that, and he was talking about he said all these he was being very dismissive of a lot of the concerns that gamers have and a lot of concerns that readers of the followers of games media have.
You mean GamerGate?
I don't use those terms. Like we've kind of discussed.
You mean GamerGate reporters?
How do you I don't subscribe to those terms because again, I just inherently reject any identity that is based upon self-identification.
But just move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we'll move on.
Again, semantics.
we would get getting semantics. But the point is, he said that the one thing that they did right, in his opinion, is that basically the indie scene community started with about 20 to 30 people, and they all knew each other and all supported each other. But what they didn't realize was that as they grew bigger, that cliquishness, that that culture of friends helping friends was still there, and it kept on going there, and it just caused a lot of problems. And that's why that one particular developer left out. He wasn't the only one to have said this. There was a couple of others, and I believe, including, ironically enough, Phil Fish himself even said that there was a problem there. So multiple people inside the indie scene.
That kind of complicates your point, doesn't it?
Why does it complicate my point if multiple people in the indie scene complain about?
Phil Fish, it complicates your point.
I don't think it does. And the reason I don't think it does was because when it was his turn, he was satisfied, but when it wasn't his turn to be rewarded, it wasn't satisfied.
But he hasn't done any other games.
Phil Fish?
Yeah.
He made his one game, and then he pretty much and then he just went off. I mean, you saw
it not his turn.
If there's one thing that can be definitively said about Phil Fish, is that the man does not take criticism well.
But wait, you said it wasn't his turn, but how could it have been his turn? He had his turn. His game was a huge success. When was he going to get another turn?
Twice.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't understand.
Right.
You're saying that he was mad it wasn't his turn. How would they have given him another turn?
No.
He didn't have another game.
I mean, he was okay with the system when he had something to be awarded for it, and when he didn't need it, he was
hold on. Can I address
the
this?
system.
Can I address this?
Go ahead.
All right. Even if Phil Fish is guilty of improprietous acts, it doesn't matter if he himself is also calling out the IG. If he himself also recognizes there's other improprieties.
Okay, fine. That's not one argument. You said the reason that he was calling it out is because it wasn't his turn anymore. Then that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, that just made no sense.
In line.
To be perfectly honest, if I was to argue about the IGF, I would have prepared for it ahead of time.
I didn't get to prepare ahead of time.
Yeah, we didn't know. So anyway, John, I want to back to the actual winning an award thing, because what you're just coming to the table with right there was a couple anecdotes, and I appreciate some of the message from those anecdotes. And I don't want to be dismissive about any of it because
it's not a couple. There's many, many anecdotes.
That's great, but these are anecdotes, and I want to look at data.
Okay.
Let's look at information and proof, right? Saying somebody said this thing is the opposite of proof, because it's not.
If you look at the data, if you analyze the data, it's a consistent trend that.
Let's look at the data. Let's do it.
Which year would you like? Let's look at the data for 2015, right?
Yeah, we could look at this.
The data is I have to click the links to go over it and then go over each individual point. And again, I'd rather not argue the IGF specifically because even though I've looked into it, even though I found out stuff about it.
So let's do Gama Sutra. Why is Gama Sutra unethical?
Why are they unethical? Because they have been, well, first and foremost, I would say because they were involved with the Game Journal Pro's email list. And the reason why this is inherently unethical itself is because inside that group, they were able to push narratives a la.
Are you on any email lists?
No.
You're not on. Are you on any Skype chats? Reddit distributions, Twitter DMs.
You use it with me. I'm in some mailing lists.
You're on some mailing lists.
Hold on. You're not getting the reason why that's unethical. It's not. Networking in of itself is not unethical.
Oh, okay.
I want to make
that clear. Good.
Yes, because
that would be very silly.
Yeah, believe it or not, there are I can tell you stories about people who get things wrong about that and just go on crazy conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I thought you were about to do it, which is why I was going to talk about the fact that no one's on no mailing lists.
Another time I'll tell you about. I'll go into another time. But what's the problem is when you have networking, it's what you do with those connections that makes something that creates an unethical relalectionship. For instance, if you have contacts with if two websites have contact with each other and they network and they discuss things, that's not necessarily.
No, I like the hypotheticals. I'm going to give him the hypotheticals. The hypotheticals are because they're not unethical.
Okay, can I tell you about this? All right, let me give an example.
Give an example because that's what he wanted.
Okay, the allegations against Brad Wardell. Now, you yourself attest that if something isn't definitively proven, you shouldn't say that it's
Totally disagree.
No,
So the allegations that were made against Brad Wardell is that a lawsuit had been filed alleging that Brad Wardell did this, that, and the other thing. And every single word of that was true.
Yeah, but
what?
They went off and said it was true.
No, the lawsuit had been filed that said he did this, that, and the other thing.
Who
and
said
that was
he actually
true.
did it?
No one said he did it. Everyone said a lawsuit was filed alleging that he did this thing.
No, but the point is, the Game Journal Pro's email list was used multiple times, provably so, to push narratives, and that's where the unethical stuff comes in.
What happened to the example we were just talking
No,
about?
well, I like the example. What's wrong with the example? It was a great example.
Brad Wardell is an example because they were saying definitively that the accusations were true when they were
Who
only
said
alleged.
that?
And they never followed up on the story.
What article said something as libelous as Brad Wardell did these things that someone's suing him about?
Let me look it up. Hold on.
Because it's been a long time since I took Torts 101, but I'm pretty sure that saying someone's civilly responsible for something when they're not, or in the middle of a lawsuit, is probably a tort. Probably. Been a long time.
And John, when you don't find an article that says this, you can ask me for help for reframing this point in a way where it actually might be a little bit unethical.
I know the way it might be a little bit unethical.
Hey, I know. I imagine you do.
It's that they didn't ask Brad Wardell for comment in a reasonable time frame. Is that the answer?
That would be part of it. They didn't do their due
diligence. That would be the problem.
Yes. So
the problem wasn't anything, but that's not what you said. That's what I said.
So what you just said was that they accused him of doing it.
Well, I believe that when I say that, that's a good point. I should have qualified that they didn't do their due diligence as reporting on the story, so they made it look like he was guilty as opposed to covering as much of the information and facts as possible.
Wait. I have I'm gonna link it about the article. What was written exactly?
Sure.
And what is the problem?
I got it. I'm ready to take your link. I'm gonna take it.
I wrote the passage.
So, let's see. Ben Kuchera wrote in the Penny Arcade report, the title of the article that he wrote was Stardock CEO Brad Wardell sued for sexual harassment with some damning evidence.
It's a little juicy as a title, but some of that evidence right there, I'm surprised that the lady settled.
Right, but when reporting the news, is it good to use weasel words to sensationalize?
I would feel a lot more. I would feel a lot better about that if I didn't live in New York City, the tabloid headquarters of the world. So the fact of the matter is, headless man found in topless bar. You probably should write better headlines than that, but no one does.
Right, and I agree. I would agree that a clickbait title is not inherently unethical unless it lies about the content of the material.
But it doesn't. Okay, some of that evidence was pretty damning. He wrote an email to his employees saying that he is a sexist, and if they don't like it, they can quit. Like, I don't mean to put on a litigator hat that I don't have, but if I had a litigator hat, I'd put it on.
I don't think that proves he committed sexual harassment, though, to say one.
Yeah, I'm not saying it did. I'm saying that if I had a litigator hat, I'd put it on. Because I worked for many years. I worked for many years in a corporate environment, and let me tell you that if someone sent one of those emails and they worked for me, I would fire them.
No one at my company. Oh my God! Like the idea of somebody sending that email at my could work.
Right. I'm not saying, and when I say I would fire them, I don't mean like I would start a process with their manager to blah blah blah. I would tell them, look, I don't need you to keep coming in. We'll keep paying you until we figure out how we're going to fire you. But you're gone.
I would not necessarily.
Which is
someone wrote an email to a female subordinate saying, I am a disgusting sexist. I can't quote him exactly, but I could go find the email. And if you don't like it, quit. That would be the end of their career with me. And yes, he's the CEO, and that means you can't fire him. And that's why I put my litigator hat on.
Okay, that's fair. As the owner of your company, I do believe you have the right to say that.
No, you don't.
I don't get your point then. It's really
You don't get to do whatever you want. Just
You
'cause
don't
own
get
it.
to do whatever you want just because you own your company. You cannot tell people that you are going to sexually harass them and they're going to like it or they have to quit.
Did he actually say that though?
He never said that.
Here's exactly what that email said. Hold on.
Yeah.
Did he say he was going to sexually harass them?
I
Because
will read you the
here.
email.
Okie doke. And can you also link me the source?
I'll find you the email.
Okay.
That
So,
would be beyond the damning evidence. That would be confession, and I mean, it will never pass if that
I'm
was,
sure that he
because
if
I
that
find
had
this-
happened.
I find this highly unlikely that this quote-unquote damning evidence was the case, and even so, I think the problem with this title is, with the title, you're basically putting an idea in the reader's mind instead of letting them decide for themselves. I mean, this is something
Hey, John,
that...
I'll ask you a question about that.
Okay.
Does that mean that what you read might affect your worldview?
I never claimed that what media
You can say
consume-
yes.
I never okay, I will say yes, but with the
Okay.
caveat that I never claimed that what you read doesn't affect your worldview.
I never said that you did.
Right. I'm just putting it out there.
Okay, that wasn't like a gotcha. That was an honest question because I think I'm going to use it as a gotcha later.
Here's the exact quote from the email as attributed to Kotaku. I can find it in the original lawsuit, but I'm not going to. He says, in the email, I am an inappropriate, sexist, vulgar, and embarrassing person, and I'm not inclined to change my behavior. If this is a problem, you will need to find another job.
Okay.
So
But that's
And
not
that would put my litigator hat on.
all right.
I
Well,
would be ready to go.
While you can criticize him for his lack of professionalism in that email, and I'd also like to see the full context of that email
You
exchange.
can read it in the article which I linked in our chat.
Okie doke. Assuming that this is true, of course, because it's
I read it in the original lawsuits. It is accurate.
Okay. But what was the further context of this email exchange? Like, what was said before this?
She asked him to stop touching her hair and stop being so rude, inappropriate, and vulgar, and he responded saying, I won't touch your hair anymore. I'm not going to stop being rude, inappropriate, and vulgar.
So let me just read from this right here. What she said was that she had a list of 4 points, and the third point was, please be careful with your, quote, jokes, which are at many times inappropriate, sexist, vulgar, and very embarrassing, not only to me, but everyone present. That was her email.
Yeah.
Then his response was that for point number 3. Number 3, however, is not acceptable to me. I am an inappropriate, sexist, vulgar, and embarrassing person, and I'm not inclined to change my behavior. So that was him responding to the issue that she had brought up about him making sexist jokes, and he says that he does do sexist things, but is not going to change. That is the content right there.
And if she doesn't like it, she should quit.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is making a joke inherently sexist?
It doesn't matter. You asked me about. Well,
Is
that's
it
a really good question.
Yes,
So
it is.
this is where I'm not a litigator, and when I said if I was a litigator, I'd put my litigator hat.
Yeah.
I can tell you that if you were at a large corporate environment and you asked, "Hey, can I make sexist jokes?" the answer would be, "Are you fucking kidding? Get out of this lecture."
Okay. Then I have to follow up. Is that a matter of the standards the company sets themselves?
No, that's a matter of the litigators saying, "Are you fucking kidding? Run the seminar."
Okay, fair enough. But if it's his own company and he determines the rules for his own environment,
So
not doing anything.
the legal term, and this I know because I have to go to those stupid seminars, is a hostile work environment. And if he was creating what's known as a hostile work environment, then he has a problem. I don't know if he was. I don't know if he was, because I don't want him putting on his litigator hat.
I'm sorry, but all these things, how do they link to the?
But the thing is,
This is some motherfucking damning evidence.
Here's the problem.
Wait,
There's several problems with the argument you're trying to make here, and the first one being the damning evidence was it did not go through the court. The court turned it out.
Sure it did.
Wait.
This was filed with the courts as an email, as an attachment to the complaint.
But she lost her case. She
She did not lose her case. She settled her case.
Okay.
I would like.
Can you give me a primary source?
No, John, let Scarlett talk for a sec.
Can you give me a primary source?
John, let Scarlett talk for a sec.
I was asking, can you please explain the link between sexual harassment and what he responded with this email? Because you say this is damning evidence of sexual harassment.
Yeah, I'm not a litigator, but I'm saying it could arguably be called damning evidence.
You're not.
It's not unarguably non-damning. It is arguably damning.
No, I'm not even saying it's damning. I'm
really
saying it's
relevant.
not evidence at all. It doesn't seem evidence at all.
It's evidence.
Anything close.
Yeah. So in the United States, if you create what's known as a hostile work environment, you have a legal problem.
Okay, that may be so, but
and that is something, but that legal problem is not sexual harassment.
No, that legal problem is sexual harassment.
this is really pedantic because the real issue here is whether or not the reporting and coverage on this case was wholly ethical. And you yourself said that.
Let's go back. Let's look at this. So what you were complaining about was the headline to this Penny Arcade Report article.
That is one complaint I have, yes.
Okay, well, let's read the headline again. Stardock CEO Brad Wardell sued for sexual harassment, comma, but first I'm going to say that part was all true, right?
Yeah.
That part's acceptable. That's part's
with
perfect.
some damning evidence. So we just looked at some evidence, and I think that while you may or may not find it damning, John,
you think it's not damning.
John. While you may not think it's damning, a reasonable person may consider that damning evidence.
I don't think it's evidence, actually.
The problem with the headline, is how he puts weasel words into the headline with sued for Stardock CEO Brad Wardell sued for sexual harassment with some damning evidence.
If I wanted to write a really strong headline, I'd write Brad Wardell, Stardock CEO, sued with significant damning evidence, or serious damaging evidence, or massively damaging evidence, or incontrovertible proof. Some damning evidence is pretty weak.
No. Let me meet you in the middle here. I think that's a strong headline. I think it probably got lots of people interested in this. And I imagine that if I were in Brad Wardell's shoes, I would think that was very unfair. I think that absolutely. That was a headline that was constructed to gain attention, and while I do not think that it necessarily misconstrued the content of the article, I agree that a softer headline could have been used, and that would have also been appropriate. And a lot of the time, it's more ethical to go a little softer. This, however,
I would say that the problem isn't that it's a catchy headline. The problem is that you're putting an idea in the reader's mind with that headline.
That's your job. You're a writer.
No, I don't.
That is another problem. I believe that is another problem. I mean, let's talk about this. In your mind, is a journalist's job to try to be neutral and impartial?
No.
Okay, I believe it is.
But it's not. A journalist's job is to report on news and opinion of the times, not to be neutral and impartial. It's to report fairly and accurately, sure, but to be neutral and impartial? That's X says Y, that's X says A, Y says B. The answer is C. That's not.
I would agree
the job of a journalist is to inform.
aGG, I would actually agree with your point here. I do think that it's not his job to be neutral because neutral is ostensibly picking a side. It's picking like a kind of in a sense, and I don't think neutral is the right word. I think like it's trying to saying that you should be a moderate when you're a journalist. That isn't your job. Your job is to report fairly and accurately, as you said. The thing is, though, I don't think it's fair and accurate reporting to put an idea in the reader's mind at the very start of the article. If you're going to give an opinion, I would say that the best way to do.
If we're arguing that the unethical thing here was the word damning, there are better words than damning that could have been used. Serious is probably what I would have done, or interesting, or lurid. All of those are pretty good words that would have worked just as well. But if you're really arguing that the problem with the whole thing is a journalistic source, a journalistic newspaper that was out of business before GamerGate even started? Like, what the hell?
So
The-
I'm
no,
on
the
the
issue is the
I
issue.
want to interrupt real quick, John. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm on the CNN U.S. edition website, and in very large font right now, there's one headline that's very big, and it says "An inside job," and then underneath the picture, "Employee questioned in killer's prison escape." What would you say that does in terms of putting ideas in your head?
Can you please link me the page?
CNN.com.
Okay.
If
You
you're
mean to-
making the
for
case
US
that
edition.
mainstream journalism is terrible, then I would agree, actually, because a big problem with media in general is that a lot of people don't really have the scrutinizing attitude that they should have when it comes to what media is
But
reporting, and people take advantage. And
We were
journalism-
talking about the Brad Wardell issue because that was the highly unethicalness that you could find.
That
and
is
the
one
most-
highly, that is one
But the
instance.
most unethical thing you were able to find in the Brad Wardell issue was a defunct newspaper and a headline that was off by one word.
No, that is incorrect. I did not present that as evidence.
Okay, what's the good Brad Wardell evidence out there?
What's the good Brad Wardell
With
evidence?
the Brad Wardell, something went wrong. What was done wrong with Brad Wardell?
They didn't follow up on the story. They didn't request for comment. They didn't give their due diligence in reporting fairly and accurately.
But
They
that's what
didn't
I
follow
said.
up to that. Yes, I agree. We're in agreement here.
But you couldn't say that until I said it. It's not fair that I have to be the one who knows all the ethical issues in gaming journalism today and get accused of being against ethics in gaming journalism. That's just not fair. You can find headline words, and I can find actual issues. Like, that's bullshit.
If you're saying that I should do more research, I could always do more
No,
research. I agree.
I'm saying that you can't accuse people who oppose GamerGate of being against ethics in gaming journalism if we know it more than you.
I don't say you're against it because I don't believe you're against it.
Could you please tell everyone else in GamerGate?
Yeah, could you tell the rest of the GamerGaters that?
You actually go on screen right now
if
and
you're
say these
if-
two people do not
I-
oppose ethics in gaming journalism.
The thing is, though, here's the interesting thing. People already know this.
No, they don't.
They really don't.
They really don't.
Can you give me some citation of people saying that everyone against GamerGate is against ethical journalism?
Everyone?
Can you give me evidence that a strong percentage of them are? Like, do a large majority of them make that claim?
Yes. But it's going to take me a little bit to get it.
Okay. Well, this to me is a problem when you lump everyone together in general, and I see this happening regardless. I see this as being a more general human problem on the internet where people just basically they like to identify as a certain group and they like to lump people together and they like to label others as being a part of another group and saying that all people do this, all people do that. I mean, like, far be it from me to defend ideas of feminism, but a lot of times when people criticize feminism, they will take the word of one feminist and apply it to all feminists, which I don't think is wholly fair. It's a problem with blanket statements and labeling and, like, you know, trying to pigeonhole people into certain groups
It's
and
the main
ideas.
problem on both sides.
That's another thing. I don't even like to think of GamerGate as being both sides either. Like, if we're going to define it as a group, the only objective way you can really define it as a group is everyone who's talking about it. That's the only way in my mind to identify
this
it.
collection of ideas and points and rhetoric.
That just gives more problem into feeding into more collectivist notions like, oh well, I'm going to criticize everyone who says this in this fashion of this way and not
Yes,
try to
I'm going to
follow.
criticize everyone who says this in this fashion in this way because what they're saying is bullshit.
Well, how you would better make that point is if you stick to the issues and point out what things people are saying are wrong, rather than just, like, you know, trying
That's
to.
what I just said.
Okay, fair enough. Like, if you want to say that everyone who is saying that anyone against GamerGate is against ethics and journalism, then that is a fair point to make. I don't believe that is to be the case. In fact, I think that is a fair form of railroading, and that sort of rhetoric needs to stop. It's dumb. And you can even see examples of this of many people who are vocally against GamerGate saying that they agree that there's ethical problems in journalism or games journalism.
I don't have to agree that there are substantial ethical problems in journalism or games journalism to be for ethics in journalism.
This is true.
So I don't think that there are substantial ethical problems in journalism/games journalism, except for some corporate payola issues.
I was
But
freaked out
GamerGate
by the
doesn't-
coverage of the Iraq War. I think
Of
that
the what?
bothered me. The Iraq War, the coverage of that bothered me.
That was, well, yeah, sure, that wasn't about games journalism, but yeah.
That is
No,
a problem
no.
in journalism, though.
No, but that was one specific thing, though. That was like an event, and the coverage around that event was something I had a problem with.
But it baffles me that the people who seem to understand this ethics stuff and are able to point out the actual ethical problems in things say the ethical problems in games journalism is AAA publishers and the fact that they wield their advertisers like a club.
Well,
That is actually a point that we've been making, but the problem...
You try to wield their advertisements like a club.
No. I don't think...
Have you ever heard of
anyone's
something called
playing with
Operation
advertisements
Disrespectful Nod?
Oh,
Yeah.
if you're referring to Operation Disrespectful
no,
Nod,
I agree.
that
We are
wasn't
using
us
it like a club. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't us pulling. That wasn't us pulling the ads out. That was them showing what they've been doing, saying what we don't like about them, and then they listen to us, and they themselves, on their own volition, decide to pull out.
You don't say anything like, I've been a 20-year customer of your excellent goods, and I just wish you'd stop advertising on this thing or I'll stop buying your stuff. You would never say anything like that, because that wouldn't be ethical, right?
I can
I
only speak for
do
my
them.
own self. I only say what I say. I only say to these companies what I personally have involvement with them. I only say what it would make me think of their branding. I don't say that I buy all your stuff all the time.
No, but I mean, if you did buy all their stuff all the time, you'd totally say that.
To be clear here, are you asking me if I was to stop buying from a company if they were supporting something that I don't like?
Like Kotaku, for instance. If EA kept its ads on Kotaku, you'd pull support from EA games.
I don't like EA games, period. I think they're a terrible company, and I don't think anyone should be supporting them.
Okay,
Just
right.
An example, and presumably you can substitute one of those nouns in that sentence for a different noun that means something to you.
Blizzard, Riot, you name it. Whatever publisher you want that advertises on Kotaku. Like, if you don't stop advertising on Kotaku, I'm going to stop buying your stuff. Are you really telling me that you guys never sent those emails?
I don't think anyone actually...
Not that way.
Talking about GamerGate pushing for boycotts, I don't know what it is, but for some reason, a lot of people don't want. A lot of people who are in the consumer revolt don't want to boycott for some reason, and I don't understand why.
Let me try this again. You really aren't telling me that you don't think that a lot of the emails that went out to the games community advertisers, not the non-games community advertisers, but the games community advertisers, like EA or whoever else was on your Operation Disrespectful Not blacklist,
Intel,
whatever, you don't think that those included, I'm a long-term buyer of your product, and if you don't stop advertising on XYZ site, I won't buy it anymore?
That's assuming that they were not long-term buyers of the products.
No, I'm assuming they are long-term buyers of the products.
Right.
We're not saying they're lying.
And there's nothing
Not
wrong.
calling them liars.
There's nothing wrong with doing that.
So what you told consumers to tell corporations to do is to use their advertisements like a club to change what those publishers published.
No,
That is not the case.
no.
What we encourage people to do through Operation Disrespectful Mod is to send emails to advertisers appealing to them to pull out. That's all we asked. We didn't.
Right.
We didn't
You asked advertisers to use their advertisements like a club
No.
to change what people wrote.
Okay, I want to pause. No, John, pause for a sec. John,
Okay.
is the only difference between what you're saying and what he's saying the phrase "like a club"?
No, because I'm not trying to make this an argument of semantics. There's two clearly different things we're saying here. He's saying
I don't think there is.
He's saying that we're basically. I don't even get what he's trying to say with use them as a club because
Saying
we don't.
you're
have the
trying to get advertisers to use their advertising dollars to change Gawker and Kotaku.
No, we don't want to change them. We want to run them out of business. There's a difference. They can publish whatever they want. They have rights of free speech, if that's what you're saying. They can publish whatever they want, but there's no reason for us to support them.
Right. And if they would only change what they were publishing, you wouldn't have a problem with them anymore.
Well, that's
Would you hate? Do you hate them because of their name, or do you hate them because of the bad shit they write?
the bad behavior they do.
So if they stopped doing the bad behavior, would you still hate them?
That's the real question, isn't it? Many people have.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty good question, and I think
It is a
the
good
answer
question,
is pretty clear. If they stopped doing bad things, would you still hate them?
Depends. Well, that's a matter of credibility, and the problem with
No,
that
no, no.
is-
They stopped doing bad things.
okay,
And you
if
can
they-
tell. You can notice that they stopped.
If they stop doing bad things, would I trust them? No.
No, I
because-
didn't say trust. If they stopped doing bad things, would you stop hating them?
Would I
Stop emailing to advertisers.
Well,
Would you
firstly,
stop complaining if they stopped doing bad things, or would you complain and say, this site used to do bad things but doesn't do them anymore?
I would.
Can I
applaud-
answer?
What I would do is I would applaud them for what they did right, but I would say we still can't trust them because this is what
No,
we know.
they're not looking for trust.
Okay.
I don't get the. I can't please don't interrupt me when I'm answering your question.
Well, you're
I
interrupting
would
Scarlett,
say
so it's a
I
little
would
bit
still
weird.
encourage.
No.
I would still say that no, we're done with these companies because even though they have put on the appearance of changing their behavior, they have not done enough to actually rectify their ways, as has been the case for
What
many
could they
websites.
possibly do?
What could they? What they could possibly do?
Can I do the work
Yeah,
for you?
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
For
you-
No, no, no,
trust
other
them.
person, no, Scarlett.
John, shut up.
If you trust them, will you stop? If you trust them, assume that you will begin to trust them. I would. I will stop.
Okay. So
That's very reasonable.
I think that's very reasonable.
Me,
And the only way that they can earn your trust back is by not doing the bad things anymore, right?
Or we could also say changing staff, right? Is that on the table here?
that is also on the table here.
Sure.
Yes.
So they fire all the people that you don't trust, and now it's whatever.
It depends on the context, and for me, for these websites, it's for me personally, it is too late for them.
Okay,
They,
great.
they cannot earn
But for
trust back.
people that haven't decided that
Okay.
they hate the name Gawker, there's some amount of modification that could be done to make it acceptable. So I guess what I'm saying is, given that, aren't you just asking advertisers to bully the media?
No. Because
Well, no, but
not
you
doing
can't
this-
answer this question because you've said you just want them dead. I'm talking to someone who has reasonableness in this scenario, so don't answer.
I don't think the definition of reasonableness is the same as the understood definition of reasonableness, because you're trying to state reasonableness.
Right. If Gawker fired its entire staff, if Nick Denton donated 100% of the shares of all of his ownerships to UNICEF, UNICEF has the UN in it, to name your charity, to Child's Play, and they laid off the entire editorial staff and replaced it with the editorial staff from Tech Raptor. How about now?
No, because I don't. Because
The
this is-
editorial staff from you name it. Then don't nitpick. The editorial
I'm not
staff from wherever.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why I would not say the reason why I would not change my mind on Gawker is because Nick Denton has been using Gawker for years and years.
Nick Denton is not only did Nick Denton die, but his will left all of his assets to Child's Play.
Nick Denton's dead.
Yep.
And whoever's taking charge did a complete overhaul of the company.
Fired everyone.
Well, in that very, very unlikely set of circumstances scenario, I would say, it doesn't. The company's completely changed face. The behavior's stopped, and all the people that were bad actors.
Great. So
Yeah,
now we know. So now we know that you're a whore. The only question is how much it costs. So moving on from that.
No, hold on. I did not take charitable donation into account because I don't believe that donating to charity.
I wasn't talking about donating to charity. I was giving you an owner who is unquestionably good.
An owner who's unquestionably good takes over the company, fires all the bad actors, puts in.
Yeah, all of it.
By all means, the company's been
Okay,
reformed. Done.
great. So you are asking advertisers to enforce that on companies.
No, I'm not.
Well, it's that
I'm
or
asking
shut down
them
the
to drop
company,
business
right?
from them. There is a
Me
very
neither.
clear distinction between the two.
What am I missing here? So you're saying that they...
Can I say my piece on
Yes,
on this?
please.
Basically, I'm not talking about what every people in GamerGate do. What I do and what is asked and what many people do is simply to say what is the problem for us with those
publications and inform the advertisers of those problems
Yep.
and the fact that they lost the trust of the viewers.
So what you're asking advertisers to do is to get their hands in
Yeah,
content.
no.
Content that you find very, very
No.
objectionable and unethical and wrong. And you want the advertisers to start pulling funds from companies that do the content wrong. And you might be right about the content, you might be wrong about the content, but what you want is the advertisers to regulate it. Is that right?
No, that is not
You don't
correct.
want the advertisers to regulate it.
They don't have power over what other companies do with their
Yeah.
business. You're
Exactly.
assuming that because they pull out, the advertisers now have the say now.
Basically, there is an assumption, okay, that those publications represent a vast amount of gamers. Okay.
I disagree with
saying-
that statement, but whatever.
Okay.
You think that EA thinks that enough people read Kotaku to be the quote vast amount of gamers? EA knows exactly how many
No.
people read Kotaku.
Yeah. No. Okay. But I don't know if saying significant. I mean, after all, my idea is that gaming journalism is becoming very irrelevant. Okay. So.
Okay.
I would have to defend a position that I don't want to defend. But basically, they...
Wait.
Hey.
Before you continue, why are
Yeah.
you defending a position? That's a very interesting statement. Why are you defending a position you don't want to defend? That doesn't really make sense to me.
I'm not.
So don't.
I'm not
So-
defending it.
I guess my question is, you're asking corporations to take more control over the media. And I think that's exactly what is causing the problem right now.
I am informing the...
Sure. That's what you're doing, but the question is what you want. And what you want is the advertisers to pull funds from media that you think is bad. That's what you
What is
want to
wrong?
have happen.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with that. What you want to have happen is advertisers to pull funds from media that you think is objectionable. Is
No.
that... No.
Yes and no.
Yes or no?
I want them to take to know what stance they are
Let
taking.
me try it this way. Do you want them to continue funding the media, or do you want them to pull funding? Those are the only two options.
Okay, look, you're completely overlooking something here.
Okay?
You're overlooking the idea that what he thinks is, bad in the media and what everyone else could think is bad in the media is completely subjective. And
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah,
I
it
think that
is.
you're not getting that across to him.
I don't know how to
No,
say.
no.
I don't.
No, I
I'm not
agree.
calling him wrong about it. I'm
I
saying what he wants is the corporate advertisers to change the way the media does things, and he wants them
No.
to change it for the good. He wants them to change it for good,
No.
Right.
No.
not for bad. I'm not saying he wants it made worse. I'm saying he wants it made better.
No.
His
Sure.
method for making it better is corporate advertisers pulling money.
No. It's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I
Well, do you want the corporate advertisers to pull money?
no, not necessarily.
Why are
They-
you asking them to do this then?
I'm not asking to do this. That's the problem.
So you're just sending them emails out of the goodness of your heart.
What does it even mean? I mean,
So,
I'm
Scarlett,
saying,
let's
Yeah.
frame it this way, okay?
yeah, sure.
Have you sent any emails to any advertisers of any media sites that GamerGate does not like or that you do not like?
Of course, I did.
Okay, so that's simple, and I think we've established that.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
I did that because I wanted to inform them of the things that bothered me with
Sure.
those.
So
Okay.
why did you feel the need to inform them of this? What did you expect to happen when you informed them of this?
I expected them to take some kind of stance on this issue.
What would that stance be? So there's not just one stance. I understand that. What
Yeah.
were you? What
What'd you want them to
The problem
do?
with the argumentation you're presenting is you're trying to basically put him into a position where he has to accept multiple views in multiple points, in not all of which he is going to
Well,
agree
but
with.
all he's saying, so he's the only other argument that I could see here. Maybe there's something else he thinks the advertisers could do. But either he wanted to inform EA of this stuff because he really likes EA and he thinks he needs to just tell them what he thinks. Why not?
Can we make a specific example?
Sure, what's the specific example?
Let's take Adobe, for example.
Okay.
You remember the whole thing with
No, I never got involved. I never got involved in the advertisers versus because I had conflicts all over the place.
Yeah, what was the example?
Adobe.
Adobe, thank you.
Yes,
Adobe.
Adobe wasn't an advertiser proper, but they did have their logos on the website. And when Sam Biddle made his tweets, which I've even seen people who are quote unquote against GamerGate call out Sam Biddle for those things.
I know what the tweets are. I'm ready to continue.
Right. Adobe had a very big response, responded in a big way by telling Gawker, we don't want our logo anywhere associated with your site. We stand against bullying, and we don't like this. And
Thank you.
Yes, that's what happened.
So we were using this as an example.
Basically, it's not much about informing them of the issue, but is informing us of their position on that. For example, on the Gamers Are Dead articles on the gamers are misogynistic, there is a problem with this, that,
Okay.
they're neckbeards, etc. If there is someone who is sponsoring those websites who said that, I want to know, do you support that?
And if they don't,
If
What
they
would they do?
don't,
What did you want them to do if they didn't support it? You just
It's
wanted
not-
to know?
yeah, sure, I
So
want to
let me
know.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. No. Let me ask a question of Scarlett because I think this is a very important question. I think it gets right to the heart of the matter, and I trust you to answer
Sure.
it honestly. Did you ever tell any of these companies that you wrote these emails to how much of their product you bought?
I don't believe so. No.
You never told any of these companies that you were a longtime customer of them, that you bought many of their blogs.
I can't be really sure about that in the sense I sent a lot of emails. I don't remember exactly every word, but probably not. I won't exclude that, but probably not. I assume you believe it's the content of all my mails, in the sense I try to enforce that. I try
No,
to
look, I don't
intimidate
understand.
them.
Some people, for some reason, feel the need to help out multinational corporations make more money. You appear to be one of those people. You're just out there trying to help EA make a buck. That's
aGG.
cool, I guess.
No.
You're putting words. You're deliberately putting words in his mouth
Why-
in
why-
order to
why
make
do you
Let him
assume
continue,
that?
John.
Why do
I
you
don't-
assume that?
Yeah, that's the question.
Right. So what result did you want to come when you sent that email? What sort of thing did you expect to happen?
If someone supports things that I think are objectionable,
Right.
I want to know if I am financing those things indirectly.
So implicit in your emails to those companies, was a threat that if they didn't say what you wanted them to say, they were going to lose money.
No, especially because I don't know myself if they will lose money. I mean,
I have a better question. I'm sorry about that.
You ask your question.
Okay.
sure.
After that, can I have one?
Would you have been satisfied if they had sent you an email in response saying, "No, we actually don't approve of that, but we will continue advertising on those sites"?
Yeah.
You've been satisfied with that.
Satisfied in the sense I know what their stance are. Okay, they put out a statement saying they do not agree with that.
Can I field that question?
Not yet. Is there any way in which you would have been dissatisfied? Because you said satisfied in the way that. Is there any way in which you would have been dissatisfied, or would you have just felt like, there we go, mission accomplished?
Well, I mean, it's kind of sad in a sense that they decide to
So to be clear here, Simon.
Financially something that
So
they
Simon, to be
do not
clear,
agree
you
with.
would be dissatisfied
I'm
if the
disappointed.
response was to continue to support these media conglomerates that they were kept on doing that did unfavorable things to their readership and or unethical things to their in the name of journalism.
I'm sorry, was it the question because I lost the first
The
part?
question is, if
Okay.
you contacted one of the advertisers or an ad aggregate company, which worked in partnership with one of these websites associated with these media conglomerates such as Gawker, would you be disappointed that they did not take a stance against these websites and or pull advertising revenue from these companies?
Absolutely, yes.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
That doesn't mean that I will start boycotting them. It could happen, maybe not, but yeah, I will be disappointed.
And
So
also,
you're disappointed-
if I can also have a word in here, you're making this sound like we're in favor of corporatist type rulings over the people, when the exact opposite
No.
is the case here.
So, John,
What you fail
what's
to
happening?
what you
Can
fail
I
to
respond to that?
what you fail to recognize is that the media is also very, very corporatist in their own
The
right.
media you targeted is not.
Yes, it is actually. Gawker is a very big multi-million
Are
dollar.
you kidding me? Gawker is a tiny little shit stain that any reasonable-sized media conglomerate would eat up in about 10 seconds.
aGG, do you know how much they pay for to have their offices, their high-rise offices in Manhattan?
I mean, I know how much.
75 million per year. That's not tiny.
Yeah, that's tiny.
You may view it as tiny, but you're trying to basically make it out to be as though the little.
Like, I don't mean to be
contacting-
Manhattan. I don't mean to be Manhattan-centric or anything. But $75 million a year offices are nice. But like, you're not showing them off.
Okay, in comparison to something like Fox News, sure it's small, but
Yeah.
75
Exactly.
million.
You just compared it to something that in and of itself was small. Why don't we compare it to, say, Tribune Media or something or Sinclair Broadcasting or something with some real reach here?
Fallacy
I'm
of
sorry,
relative-
but we are talking about
It's not a fallacy. You said they were big.
It's whataboutery. It's basically saying,
You
oh,
said
well,
they were big,
no,
but they're not big.
They're not corporatist. They're a sole owned. I believe they're almost entirely owned by one person.
no, you don't understand what corporate means then.
No, I really trust me.
Gawker-
Trust me, I really, really do.
Is Gawker a corporation or is it not?
Shit, I own 4 corporations. Yeah, Gawker's a corporation.
Okay, there you go. So to say that basically that they're pro-corporate powers because they don't like the actions of one corporation contacting another corporation to pull out, that's kind of a fallacy there. I mean,
No.
it's a very
Just-
disingenuous argument.
Just being incorporated does not make you part of the corporatist universe. Being incorporated is an irrelevancy. Everyone is incorporated.
We have a new person on the stream. If you noticed.
No,
Yes.
I can't even pay attention to the 100,000 things going on.
Sure. So let's pause for a second. I think the new person, you've spoken a few times, but we haven't had a chance to introduce yourself. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I mean, if that's okay with you guys, I kind of just got wind that this was going on. I've been in a couple of these debates before, about GamerGate and whatnot. My name is Joseph. I really have. It's kind of sad the amount of involvement that I've had in the whole. I mean, I'm no journalist, but I've definitely been with the whole GamerGate thing since the start, and pretty much went along with the whole happenings. And I really just think that I think it was said before that journalism is kind of becoming irrelevant, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I can agree with that, but I definitely think that journalism, the definition of journalism, is
Murkied.
kind of becoming it's kind of getting a different cultural definition, to where it's being looked at as more of a negative thing, at least in the gaming journalism sense.
I'm actually amazed about the definition of journalism in America compared to Italy. It's actually very
Wait. You said that their lease was for $75 million a year. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe. Okay, to be perfectly okay, that is secondhand information.
No, I got it firsthand, motherfucker.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not $75 million a year. It's $75 million over 15 years.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Could you give me a primary source for that? I mean, I'm not counting you here. I just want the clarification because I heard the number 75 million. I heard it in the context per year. That was secondhand information. So sometimes I am wrong, and when I am wrong, I like to get down to the truth of the matter as opposed
I'm trying to find my chat. I found it.
Okay.
Guys.
Okay, I will definitely check this out. This source does seem to appear to be reliable. So I will tell the people who gave me this information that they were mistaken on this issue. That wasn't $75 million per year. It was $75 million over 15 years. However, I would like to put things in a bit of perspective here when it comes to the perspective of the person sending the email. Most people don't even make $1 million per year. So the fact that Gawker is able to make millions of dollars per year in and of itself makes them a very huge corporation. I mean,
no, it really doesn't.
John, you keep okay. Let me just slow this down. John, now what you're doing is you keep framing these things in a way where it's actually not true. When you say that something is a big corporation, you've got to say that it's compared to other corporations.
Yeah.
Why do I have to say?
When you say that that's what you're saying. When you say it's a big corporation.
Let me.
The context is big. In the context.
In the context of how I'm using it, how is it? I don't have to. Compared to what is a very good question to respond to when asking a question, when challenging someone's statement. However, I would like to point out that when you say that basically the people are convincing advertisers to poll, and you try to frame it as them using these corporations as a beat stick, if you're going to put it like that, it's not really. It's not us telling the corporations what to do. They're their own entities. What they do, what they decide to do with other businesses, is their business. At the end of the day, they have the sway of the power.
Right. But you're trying to convince them to use their power to do something to media. That's what you want to have happen. You want corporations to use their power to change the media.
To change the media. Well, let me.
You want the media changed, and you want corporations to do it.
Before I answer that question, is this to assume that the changes in of themselves are something based on opinion or something based on?
They're changes.
To change the media?
They are changes.
In the context of reforming the media, you are correct.
Right. So you want more corporate control over the media. You want that corporate control to do good. You want that corporate control to do good, but you want corporations to exert control over the media to change it. Change it for the better. Change it for the better, but change it.
To change the media as a whole, or to change the now, when you say that, are you framing it as to change the content of their publications, or to change their practices? Because there is a difference.
Change. Any change.
Well,
Delta.
I think that
Delta Media.
I think you're trying to simplify things that way you can phrase it in terms of people being very corporatist, as opposed to people.
I'm not saying you're corporatist. I'm saying you're dumb.
All right. Well. Stop. Well, instead of just how about you just cut to the chase? Exactly. Tell me what's the problem.
I thought I just did. The problem with ethics in the media is that the corporations have way too much control over it. And you guys think you're going to solve ethics in the media by giving corporations more control over the media, and that's wrong.
No, I don't think that is the end-all, be-all.
Trust me, if you're saying, guys, what you could do is pull your ads from places you don't like, they might say, oh, yeah, we really could. And now that these guys are okay with it, we can go and threaten more places that we're going to pull ads because we don't like their ethics. Ha, 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 ha.
This is quite a strong
You really are.
Anyway, I'm sorry for interrupting.
You are very desperately trying to paint the people contacting these advertisers being somehow bad when they didn't do anything wrong.
No, they're dumb. They're dumb.
They're just dumb.
They're just dumb.
How is it dumb? It works. It works.
No. It short-sightedly works. Your goal is to get rid of Gawker, right?
Yeah.
That's a very short-sighted goal.
Okay,
My goal.
Can I list a number of impropriety? A list of some articles Gawker has made.
No. Even if Gawker was the single worstest of the worst, it's still a short-sighted goal.
So, do you think that that the consumers should be looking to more broader scope?
Sorry, what? What was that?
Do you think consumers of media should be going towards a more broader scope when it comes to news media?
No.
A less
That is a
broader
terrible idea. Yes.
That doesn't. I have to fundamentally disagree with you there because I think that the consumers should pressure news media, and they should make them adhere to fair and accurate reporting.
I don't
ethical
think
standards.
that's what I said. You
Guys, I
asked
won't
if...
interrupt. Sorry, aGG.
Yeah.
I know Scarlett has to go soon.
Okay.
Do you have anything you want to say before you go?
Yeah, final thoughts?
Well, it's not. I was just trying to say goodbye. I mean, it's
Sure.
5.
Do any
it's
final thing or
5
say
a.m.
goodbye on stream?
now. So it's been a pleasure. I will
It's been awesome.
be back whenever you want. I will be very interested in doing this again, but unfortunately, I'm an European. I have a different time slot. It's 5:30 here.
We
So-
totally understand.
Yeah. Well, until the next time, I guess.
Have a
Okay.
good night.
All right, have a good night.
Bye bye.
Bye, Scarlett.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm actually glad that we.
You asked me if we should diversify the media we watch, and I'm not even sure that is relevant. But you were asking me if we should listen to ethical media or more media. I'm not sure more media is the answer.
Why would you say that? I'm curious. What is your position on that?
Well, I think that over the last couple of years, the amount of media that exists out there has grown tremendously, and I think that what has grown most tremendously is the most partisan and hyperbolic of the media, and I think it's been more problematic than helpful. And that I didn't say liberal or conservative. I just said more extreme. And as the only liberal moderate on the planet, I am disconcerted by our new media.
How dare you?
Well, I have a question then. If an alternative media outlet came out that was fair, accurate, and and had dedication to truth, would you support that media?
I mean, probably not, because it sounds like every other corporatist media in the world that's fair and accurate and has a dedication to the truth.
Well, what if you're running it?
I mean, I don't have any expertise in running a media conglomerate, and all of my media investments are failures, and I no longer make them.
So basically, you're disillusioned by media as a whole.
That was disillusioned by financials in the media, and that's totally irrelevant. But what I was
also
I'm disillusioned by new media being more extreme than old media ever was, and the 24-hour news cycle being incredibly disruptive to the way we do things, and the death of newspapers even more so than anything else. And look, I work in a field where we always had a 24-hour news cycle, but we knew how to deal with it because we were all ridiculously overeducated. Exposing the plebeians to the 24-hour news cycle was unhelpful.
So we have a new member in the...
Yeah, I meant to ask. Zan requested to come on. He wanted to say a couple things.
Say away.
Oh, I'll be quick. Literally everyone in this chat is wrong.
Okay.
But before we get to that, I'll just be straight up about it. Yes, the corporate media is a bad thing. Boycotts of media and email-based boycotts are extremely short-sighted. Both of those things are absolutely true. Gawker is not a large corporation. They are a small corporation with a ridiculously large amount of influence when it comes to gaming reviews, but beyond that is debatable. But quite frankly, you're all missing the fucking point. The entire point of GamerGate, at least how it started, was the fact that I'm not even going to debate that. I'm just going to say what happened. The point was that it was unethical in the context of the fact that so many of these small, sort of hyper-partisan, and you are absolutely right about that, by the way, Mr. aGG guy, the news has become, and the media has become hyper-partisan, and that is a bad thing. But the whole point was that these hyper-partisan, really small review sites and media sites had gotten a foothold into the game reviewing world, and increasingly over the last 10-15 years it had gone from a foothold to a dominance. And to the point that content producers were being judged by their controlling companies on how good they were making content based on their reviews, not even in some cases based on sales, but simply based on reviews. So when it became apparent that some of the people that were doing these reviews were incredibly unethical or were engaging in behaviors with the people they were supposed to be reviewing, that was just wrong. Now, I don't know what the solution for that was, but I know what the reaction was. But I think that you're absolutely right. The bottom line is that the media became too hyper-partisan, and quite frankly, I don't think that any of these media game sites should ever have had a role in controlling the content of games to this extent. Reviews by sites were never meant to do that.
Okay, Zan, what review has controlled the content of a game? Oh, he left.
No, he left. He just wanted to make his point.
Wow! That is the great for debate, by the way. If anybody wants to say that GamerGaters are willing to debate, that was proof otherwise.
Yet there are two of us here right now.
By your definition of what a GamerGater is, that is, well, would you consider me a GamerGater? Just asking.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, okay, then by your definition of a GamerGater, considering that I'm still here and I'm willing to debate you guys, and I have debated you guys.
And that guy just came on a stream, said his bit, and left.
Then what you're applying there is called the fallacy of compartmentalization, where one person
you
does
understand what I said. Now let's rebut what he just said, because it was dumb as all hell.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, okay, then you can feel free to defend it. Well, I say how dumb it was dumb as all hell.
Okay, the reason I wasn't dumb as all hell was because have you taken a look at Divinity Original Sin? That game was changed. That Divinity Original Sin.
Doesn't he get to say what? Doesn't he get to say why he thinks it's as dumb as hell?
How is that?
No, he asked me to defend the position.
I understand how this took a very weird turn just 2 seconds ago, but sure, how was that game changed?
That game was changed because they decided to change the cover because they got offended.
Wait, they changed the cover?
Yeah.
Was that the game? They changed the cover of the game.
No, what you're trying to instill is a normalization process wherein the media basically gets to dictate to creators what they cannot approve
Did they
of.
change the game, or did they change the cover of the game?
No, I would say ostensibly the cover of the game counts as part of the game's media.
Sure, but you know they changed the cover, not the game.
Right. So when you say you changed the game, I think you're being incredibly misleading.
I don't think it's incredibly misleading at all because other examples
cover and not anything to do with
another example. Okay, an example of a game that was changed. At least, actually, I don't consider this a game itself, but I do consider it part of games media, if that makes sense, because I think that's
Wait, I want to talk about this cover thing because I want to go back to that. So let me tell you a story about a very important book that has been frequently attacked and censorship attempts have been made at it, and the author has prevented that from happening by not answering any questions and not allowing any changes in manuscript.
The Bible called it.
No, it's called the Catcher. It's called the Catcher in the Rye. You know the Catcher in the Rye?
Sure.
I know that the author in particular does not fought to his death not to have that book made into an adaptation, and I've read The Catcher in the Rye.
No, but I mean, my point is, he would never allow anyone to touch a word in it. Right?
Absolutely.
That book has never been changed over its entire lifetime. Most other books have a little bit of editing done to them. You change this, you change that, you tweak it up a little bit in the second edition to just fix the typos and whatnot. Catcher in the Rye kept them all, right?
Right.
Right. So has Catcher in the Rye changed?
No.
I have 5 different editions of Catcher in the Rye here. One has a purple cover, one has an orange cover, one has a picture on it, the other's a hardcover, and my wife has the other one upstairs. So my question to you is, has anyone changed Catcher in the Rye?
Oh, one clarification though. I had a brain fart there. I have not read Catcher in the Rye. The book I was thinking of was Where the Red Fern Grows. That was two completely different.
Okay, fine. I'll use that book instead, but I don't know anything about the author there. The fact of the matter is,
I'll use that as an example. I'm just clarifying that I have not read.
But it doesn't matter. The author fought to death to have it unchanged by any editor ever. So the question is, did that book change when I have it in 5 different editions, all with different covers but exactly the same text?
That's a good question. I would say that people did make changes on their own. I don't know exactly what the laws and legalities of that were, but I think that.
What did the book change?
Did the book change?
Did the book change?
I would like to, I'm not sure, but he's trying to get at a point, and he has very roundabout ways of doing it, so it's very hard to decipher. Because
I thought I hit it right on. I got 5 different covers with exactly the same text inside. The author fought to his death to never allow the book to be changed, yet I've got 5 different covers. Has the book changed?
That's all. Okay.
You asked a question where the question has an obvious answer to it. In this case, the obvious answer is, and please don't cut me off after I answer the question because I have more to add to that. The answer to your question is yes. However, what does this have to do with the context of the conversation we're talking about? Not saying that it doesn't have to do anything with the context of the conversation we're talking about. I just want perspective here.
Because you said that Divinity Original, I mean, obviously you're logically consistent. You said Divinity Original Sin was changed because the cover was changed, and I was about to argue that because the Catcher in the Rye has been legendarily unchanged, the fact that I've got it in a whole bunch of different covers right here demonstrates the cover is irrelevant to the body of the text, because it is, but we obviously will have to agree to disagree.
Okay, well, my question on that point is the original book, Catcher in the Rye, as the author intended, still available for purchase?
No, you can't get the original first edition hardcover. You got to be kidding me. That's probably worth that's worth probably tens of thousands of dollars right now.
Oh, I can't believe you misconstrued that question. No, I meant is the text of the book as the author originally intended. The text.
Yeah, it's totally unchanged. It's never been touched.
Okay, so there are alternate editions available, correct?
No, all of them are exactly the same text. The text has never been touched.
Well, that's really an apple compared to an orange because we're talking about a game that was promised to be released with a specific cover.
The source code has never been touched.
You're talking about the source code again. I'm talking about the actual cover here. And
I'm talking about the game.
I think we're approaching this the wrong way. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say that the content of the game, the content of the book have been changed. Well, the content of the cover, one, it is an expression of the artist's freedom, his creative freedom, and possibly the developers also. So it's still inhibiting creative freedom. Even if it
allegedly,
isn't changing the game specifically.
Sure. I mean, yeah, the cover was definitely changed, and anyone involved in the artistic creation of the cover had their artistic cover creation changed. No disagreement there. But the game wasn't changed.
But there are also other examples where it has been, such as Pillars of Eternity.
No. The best example that he could come up with, was Divine Divinity or whatever, or Divinity Original Sin. I can't even remember.
Divinity Original Sin.
Divinity Original Sin.
Would you like me to bring up other examples?
I wish you had a good one, and I wish you led with the good ones.
Very good example of a game that was changed, but
because of reviews.
Because of reviews.
Because that's what you said.
Well, sorry, that's what the other guy said, and
then left. That's what the other guy said, and then left and pieced. That's exactly what he said and pieced.
Okay.
Games are changed because of reviews, and then he pieced.
Well, I can't really speak for Zan here, but
he just said he defended what he said.
Okay. Well, let me try to defend what he said.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. You can say that he's wrong. It's okay.
Say I'm not going to get involved. And I can make fun of him. And
I don't think that was his. I don't think you're really getting his point because
he literally said this.
Okay. Yes, he did say that. However, did he make games themselves that we already possess being changed? Because I don't see that happening. Like, there's always going to be copies of games that already exist. The question is the future development and creation of future games of what content is and isn't allowed.
He said that's a much better and much more interesting argument that I would love to have with someone who presented it.
Okay, can I present it then?
No, because
that's not his argument.
Something stupid.
Well, then
first we have to shit on his stupid thing, then we can talk about yours.
I'm not shitting on Zan. I like.
You can be quiet while I do it.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. He came in here and he said, and you spent a lot of time defending and not defending it, so I don't remember all the details anymore, and I would have loved to make this longer and more fun.
Then take Zan's words and take my words.
Wait, I think I can rewind the stream and play it back in this thing.
Really?
No, you can't do that, unfortunately.
Oh, I think I can. I'm working on it.
No, you can do that for your own self, but for the viewers, they will still see where the present time is.
Okay, well, that's great. So what Zan said was that reviewers had a disproportionate and incredible control over the development of games. He said that this had something that had been already happening, that games had already existed, that had been changed by reviews. I fucking dare you to name one. One. I would have dared him to name one, but he bounced. So, great.
I cannot think of any games that were changed specifically because of reviews, but I can think of games that were changed either by one of two things. Either by journalists getting themselves involved with their subjects a little too closely, or
maybe Zan should have stuck around so that he could have clarified his point so that he wasn't full of shit.
He had a connection issue, he had to drop off and do other things.
No, he finished his thing and he left.
That's what he told me, so take that as
he tells you all kinds of shit, but he finished his sentence and then he left.
Well, isn't that very disingenuous not to take someone's word for it?
I don't trust him.
Well, why don't you trust him? I don't see any reason.
Because he came on a stream, said his shit, and then left, and that's very, very sad.
That's your opinion of him. I don't know if anyone really cares.
I don't think it is an opinion of him. I think it's an opinion of what he did.
Yeah.
He's not calling him a sad person. No, he's saying the action he took was sad.
Very pontificative of you.
Great. So I think that his general point that he's trying to get at, right? If I'm going to be generous, I'm going to try to follow this line of logic to the end, even past the points where he has no evidence at all. Nothing. I think his general point is that reviewers have a fuck ton of control, and that he said specifically that the publishers, or he didn't say publishers because he said whoever is above. He was very vague about who these people are, but whoever is above the developers, which in the real world is the publishers. Tell them what to do so that the reviewers will give them good reviews, more so than the sales. And that just complete disconnect from reality. You can't see me waving my arms because I don't have a webcam, but I'm waving my arms at like, this is completely disconnected from reality. Reviews are important. People love great reviews. It's a thing. People love them. But the idea that that takes precedence over sales is bullshit. Bullshit.
Not if the reviews themselves have influence over the sales.
Yeah, but that's not what he said.
Are you saying that the media does not affect? Are you saying that media does not affect purchasing decisions?
I think that what he said was full of shit. If you want to say something else, we can do that.
If you're going to say that what he said, like what one person came in here and had to say, and then left and made general statements about things without citing examples, if you want to pick apart that person's statements like that without, well, I think then you're too hyper-focused on one particular point and not really having a fully rounded worldview of reality.
I make video games, and I have a very well-rounded point of view.
I don't think making video games gives you a kind of...
I think it does better than a guy with a mistake
what many gamers make
after saying his points.
What I think a mistake that many gamers make, whether or not they are quote-unquote pro-GamerGate or quote-unquote anti-GamerGate, is they take the word of what one developer says, particularly one developer they like, or they hold themselves, or they place the word of one developer or two developers up, and they say that's verbatim factual across the board. And I think that's...
How many developers should I message on Facebook and ask them this question? Right? How many is it going to take?
I don't think it would take a number. I'm not asking for polarity. I'm asking for accuracy. I don't think that an ad populum argument is going to work with that.
Okay. So what we've come in is that this guy came in, said his piece. I have some level of knowledge.
Why do you keep on focusing on one guy who isn't even here?
Because that's what he did, and I said I was going to make fun of him, and now I'm done. And you're defending him because I don't know.
No, I'm just trying to get what your train of logic and thought process is.
It's that guy did something dumb. I'm yelling at him. It's very simple.
Well, if that floats your boat, to me, I don't really like. I'm not really a big fan of like. For the most part, sometimes they're entertaining, but I'm not really a big fan of gotcha moments. Sometimes they work, sometimes they're
it was going to be short, but you decided to defend him a couple times.
And
it took longer. So now you have a good point that you wanted to make, right? You wanted to say what he was saying, but better, right?
Depends on the subject. Is this in context of games being changed?
I think it is.
Okay. A few things. When you say that reviews have no bearing on what developers and publishers do, and you say it's all about purchase...
I don't think he said that.
Okay, well then let me rephrase what he said. What he said was that it has less bearing than the actual sales and marketing themselves, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that to imply, and you can answer yes or no, is that to imply that reviews and marketing and media coverage of games, media, does not have an effect on the sales?
I think that it does not imply that it has zero effect, but it does certainly imply that it is not the dominant factor.
But if you say, but that kind of contradicts some points you readily make about media affecting worldview and stuff like that, which is a very good point and a point I agree with. To what degree and what extent and in what areas and where it's an issue and when it's not an issue.
So let's look at another way that the media can affect the worldview that's not reviews. How about advertisement?
Advertisements?
What do you think has a more impact on sales? How much you spend on advertising and how good your reviews are?
Unfortunately, I would be inclined to agree that advertising has a greater effect.
So I don't have the figures in front of me, right? I would love to go into work tomorrow and talk to the teams and say, hey, how much did we spend on advertising and how much do we think that affected things? How good were reviews? How much do you think that affected things? But I agree with you. I think that probably affects things more. So when I say that when I make fun of the the reviews are controlling things, they're getting lots of influence through that, it's because I'm aware that there's a lot of other factors that go into this, and that reviews are just one of them, and they're not the big one.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's your position, but to me that's a fallacy of relative privation. I don't think it matters how much I don't think it discounts the concerns people have of how games journalism is covered, and how I don't think it matters in this context because because do I agree with you that media marketing and pushing from AAA developers and companies are an issue? Yes, but do I think that negates the fact that the press and developers and other factors are no longer relevant as a result? No, that's ridiculous. You have to consider.
Let's come up with an example, because I want you to demonstrate your point. Where is a way that you think the press has negatively impacted the development of games?
I can name 3 specific examples where the press has...
Pick the best one.
Okay. The first is Divinity Original Sin, which if you want to go into my news show about the cover not being part of the game or not, that's
If your best one is the cover being changed, then your other 2 are pretty garbage.
I did not say it was my best one.
Well, I said pick the best one.
Yeah, no, pick the best one.
I don't have an order in which these are the best or the worst.
Okay, well that had better be the worst one.
I'll leave that up to you guys which ones you think are the best or the worst one. Another example is, what was it called? The Stanley Parable.
Oh yes, let's definitely talk about the Stanley Parable. I very, very much want to talk about that one. I have incredible interest in discussing the changes that were made to the Stanley Parable. This is very important to me, and I think you know why.
Yes, I do, and I've talked about this in other streams before. When aGG was, when people who are quote unquote who self-identify as against GamerGate were not on.
You actually don't self-identify that way.
Yes, I'm not going into mine. I'm not going.
I'm ignoring it. So
let's not bother.
There was a joke. There was a joke in that game which involved lighting a black child on fire.
Correct.
Right, and someone, and I can't imagine who, found that joke offensive.
Yes.
Found that joke offensive, wrote to the devs, said this joke is offensive, and the devs changed it. Now that person alleges that at the time they were not a games journalist. Just FYI.
Yes.
You know that, right?
Yes.
So how does this have to do with reviews at all? I mean, I'd love to talk about that person because that person is a bad person who is bad.
You know what? You want to? Wait,
I wouldn't say he's a bad person.
No, I would. I would say he's a bad person who is bad.
Wait. I want to interrupt real quick, guys. Is that the same guy who had that top comment on that screenshot about Divinity Original Sin? Because I remember that GamerGate was passing around a screenshot of a Divinity Original Sin where somebody had left a comment saying that this was sexist and it should be changed.
No way. Are you serious?
I think we can find it.
We gotta find that.
Yes, and the person in question is in fact Oliver Campbell.
And that was him on the Facebook thing, right?
Wait, was it really him on Divinity Original Sin?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! It's fucking epic.
Hold on, I know there's the screenshots. They have the screenshots on the GamerGate site somewhere.
If he wasn't a part of the press at the time, that would be one thing. I'm not sure if he was or not, to be honest.
No,
I believe he was working as press at the time. I think he actually has said multiple times that he quit press because.
Just the other day, he said that he was not a developer. He was not in the games journalism when he was pooping on the Stanley Parable.
Right, and that's not something I agree with, because I don't believe it's your place to basically go ahead and say that I'm offended by something, change this. And even if he wasn't a game press journalist at the time, it's not really clear when you are or not. And if he's trying to say that he can swap his hat off left and right, I think
he said that he had quit games journalism at that time, and he was just an author writing a book or something. I'm not really, the whole thing, I think his other explanation for when he got that game changed and removed the joke that offended him, I think his other explanation for that was that it wasn't actually him who was offended by it, even though he said he was just helping the developer in case the SJ Dubs came after him. We should be fair. You think he might be dissembling? Impossible. Oliver Campbell? Dissemble?
What you have to understand about me is I'm someone who is very, very skeptical about a lot of things. I question everything. I don't just take things for granted.
Are you sure you are?
Sometimes I question that too. So
yeah, okay, good.
That was going to be an easy one for me.
Well, fair enough, but it didn't happen.
I'm glad that you question Oliver Campbell on this, because he is. There are some bad actors, but
I'd like to actually ask him to defend himself rather than just say. I actually tried to do that, but
he was in the chat on that last stream that I was on, but I couldn't follow it and the thing because I don't multitask well.
Well, that's one example. Well, that's another example that I can think of. The third example would be the press complaint about the.
Wait, the first example was a cover. The second example was a GamerGator, and the first example was a GamerGator, and the third example.
The Bros Before Hoes achievement changed in. These are the three examples that I'm listing that I know of. That's when the press complained about a certain achievement that was a joke.
Achievement is your third example?
What was the game? Third example being the press was riled and upset over. Oh man, I can't even remember what it was.
The controversial Bros Before Hoes God of War trophy.
Yes, God of War 3.
Adam Sessler calls out Sony Santa Monica.
Yes, that's a third example of the press putting undue weight on trying to get something changed to their to what they want. And that to me is an example. Like, does anyone here seriously care if there's a Bros Before Hoes achievement in a game called God of War?
I'm not sure it was the achievement that bothered Sessler. He says that 650 into his review, Sessler describes the experience as one of the most violent things I've ever seen in a video game. He calls the event and the trophy a gut-wrenching punch of misogyny that sours the entire experience for him. And it doesn't sound too bad to me.
It's not relevant because they're basically putting undue weight. It's not your place as a journalist to try to change games. It isn't.
But I don't think he was trying to change games. Hold on, let me see if I can get this video on this.
Did you also know that for future God of War games, they announced that basically Kratos would not be committing violence against women? Because they found it sexist?
I don't know anything like this.
This happened, yes. The developers of the game said that, oh, well, we found this far too problematic. So Kratos, the God of War, and you have to remember in Greek tragedies, there's the gods are not going, like, it's completely out of character to suggest that the Greek gods would be, interested in nuances about feminism and other such talking points. And they said that, oh well, we received.
I think I can play it. I think I can play it for the world. Ready? Here goes.
You can play it back for yourself.
No, I can play it for everyone. Really?
No. The only way you could possibly do that is if either one, before the stream was set up, you establish it with OBS.
Wait, check this out. Just tell me if you see it right now. Here goes.
Sure. Ain't got shit, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
Rats.
Looks like you got dumped. Anyway, I did warn you. Yeah, but that's an example of what people mean when games are going to be changed, because people just want the developers to be pressured to basically conform to their point of view, whether or not it makes sense, whether or not it's in the interest of the game, whether or not it actually has to do with quality. And it's basically pushing these issues onto games. That way, development of these games is more catered to people who are less. Would it be fair to say who have concerns over social justice? Would that be fair? Or who claim to have concerns over social justice?
So I think we should go back to a point that was discussed 3 days ago about who we should cater to when we make games. So imagine you've got a game out there. and you've done the engine, you've got it pretty well set up, and
I'm
you're
not sure
almost
I
ready
went
to
back
go.
that point. I'm pretty sure I thoroughly.
Oh, it's a really good point. No, were you here on that? Were you here on that chat?
I was. And
Oh, okay.
in my opinion, you did not make a very good point.
With the parties A's, B's, and C's,
Yes,
and you could
the
make your
example
game
you brought up
to
was-
cater to SJWs or to cater to reactionary ridiculousness. And since no one thinks there are any real numbers of reactionaries, you should just cater to the SJWs because why the fuck not?
That was essentially your argument, but what I failed to bring up, and I didn't really want to go into like an arguments of definitions, but I think it's a very good one here for in the case of Gone Home. Gone Home isn't a game.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Oh, he said it
for this point.
It's not a game.
It doesn't matter because if you're
How
still
does it
making
matter?
whatever
What's a
it
game?
is,
About games or not?
whatever you're making,
Wait, what?
he's
Do you
saying
care
Gone
about
Home isn't
games?
the game.
Do you care about games or not?
Okay.
Yeah, I love games, but what makes a game? Hold on, I think that we need to know what a game is.
Okay. You want to?
That
do
is a
this?
very good point, and in order for to have a game, it has to have two things: it has an objective and a failure state.
According to who?
According to how games work definitionally, games have a long
Sorry,
sword
which
history.
definition? Which definition?
You're making an appeal to relativism, and I don't
No,
know
you're making shit up.
No, you're making shit up. I don't like this failure state argument. Why do games have to have a failure state?
because it basically because in order for it to be a game, it has to present a challenge to the player to test their skill. Without a failure state, there is no test of skill.
So any game that doesn't test your skill isn't the game.
Yes.
So is War the card game? Sorry, is War the card game? Is that a game?
That is a good challenge.
It's a game.
I would say
Come on, it's totally a game.
I would say in the context of video, I would say that the challenge.
Wait, are video games different than other games?
Well, when it comes to regardless of whether or not War is a game, the question is if Gone Home is a game.
No.
Now,
'cause
what
we're trying to
exactly
establish
makes?
the
No, the
definition
question
of
is if-
games.
No. You shifted the goalposts around.
No, we're defining what a game is.
Okay, what is a game to you? Give me a definition.
I don't.
And
I haven't made it. You made up a definition out of thin fucking air, and then you said that was the definition.
well, then can I ask you to the simple question? What's a game?
No, because I am not making an argument about what is or isn't the game. You made that argument.
I think Gone Home is a game.
It's not a game because it's a walking simulator. There's no challenge to it.
Which is
There's
actually
nothing.
a genre of game, by the way.
Yeah, so I'm still confused. If Gone Home isn't a game,
sold as a game.
but it's
There it
if
is.
Gone Home, sorry, if Gone Home isn't a game, but it is interactive enjoyment, why is War a game?
There it's the case of there it's a game because it's actually because I think I limited the scope of the definition too much because I didn't account for games that are purely games of chance. There are such things as games of chance. So, however, there is a clear winner and a clear loser in War.
Okay, so games have winners and losers now?
Yes, they do. You can either win a game or lose a game. You can't
Did I
have.
win Zelda? Did I lose Zelda?
Did you get the game over screen? Did you die?
Is
Did you
that how
not?
you lose Zelda?
Yes, you lose Zelda multiple times. You have to restart the level. You have to restart the game. You have to actually overcome an objective and a challenge in that game.
So you
And
think
sometimes
you
the
lose Zelda
objection of a
when you
game.
run out of hearts?
Sometimes the objective of the game is not whether you win or lose. Sometimes you can only lose. However, you can get the highest score. But with Gone
You
Home,
can't,
there
so
are
the
no
definition isn't
gameplay
just win or
mechanics.
lose.
There are no elements of this. There is just you walking around and figuring things out and putting clues together to basically, not even putting clues together, it's just finding things. It's just discovering things. It's basically like a storybook. And
Like Myst.
yeah, like it's not that these things are inherently bad, but that these things
Is Myst a game?
is Myst a game. I don't know too much about Myst. It's kind of like what aGG says. If you bring up a game that he doesn't know, he can't really answer that question. So I'm going to
Well,
defer
Myst
to
is
that.
Okay,
famous as a game.
Telltale's sorry. Telltale's The Walking Dead. Is that a game?
It would depend on if it has actual mechanics
Have
in
you
it or if
played
it's really a visual novel. Because visual novels are a bit complicated because some visual novels actually do present challenges and actual failure states, such as, for example, God Save the Queen. That's a
So where'd this concept of failure states come from? Because I don't think I need to feel bad to enjoy a game.
Well, it's not a matter of feeling bad. It doesn't matter how you feel about your loss. Sometimes you can lose a game and just be the greatest moment of your life. It doesn't matter how you feel, but it's a matter of whether or not, by the game's terms, you lose or not.
So you just made up this definition, right?
No, I didn't.
Where did you get it from?
I got this. A lot of issues that I agree with, not all of them, because again, I question everything.
Sure.
Total Biscuit came up with this definition, and I don't fully agree with him because he also says that it doesn't matter if you win or not. I do think there needs to be some kind of a win condition or objective to achieve. But that is.
But wait. So just so I understand, your supreme definer of what a game is Total Biscuit.
Did I say
he's the guy that knows how to define games? Well, what's this failure state bullshit?
He did a couple of videos on it way back. I think even before GamerGate he did this. Did
Well,
videos.
you're gonna have to explain it because he's not here.
Okay. Basically, he pointed out a number of examples of games, of quote unquote games that the media was parodying as the greatest achievements, and he said, no, this is not a game. One of those games was Dear Esther. He said, nope, this isn't a game. There's no way you can possibly lose this. There's nothing to do in it. You're just walking around and finding.
Right. So games that other people think are games, he decides are not games because
You're making a relativistic argument, and
people
explaining what it is. We're talking about what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
games that other people think are games, he thinks are not games because of his definition, which includes this magical failure state concept.
Is it magical, or is it
Well, it
something that
seems made
actually
up.
exists?
I don't know. Is there some sort of? I mean,
Like, you're a gamer. You should be able to answer this question.
I don't think my games need failure states.
Well, which games do you play that do not have failure states? Name one.
Walking Dead.
I don't consider that. If it doesn't have a failure state, if it's just a story in which you play through, then that's a visual novel.
John, here's what just happened. You said, which games do you play that don't have failure states? And then no matter what I name, you're going to say it's not a game because it doesn't have a failure state. So why did you ask that question?
Fair enough.
These are conventionally considered games.
Well, not entirely. I don't really get why a visual novel is considered a game at all, because all you're doing is doing a choose your own adventure. Is me reading Goosebumps, for example, a game? That doesn't make any sense. No.
Why not?
Because it inherently isn't a game. You read through a story.
What makes it inherently not a game? Because obviously inherently not a game is not a real thing.
Yes, it is, and you're trying to make an appeal to relativism instead of giving concrete definitions. And I also
know your concrete definition is a total invention of your own mind and is not actually accepted by anybody except you and Total Biscuit.
Now,
and there are a bunch of people. There are a bunch of philosophers who define games over time, but none of them use this failure state concept, which I think is novel.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna go. This is just kind of boring and.
It actually is. I think they're getting hung up too much on the fact that Gone Home is not a game, and also a game they.
You can say that's a fact as much as you want, but it doesn't make it true.
Well, then, what is your definition of a game? Is my question. Either you have a definition or you don't.
Wikipedia says a game is structured playing, usually undertaken for enjoyment and sometimes used as an educational tool. And I would agree with that.
Yeah. Yes, but games have objectives, do they not?
Well,
yeah.
And if there's no objective, if there's no objective to be had, if there's no challenge to meet that objective,
but there is a challenge.
Well, what's the challenge?
In which one?
Gone Home. What's the challenge in Gone Home?
Figure out what happened to the girl.
Nothing happened to the girl, though.
Well, did you figure that out?
Yeah.
Well, good job. You figured it out.
You win.
All right, see you guys.
Yeah. But but there's no way you can possibly lose that game.
Sure there is. You cannot figure out what happened to the girl.
No, you can't. You'd have to be... that's like saying that you didn't finish reading a book, and therefore you lost.
I mean, I don't mean to be rude to my daughter who's 4 and definitely plays games that you can't lose, but, like, they're games, and she loses them by just walking away.
The point being, whether or not you want to, like, go into semantics of what is and isn't a game...
You are the one who did this!
Okay, yes. Yes, I did do this, and I bring it up for a reason. Well, let me just get down to the point. Whether or not you want to consider these things games or not games, you also have to think of who they're being marketed to and what audiences they're being marketed to. Gone Home, Depression Quest were attempted to be marketed to the mainstream. The reason why...
No way!
Yes, they were. Yes,
no, you're so wrong. You don't even know how wrong you are.
Okay, so then would you? Well, then that
So
kind of.
I guess my question is, the Gone Home marketing to the mainstream, that involves what? TV commercials?
Kotaku, Polygon,
No,
Rock, Paper,
but
Scissors,
like
Shotgun, Giant
that's
Bomb,
no,
etc.
but you still haven't. These aren't mainstream. So when I look for games that have been marketed to the mainstream, I find TV commercials saved on my TiVo over things like wrestling. I guess I don't even know where I would find game commercials nowadays.
If you want to correct me on the use of the term mainstream by saying that, oh well, it's not an accurate definition of mainstream, we can go over that all day. But for the major gaming websites that gamers go to for news is what you have to take in consideration here, not whether or not they're marketed on TV or not, because this is the actual crux of the issue. And trying to shift the goalposts over to television stuff like that, that's not really relevant.
You're the one who used mainstream, not us.
Well, it doesn't
I
matter.
didn't say mainstream.
It doesn't matter because you're arguing the form of the arguments presented as opposed to the substance thereof.
I'm sorry that you're saying the wrong words. I'm very sorry.
So I think what you meant to say was marketed to the specialists in the specialist press. Is that what you meant to say?
If you could give me, what do you mean by specialist? I just want to...
Games press. Games press.
I would say yes.
Guys. There's somebody new. Guys.
Oh, okay. Hi, someone new.
Yes. Hi, someone new. Can you... Your microphone's unmuted. Or sorry, muted. Do you want to unmute it and then say something?
I think I can unmute him, can't I?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you cannot. Google Hangouts are a bit limited.
Well,
someone should really contact... I should probably write a letter to them.
No, I totally can. Look, watch this. Oh, no, only he can unmute himself.
Yeah. So close. So this guy is Brandon or something.
Don't try to... wait, you could have unmuted me. That's weird.
And I unmuted you? Hold on, let me do that again.
That is interesting.
Oh, I did unmute you.
Apparently, yeah. Apparently you can unmute people you yourself mute, but you can't unmute him. That's really...
Can I turn your camera on? Hold on one sec. Doesn't seem like I can do that.
We were talking about the specialist press.
I was talking about the games press, and I'm not going to use the term specialist because then you'll try to pigeonhole people into a certain context.
Well, that's what we meant. We mean games press. That's what we called the specialist press.
Right. The games press, and the gamers were not happy with this, and of course they were
Which gamers?
Majority of gamers.
Really?
No way. People loved Gone Home.
No, they don't. Did you actually look at the sales figures? Can you quote me on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, it killed it.
Let's look up the Gone Home
around 500 copies. 500,000 copies, sorry.
Oh,
dude, that's murdering it.
Dude, 500,000 is nuts.
Not comparative. Not compared to what though?
Not compared to Battlefield Hardline. Well, maybe compared to Battlefield Hardline, but you know.
The point I was trying to get.
Other indie games with a similar budget and scope.
The point being is the games press has been trying to push a certain particular kind of game onto gamers that appeals to certain types of people, and you can go over whether or not I'm using these terms accurately, and yes, I am.
No, so far you're using the terms accurately. You're saying that Kotaku wants people to try games that are challenging your preconceptions of what a game is.
Exactly. They are pushing those things onto people that appeal to people who are more interested in art, aesthetics, and stuff like that.
Yes, Kotaku thinks you should try games that are going to challenge your impression of what a game is. I agree. Kotaku thinks you should try those things.
Things that gamers actually want, which is mechanics, challenges, things that are actually engaging, things that are actually...
I don't know why you get to define what a gamer is, and I don't, because I like things that challenge...
Except I'm not saying that those people who like those particular market of games aren't gamers.
Okay, but why can't...
I don't make that argument.
Yeah, I want that.
I don't think you do, to be honest.
You said what gamers want is this. You have no credibility to make that statement.
Have you not looked around lately? A lot of people
I have, and obviously I see something very different from what you see. So, what you said is that gamers want this. Where did you... Like, what actual data did you use to come to that conclusion?
Did I ask you for your data of where you came to your conclusions?
I can tell you where I came to my conclusions. I know a gamer, and he wants that.
You don't get to say that. And the reason why you don't get to say that is because you constantly refer to quote-unquote GamerGaters and use it as a nebulous statement as shorthand. So if I...
No, I know a gamer, and that gamer wants games that challenge the way he thinks about the world. That's what he wants.
I'm not saying that market doesn't exist, but I'm saying it's very, very small. It's a minority market.
I think that an indie game that pandered specifically to that market sold 500,000 copies.
As opposed to millions of copies as done by Hatred.
Oh, sure. Well, let's not talk about Hatred.
Oh, yes, I know you wouldn't want to talk about that, because that game did a killing in the market, and it was an indie game.
Well,
a killing. And also, this should be a reason why you're upset.
People didn't buy Gone Home to spit
this
in
is
the
the reason why you
face
yourself
of liberals.
should be upset with Polygon and Kotaku and other places. Because as soon as the trailer came out, it was baked. And the developers knew exactly the reaction they were going to give. They knew that they were going to sensationalize it.
What you're missing, John, is that I don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Well, why don't you care? Don't you want games that are sold based on merit, as opposed to
like when a game sells that's stupid, I'm used to that, and I just move on.
Wouldn't you rather the media be fair and objective with things and just say, okay, just say an article saying this game has come out called Hatred, and just give a basic rundown, leave it at that, as opposed to making.
Also, what's with this millions of copies? I'm not sure I'm down with that number.
Yeah, Steam charts number one.
Where'd that come from?
Steam charts, multiple websites. I can get you sources on this.
Please do.
All right. That will take me some time.
I'll find it eventually. I mean, I found something called Steam Spy, which seems to allege an owner number, but who knows?
Hold on a second. I found it on. There's been developer statements on it. There's been reporting by.
Just want like a link or something.
Okay. Hold on a second.
That I think is probably overstated by a factor of like 100.
No, you can actually check the Steam sales charts by just logging into Steam
right now.
And yes, you can log into Steam and you can see where it falls on the sales charts, and that's how people know this.
Well, if it's like is it at the top in the sense that it's like the most sold today, or is it at the top in the sense that it sold millions today? Because the first one doesn't actually give me that much information. I want to know how much it actually sold.
On the day of sale, it hit #1 and stayed #1 for quite.
Sure, but that doesn't tell me how many it actually sold. So I want to know that.
There are millions and millions of games sold on Steam every day. The fact that it got there means that millions of games sold, as opposed to a measly 500,000.
There's like a million games on Steam, right? You can be at the top, and that doesn't tell me how much it sold.
You're skewing the issue with the citation of sources and just going to minutia. The point
what you
is,
said is
when you be upset,
do you want to say that it sold a lot? How about we'll just say that it sold a lot?
Yes, it's no, because that's putting it too relativistically. I mean,
but I don't think it sold millions of copies.
Right. Well, let me tell you this. Do you think it was fair of Polygon to make 10 articles on Hatred before it even came out?
The level of fairness that applies to that, I just don't care about.
Well,
just
if you don't care, why are you here talking GamerGate topics? I mean, this is kind of
because you're really annoying. GamerGate's really annoying.
GamerGate's ridiculously annoying, and I want it to go away.
Well, it's kind of a stress relief.
If you want it to go away, I think there's one of two options you really have that would be more productive. The first option is the more logical one, in my opinion, is to stay completely away and just let them do their thing and just ignore it. Or the second option would be to resolve these issues that these spurky gamers have, and once that's out of the way, you can move on to more important issues, as opposed to this thing just continuing for months and months.
I don't trust you to actually stop at any point.
Why do you not believe that these things have to? Why do you believe these things don't have to continue?
No, I think
I really want to, because GamerGate is a stealth conservative movement that's being used by parts of the American right to recruit people into the American right, and the American right doesn't stop doing things until they stop working.
Can you give me any sources that this is specifically and only American right agenda? And
it's certainly not the American left.
Yeah, like who's on the left that's on your side?
Who's on the left? I really don't care, because I don't think right and left are very useful terms anymore.
No. I don't disagree with you at all about the usefulness of terms, but you have movement conservatives who are pushing GamerGate.
And does that make... let's see. You're referring to Miles Yiannopoulos, and you'll probably also lump in Christina Hoff Sommers because of her connection with the American Enterprise Institute, and you'd probably.
I mean,
also...
her job at the American Enterprise Institute is to attack the feminist left. So yes, I would.
Well, really, there's just comes to a point where I don't really care who's right or left on as far as these issues go.
That's fine. I'm cool with that. But GamerGate is a stealth recruitment vehicle for the American right.
But that's a very interesting statement to make, because looking at the history of it, it doesn't really make sense to conclude that, because it basically started with a guy called Aaron Gonji, who's definitely not right-wing, even by your standards.
Well,
say what you will.
Challenge.
How is Aaron Gonji right-wing? Have you actually talked with him? Have you actually read what he said? Have you actually read the Zoe post?
Certainly read a post that he wrote, which slut-shamed his ex.
I really don't care. I really don't care whether or not he slut-shamed his ex. That's not really important. I'm asking if he's right-wing.
But I care. But these are the actions of a winger.
That's ridiculous.
So are
you saying that left-wingers are incapable of slut-shaming?
No, they totally are. But
then why is it relevant to whether or not Aaron Gonji is right?
Because the treatment of women as objects is part of the American right, not the American left.
I don't think what you're saying is accurate, because even by your standards of slut-shaming, I don't think that's necessarily objectification of women.
Okay, but it is, so we'll just have to agree to disagree.
I guess, but either way, left and right people are capable of going against these moral standards that you have, right?
Of course.
Yes. So then it's not relevant whether or not Aaron Gonji is right or left wing, because
sure, because he's really not all that relevant to your ridiculous movement.
The thing is though, no, I first off, I wouldn't call GamerGate a movement. There's just too many people with too many differing opinions.
No, but the point is that there's a core, and that core is led by the American right as a stealth recruitment vehicle into the American right. And that's movement conservatives. That's movement conservatives, ridiculous neo-reactionaries, just straight out MRA right-wingers, everything you could think of, all just preying on a bunch of video game nerds who don't know any better.
If that were the case, wouldn't Fox News have gotten involved at this point?
No.
Why?
Because it's so embarrassing to 60 to 70-year-olds talking about video games that there's no reason for them to show up.
Well, then actually, I think that kind of destroys your argument, because if the old guard isn't getting involved, then they're really doing the right wing is doing a very horrible job.
The way it works is that parts of the conservative movement attempt to discuss things with different people. So Fox News talks to old people. That's who it talks to. It talks to the incredibly franchised 50 to 70-year-old crowd, and it talks to the incredibly far-right crowd, and those are its target audiences. And there are other parts of the conservative movement that talk to other people. And GamerGate is the part of the conservative movement that talks to video gamers.
Well, here's what I have to ask about that then. By your standards of right and left, I'm sorry, I had a train of thought there and then I suddenly lost it. By your standards of right and left, if quote-unquote GamerGate was an arm of the right wing, why are there so...
Stealth recruitment movement.
Stealth recruitment movement, right. Now, if it were to be a stealth recruitment movement, why are they doing such a terrible job at it? I mean,
they're doing an awesome job at it.
Okay, all right, they're doing an awesome job at it. Now,
so let me ask you a question.
Why is it then?
How many of these video game people ever read Breitbart before GamerGate?
If you want to say that Milo Yiannopoulos specifically, and I mean specifically, is using GamerGate as ways to raise his own profile and promote Breitbart, that particular point, I will agree that there is self-interest.
How many of these people read Reason magazine before this whole thing?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
Come on now.
I don't really have numbers on the Breitbart one. I will agree with that particular point of.
You don't think Kathy Young showed up to talk about how there's no such thing as rape because she saw some targets?
If you want to say it, there are people in GamerGate who are right-leaning who are raising their own in GamerGate is really a term I don't like using, but I'll just use it as shorthand for the sake of this conversation.
Yep, that's fine. I won't hold you to it.
Okay. If you're saying that there are particular people using GamerGate as a means to raise their own profile, and many of these actors
not raise their own profile, to get video game nerds to be right-wingers.
I won't agree with that because while they may be right wing in their politics, they're pushing more of like these people that I've noticed are pushing more of the culture warrior side of things. They're more accurately described as libertarians than anything else.
Okay, so
libertarian is
part of the part of the American right that appeals to young people is called libertarianism. There are no left libertarians out there. There are no left libertarians out there saying you guys should be libertarians, because there are no left libertarians left.
That doesn't make sense to me because there's many people who identify as
left. Where are the left libertarians?
I honestly, when it comes to the context of GamerGate, many people self-identify as left.
No, not even GamerGate. Not even GamerGate. Just in general, find me a left libertarian. I'm so desperate to see one.
Many people that you call GamerGaters identify as left libertarian.
Well, yes, but really, how many are?
Like I said, I don't know if they really fully understand the terms right and left, and I don't think I do, so I don't even pretend to. The point is, it's very conspiratorial to suggest that basically GamerGate
There's no conspiracy.
Okay.
There's no conspiracy. You are part of the you are movement conservative. Your job is to find places where you can convince people to become conservatives. And someone says, there's this thing called GamerGate, they're a bunch of nerds, and they're pissed off at feminists. You say, pissed off at feminists? Those sound like targets for recruitment, and you recruit the fuck out of them.
But I haven't been recruiting anyone. I don't get why you're lobbing this.
You're not the problem.
Okay, so you're saying certain people are trying to recruit people for the right-leaning side
of
things. I don't really see it that way. I'd say anyone using GamerGate to raise their profile, get people click on their stuff, are just looking at it to basically become more popular. If that is their primary or secondary intention.
You're aware that Milo Yiannopoulos and Christina Hoff Sommers and Kathy Young and Arun Bukhari and all these other randos who are somehow all about games now, you're aware that they don't get paid for high profile. They get paid to recruit.
I'm not denying that what you're saying about many people are raising their profile. However,
I'm not talking about raising profile. They're not getting paid to raise their profile.
Well, you're going to have to be a bit more specific when
the job of running Breitbart is to convince people to vote for Republicans. That's it. That's the job.
I disagree. I would say the job of Breitbart is to make money. I would say that is their primary interest. They may have other interests individually, but as a company, I think they're trying to make money, and they're doing so by reporting the news, and they're using the standards of news media.
I don't even know how to start disagreeing with that, so I'll just ignore it.
Okay, well then in that case, let me follow with this.
Logic? Like Fox News, do you think that doesn't exist to push an agenda?
But you just said Fox News isn't relevant this because they're catering to the open market.
As an example of how this thing works, as I'm asking you a question.
What do I think of Fox News? I think that they're biased as MSNBC just for different sides.
Primary goal.
Is Fox News out there to make as much money as they can, or is there something else also?
In a very large way. Significant part of their goal.
I would say it's little column A and column B are both applicable here.
So
they're interested in making money, and they're also interested in the people who are running Fox News would appear to have very partisan politics that they're pushing. I would not deny that. As far as Breitbart goes, they're definitely appealing to a right-wing audience, and if they're pushed their writers there, I can't really say of all writers there, because for me personally, I sometimes read Milo Yiannopoulos not because I think he's necessarily an authority or anything, but because I find him entertaining.
Okay. So why do you think they are interested? Why do you think he is interested in GamerGate?
I think it's more, like I said, I think it's more to do with his libertarian sense than his
He's not a libertarian. What's this libertarian?
Okay, let me rephrase that.
The guy is a movement conservative.
Well, did he say he's a movement conservative?
You don't get to define yourself as a movement conservative when you're a movement conservative. You look at the guy.
Movement conservative?
I mean, you know about the conservative movement, right?
I don't think there's any real conservative movement. I don't even think people even like self-identifying as conservative anymore, which is silly. But that's.
I don't even know what planet you live on sometimes, John.
I don't even know how to. to start by talking, I mean,
like, did you ask people in GamerGate if they identify as conservative?
Yeah.
of course they don't identify as conservative.
Why do you think that is? It's become a bit of a scarlet letter, hasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's why I'm thinking that as a right-wing recruitment policy, it's really not working. It's not getting anyone to vote Republican. In fact, most of the people don't even care, are completely apathetic when it comes to politics. Now,
why they're being recruited?
That's why you recruit them.
Right.
If they were already right-wing, they would be shitty recruits.
But the thing is, they are shitty recruits. Like, in my personal opinion, I wish these people were more aware of politics, not to necessarily support either side, but to actually become informed voters. So that way we can end the.
I'm confused as to how you can say people should become more informed voters, but when I say movement conservative and the conservative movement, you don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I'm unaware of any kind of conservative movement in the United States specifically.
No, but it's not a conservative movement, it's the conservative movement. It's like a thing. I'm certain it's got a Wikipedia page. Hold on.
Well, is Wikipedia a reliable source?
Yeah, fuck yeah. It's called, Wikipedia has a page called Movement Conservatism.
Did you read the article on GamerGate on Wikipedia, though?
It's awesome.
It's not awesome. It's very, very biased.
Really good.
It's kind of great.
Why were numerous editors fired from Wikipedia?
Got a good beat, and I can dance to it.
Well, why were numerous editors?
But honestly, I like the article on Rational Wiki better. But you know, the one on Wikipedia is pretty good also.
By the way, what's your opinion of... Wait, just as a side.
The reason that multiple people were sanctioned off Wikipedia is because Wikipedia is a rules over results arbitration function, and those people were at it warring and being rude to people.
And they did not change one side of the narrative after they sanctioned.
Not a word changed after those people were thrown off. Not a word.
Exactly. But you're telling me that their rules over content sort of policy, and yet after they did all this stuff that was bad, they didn't do a complete overhaul of the article?
Didn't need to be done. The article was awesome, regardless of the fact that people were constantly swearing at each other.
It may be entertaining, but is it accurate?
It's pretty accurate.
I would say no. I mean, it begins by labeling in the first place GamerGate specifically as a harassment campaign, and you yourself.
Do you expect us to disagree with that?
Yeah, it is. I mean, come on, it is a harassment campaign.
I do expect you to disagree with that because.
Why would we disagree with
Why would we disagree with something we believe?
Because you yourselves have said that most people aren't even harassing.
No, that's correct. It's a harassment campaign. Look, right. GamerGate is a harassment campaign. Most GamerGaters are useful idiots.
The only definition of harassment I adhere to is a legal one because a non-legal definition leads into subjective minutiae.
Right, but that's not relevant or interesting because it is a harassment campaign.
Of course you wouldn't find it relevant or interesting because it doesn't really play along with the narrative that you
Don,
like.
Let's slow this down and do this piece by piece.
Okay.
You say that it's not a harassment campaign. Why do you say that?
Because it isn't. I mean, people aren't harassing people. Your definition of harassment is not applicable to real-world standards. I mean, I've had people tell me that tweeting at them is harassment. That's not the case. And even aGG says the whole dogpiling thing is bullshit.
So that's your thing, is that what they are doing, what GamerGate is doing, is not harassment.
Not technically harassment.
Are there individual actors?
Which is the best kind of harassment.
Hello, my friends.
No.
How are you?
Hello, Satan.
Hey, I heard that you guys were having an argument, and it's been a while since I last had an argument. I was wondering if I could argue with you.
Are you on a voice changer?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm the Prince of Darkness. I sound like this.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Cool.
Are you like a gator? Are you a gator, Satan?
I'm a big gator. I was a GamerGator back before it was called GamerGator. In fact, I was one of the people on 4chan and WizardChan that started this, and I'm pretty informed on all this stuff, especially what you would call a harassment campaign.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Satan.
Okay, so...
Do you have any questions about that? I heard that there was some contention about the origins of GamerGate and its harassment.
Well, not necessarily the origins, because whenever we go into the origins, it's easily debunked with the phrase genetic fallacy. But we could also discuss that as well.
Well, what's the topic of your debate today? I'm a little bit uninformed. What's going on?
Well, unfortunately, there's not really topics because with these guys, they like to swing things to different.
Well, what we were talking about right now was an argument that the Wikipedia article on GamerGate is not accurate, and the point that he made is that in its first sentence it calls it a harassment campaign. And he said, it's not a harassment campaign. And we said, fuck yeah, it is a harassment campaign.
Well, hang on a sec. I think that doesn't really matter, actually. The Wikipedia article is biased, and it uses biased language that is not allowed in Wikipedia articles. This is patently true.
I don't care.
Well, Satan, I disagree with you,
We
Satan.
just found the very root of this argument. We can kill this right here. We do care. Jay Kelly and I care that there are biased articles on Wikipedia.
All
If you
biased
don't care,
articles on Wikipedia?
Hold on.
the argument. That's the whole argument right there.
Satan, let me ask you a couple questions about biased articles on Wikipedia because it's a subject near and dear to my heart as a Wikipedia editor myself.
Go for it.
Have you read the global warming articles on Wikipedia?
Maybe in passing, I'm not particularly familiar
What
with
what other aspects of Wikipedia do you feel are quote biased end quote?
There are biased words and biased language that is, by the rules of Wikipedia, prohibited on the GamerGate article. That is the complete extent of my opinion on Wikipedia.
Oh, I understand. So, Satan, your experience with Wikipedia is limited to GamerGate. Is that correct?
We can go there, yes. Essentially, my experience is limited to GamerGate.
So I guess what I would say is that Wikipedia rules describe practice as opposed to mandate practice, in that the rules are supposed to update with the way things work. So when people who only experience Wikipedia through a very narrow window of, say, the GamerGate article, say the GamerGate article doesn't mesh with the rules because the rules say this and the article is doing it slightly differently, the reason that it's not meshing with the rules is because the rules describe, not proscribe practice.
Okay. But that's still a valid reason for me to be upset with Wikipedia and spread the news of me being upset with other people.
Well, but I guess, Satan, what is it in the Wikipedia article that you find so objectionable?
Specifically some of the wording and some of the topic choices.
Yeah, but that wasn't specifically. That was not specifically.
Yeah, that was fairly arbitrarily. Hang on a second and bring up a whole page of the problems that are wrong with the Wikipedia article. It's on Wikipedia, actually.
There's a Wikipedia article about the problems with the Wikipedia article about GamerGate?
There are multiple articles on the problems with Wikipedia.
Well, but they're not on Wikipedia.
They are on Wikipedia.
No. There's the Wikipedia articles about problems on Wikipedia, but not about...
Controversy, all right.
Specifically on that article, yes, there are.
Nah, challenge.
Yeah, there's no Wikipedia article about
maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
As a Wikipedia editor, I will defer to your judgment on this.
I am totally going to delete whatever article you're looking at right now. Gassing up my admin juices. Here they go.
I'm really excited. Can you, calm down?
Probably not.
Well, Satan, can you create an archive just in case he tries to delete it?
Getting those deletion keys ready.
I don't even care.
Okay.
Been so long since I last logged into my Wikipedia account.
So, what are the specific problems with this article anyway?
Hang on a sec, I'm looking at it. What the fuck? I'm being...
All I see is stuff about ants. I don't get it.
What?
Just ants. I don't know what the issue is with all these insects.
Are you making the GamerGators joke?
He did.
Yes,
yeah, it's a terrible joke. But I kind of appreciate that it kind of died because...
I think one of the best parts is that it's a really good picture of Adam Baldwin.
There is.
Okay, so the first thing that I'm noticing that's wrong with this article is that it has very specific choices of the events that it adds in the history paragraphs, the first few paragraphs in the article.
Okay.
There's no mention made about the fact that Zoe Quinn herself was posting on Wizard Chan. In fact, it doesn't seem to mention the Wizard Chan event at all.
I know. The key feature of Wikipedia we all know much more about GamerGate than Wikipedia does. The key feature of Wikipedia is that it doesn't take sources that are not, quote, reliable. And I don't think any reliable sources have written in any substantial detail about all of the Wizard Chan bullshit.
aGG.
What about all the other bullshit?
Well, I mean,
that was
the one you brought up.
What?
aGG. What can you define? What does Wikipedia define as a reliable source, and how do they determine what is and is not a reliable source?
Sure, a reliable source is a source that's generally considered reliable.
That is.
That's a circular reason.
It is.
Take it up with Wikipedia.
Would you like
A
to,
reliable source. A reliable source is a source that other reliable sources use.
Okay, the next thing that I see here is a statement that says that Quinn and her family were subjected to virulent and misogynistic harassment. I don't see proof of this.
Well, I think they're probably a bunch of.
There's little
I
numbers.
think they're a bunch of little numbers.
Right, you click the numbers.
You click
I
those
see a
little
link
numbers.
to a Daily Dot article.
Yep.
I see the Daily Beast Company.
Yep.
And, the Boston Globe. Let's see what they have to say about this. That sounds interesting.
Which number was that?
Globe correspondent. So Jesse Singal, who does not work for the Boston Globe,
Right.
wrote
So
something
the key
random.
feature.
Whoa. Wrote something random for the online arm of the Boston Globe.
Yep.
Yep.
That's a reliable source.
That's a reliable source
yes.
to you, huh?
So the reason why that's
not us.
according to Wikipedia, not to me.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you.
No, Satan.
Jackass.
Hey, Satan.
It was a reliable
The
source.
first thing that I have a problem with here is the fact that I do not agree with you on what constitutes a reliable source.
Hey, I don't agree with Wikipedia on what constitutes a reliable source, but
But you're
Wikipedia has
disagreeing with Wikipedia.
But Wikipedia has a page, and that page is WP:/newsblog that discusses the reliability of blogs hosted by newspapers.
Excellent. Well, this sounds like a pretty good place for people from GamerGate to discuss the issues that they have with your sources, doesn't
Well,
it?
no. If you were to start discussing GamerGate on WP News blogs, that would be off topic. Because WP News blogs is for site discussion of reliable sources in the context of blogs.
We have disagreements, me and you, and the people of GamerGate and you have disagreements about what constitutes a reliable source.
Right, but you guys don't have standing.
What?
You guys don't have standing to have an intelligent discussion about Wikipedia because you don't care about Wikipedia.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
I actually do care about Wikipedia, and the fact that Wikipedia is biased on numerous articles is something that should really be a focus of.
Tell me one problematic article that has nothing to do with GamerGate. I can do it. I can do it right now.
I do not know the specific articles in question. However, I am aware that Wikipedia has many of these articles, which you yourself admit has problems, and you are a Wikipedia editor, so you are a reliable source on this, I would imagine.
He's also a reliable source saying this article is awesome.
What? Yeah,
He's a reliable source, right?
Okay.
And he says this article is awesome.
We disagree on that specific point.
It's actually only good. I wouldn't give it awesome.
All right, whatever.
Well, there you go. That means that article can be approved even by your own admission. So that point too, we only disagree at what extent and which it can be improved. Now, given that there are definitely articles on Wikipedia that are biased, this is definitely a concern which should be of wider interest than just the scope of GamerGate. And
Absolutely.
Yes, it is an issue that should be severely looked at, and what also should be looked at is the little money, funny shenanigans that a website actually had a very good article on this, showing that basically Wikipedia doesn't need as much money as it asks for.
Well, this is a very interesting problem that I've noticed when people of our ilk get in arguments. It happens very frequently. If we say that there's a problem with something, and you don't like the specific example that we have, you'll refuse to fix the problem for everybody, even if you could. Why is that? Why do you have to shit on GamerGate if it exposes real problems that exist elsewhere?
But you didn't expose the problems that exist in Wikipedia. So the problems I have with sourcing in Wikipedia go mostly to medical content.
Well, if we're not familiar with Wikipedia, why do you have to shit on us instead of informing us about exactly what the issues are? Like, you're in here, you're laughing at us, and you're like, ha ha ha, they don't know shit about Wikipedia.
But you don't...
Hang on a sec. You come in here and you laugh, and you think it's funny that we don't know anything about Wikipedia, when you have all the information that we could use. We could learn this shit and help you fix your fucking problem. But instead, you come in here and you treat us like a bunch of fucking morons.
Well,
I
here's
hope
the
you're
thing.
trying to realize that that's not the case.
Well, here's the thing. I don't really trust you to make things better.
You don't need to trust me. I'm a fucking poster from 8chan's Baphomet board. If I told you to trust me, you better be running for your fucking life. I mean, do you think that I would say that?
No,
that
but
would require
I'm
some
not...
sort of trust from you.
No, but my point is that if I inform you and teach you about Wikipedia and get you up to speed so that you're more able to express your points...
What am I going to do?
Well,
am I going to fucking find you?
No. You're going to make Wikipedia worse.
Why would I make Wikipedia worse?
Because
I have only to fix this one problem, and then I fucking leave. Because you already said I don't give a shit about Wikipedia, and you know that's honestly true. I really don't care about this article.
The problem you want to fix, you want to go the wrong way.
Well, tell me the direction that I need to go. I don't care. So I have a very limited interface with Wikipedia. If you just tell me the most expedient way to fix this problem, we'll fucking fix it and then leave.
Right, but I don't see the problem that you see. You think that this article is biased and uses poor sources.
It is biased.
But I don't think it is.
Well, hang on. I believe that the article is biased because I disagree with specific parts of your policy. We just established that you and I have a different criteria, rather Wikipedia and I have different criteria by which we judge the suitability of a online publication
source.
As reliable source, right?
Yeah, but so, you're wrong, and Wikipedia is more right than you are.
Why?
Well, because Wikipedia allows people to, by expanding the reach of acceptable sources to include appropriately vetted blogs hosted by newspapers, it allows content into Wikipedia that otherwise would be undercovered.
Okay. In that case, why isn't the standard applicable to, why is this particular Wikipedia article in question sourcing content, including tweets and personal Tumblr blogs that would otherwise not be reliable?
No way is it sourcing tweets. Okay, well that would be a problem. I'll fix it right now. Where is there something sourced to a tweet or a Tumblr blog?
That may or may not have been fixed, but I did get word of that down the grapevine.
I will literally fix it right now online.
Okay. Let's take a look at that Wikipedia article then. One thing to keep in mind is the Wikipedia front isn't my main front because I actually do agree with the point you made.
I'm totally willing to fix it right now.
Okay. Because in my personal opinion, the people who are concerned about Wikipedia should be going beyond this one article. They should really be hammering.
It doesn't source any tweets. I just checked.
Do you guys consider BuzzFeed to be a reliable source?
Absolutely. BuzzFeed has...
Hey, hang on. I just totally nailed you there. This is awesome. Do you recall when my buddies got that horrendous A Man in Green article written and posted on BuzzFeed?
So the key feature is that reliable sources can make mistakes. But one of the key features of a reliable source is that when mistakes are made and recognized, corrections are issued. Was a correction issued to whatever you're talking about?
It was not substantial.
Well, in this particular case, yes, a correction was issued. However,
a correction but it was not also a substantial correction.
Really?
Yes, because when they corrected the article, they said, "Oh, well, these are the words of trolls. Please, trolls."
Oh, the original story remains. Well,
yes, the original story remains.
The
name of the individual is not removed, and that violates the "Do No Harm" clause under
That's about ethics, not about accuracy. So, if there was something that was just inaccurate in BuzzFeed and they knew about it,
the whole thing was inaccurate, and they didn't retract it.
They said that it was inaccurate. They said that their sources were actually not reliable. So you gotta give them that.
Okay.
Nothing to argue about that.
But BuzzFeed is still not a reliable source because you mentioned yourself that websites which highlight credible Tumblr blogs.
Hang on.
I didn't say that.
Focus on this point.
Okay.
There was also articles about the WizardChan event, specifically, that were posted on someplace that you would consider a reliable source, The Escapist. And they wrote incorrect articles about Zoe Quinn and amended the articles to say that they were actually incorrect and the sources were not reliable.
Sure. So let's talk about what the escapists wrote. Initially, they wrote that Wizard Chan users had harassed Zoe Quinn.
Uh-huh.
Then they edited that to say that they actually weren't so sure, right?
Right.
What part of that would have been included in the GamerGate controversy article?
Hang on.
Like, where would that fit in? Is that the history of that? Because it's not that Zoe. It doesn't prove anything bad about Zoe. It's not. I mean, I don't know what you get out of this.
So not only do you need the event to exist, but you need something strong to link it to GamerGate.
Well, I mean, we can't just write about whatever the fuck we want in an article about GamerGate.
Yeah.
Well, now we found another avenue that we can explore. So you say that that's not an article, that's not an event that can be connected to GamerGate. Because
No. I think it can. I think it's obviously connected to GamerGate.
Excellent. Because I would really like to see mention of the Wizard Chan event in the GamerGate article.
Here's what you need to do.
Yep.
I am not a reliable source. You need to get a reliable source to mention the Wizard Chan event and GamerGate in one article. Then there's a nexus to talk about it.
The problem you don't see...
I'm pretty sure that we can do that. I'm pretty sure that one of our viewers is working on it right now.
No,
and
but
if not, they are now.
Okay, but the key feature is that it actually has to be a reliable source. So, like, TechRaptor is not going to cut it.
Okay. I think that we should be able to find something that mentions the Wizard Chan controversy and linked to GamerGate that you would consider a reliable source. I think we can do this, and we can get this in this.
We can do it right. We can do it right now online. I will make a sock puppet. Oh, I can't make a sock puppet. I bet I have one floating around.
It might take a little bit longer than a couple minutes, but if somebody messages me on Twitter or something with that while we're talking, then we might be able to get the Wizard Chan.
Holy shit! Satan's on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter.
At Prince of Darkness 666.
You see why you guys shouldn't come into something like this thinking that you're going to win and you're going to embarrass everybody? We can actually make live change.
I want to convince GamerGaters that what they are doing is bad and wrong. I don't want to just.
What about it do you want us to stop?
I really. What do I want you to stop?
Keep in mind, when you say quote-unquote GamerGaters by your standards, that would not include the, I'm presuming that would not include the...
it includes anyone who does what I'm about to say is bad.
I'm sure that GamerGate would completely reject me at this point, but I don't think anybody's getting too pissed off.
Here's what I really want GamerGaters to stop. Gotta stop all of the misogynistic, transphobic, anti-gay, whatever racist nonsense that runs as an undercurrent through everything that goes on in GamerGate. That's got to stop.
That's not what I would consider to be part of GamerGate.
I know. It's not part of GamerGate.
I wouldn't consider that part of GamerGate. And specifically, I wouldn't consider it part of it because I like that stuff. I do that. I'm one of the people that does that. And GamerGate has rejected me thoroughly. They call me the ageist. And they call all of my buddies that I'm friends with on Twitter ageists. And they made a fucking bingo card with all these insulting things on it.
They call you what?
If you click this thing, you're the fucking ageist. They have this e-celebrity thread, right?
That?
Check out the GamerGate board on HN. They have this e-celebrity thread where they shit-talk us 24/7.
Can someone... AI.
I will inform you about the 18 because it's quite frankly.
Oh, it's 18.
18. Yes. It's one of the most hilarious. Yeah, it's one of the most hilarious aspects of GamerGate, and it's caused a lot of stupid things, a lot of funny things.
Okay. So got it. These are like pro trolls, right?
These are
I wouldn't say pro exactly.
They're not. No, they're not pros at all. They're pro shit posters, but they're not pro trolls. There is a difference.
Well, you remember that guy with the knife, and he said GamerGate kill all women? That was Pterodax, and he like hangs out with us. He's in the IRCs and shit.
Okay, this is way too subcultural for me.
We don't care that much for the details.
It's more of a counterculture, really.
Another time we could like shoot the shit about
I don't think
subculture stuff.
Okay, so moving on. We're gonna get
so
hopefully.
GamerGate has stopped that, right?
No,
We're
I
not
don't.
part of GamerGate anymore.
No.
We're something else.
No, but there still is an undercurrent of all of those bad things that happen all the time. I really, really want that to stop.
Can people really stop an undercurrent of something? Like, can you really force someone to change?
If you say I see this happening, I acknowledge this undercurrent, and I call it out. Here's bad.
I'm not gonna fucking change my name. So I've got the Cube avatar and it says "Fuck Police." That's fucking funny, and I'm not changing it just because you think it's offensive.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm not. I'm asking GamerGaters to do it, not me. And I don't think that it needs to succeed. I think that calling it out and saying this is bad.
What's the point? What's the point of calling it out, though? I don't get it. What's the point?
It distances your movement from that.
I do it because it pisses you off.
It distances your movement from that.
But why is that important? Like, who's it really harming? Really, what is that really doing? It's kind of like
by making it acceptable, you're making it acceptable.
Except what is the problem? You have to actually point out what the problem is.
You're showing and demonstrating and teaching people that acting like this kind of ridiculous garbage is something that's okay in
But why is it a problem?
It doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt anybody. It's like
except for gays, women's, black people's.
How does it
hurt? It hurts gays. It hurts gays when I post pictures of traps on the internet.
Yep.
Yeah, like how does
it
that
really
hurt
does?
anybody?
Yeah.
It hurts them. In what way does it hurt gays when I post pictures of traps on the internet?
Damages their ability to be accepted into normal society.
Okay, I'm calling bullshit because
you think normies look at my trap posts on Twitter?
Also, in my personal experiences, I know this is anecdotal because I cannot possibly. There's just no way for me to get accurate statistical data on this. However, in my experiences, straights are the minority in GamerGate. I will literally bet you $700 million right now. That's every dollar that I could invest in anything. Literally $700 million that you are wrong.
I straight up don't think he's wrong, dude.
You think there are more gay people than straight people in GamerGate?
How much money do you want to put on that?
I didn't say
that. I literally prepared.
I didn't say that.
The people that I know are definitely more gay than straight. And I would say that the gay population is significantly overrepresented.
To clarify, when I say straight, I specifically mean heterosexual, which means I'm including homosexual men and bisexual men.
Yeah, whatever. You can have them all.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Basically, like on my Skype, like let me just take a look.
GamerGate is the gayest thing that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, looking at my
How much money do you guys want to
Skype,
put on this?
How much money? I'm bigger than you. I'm prepared to take all the action.
Okay, if I was looking at my Skype right now, let me count the number of straight people in comparison with non-straight people, and these are pretty much all these people.
I get it. Lots of people who are very vocal about this allege their non-straightness. I'm all about that.
I don't think allege their non-straightness because they keep on sharing pictures with me of things I'd rather not look at. Because
they actually jerk off live.
Yeah,
Tons of pictures of things. This one dude jerked off on a action figure of Chris Benoit.
I mean,
they literally are beating off on Ninja Turtles in my feed. Somebody's probably masturbating on a Ninja Turtle right now.
I can't.
Sean, I'm going to ask you this question very, very seriously, and I realize you believe that you've already answered it, but I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you really believe that in the culture of GamerGate, straight people are the minority?
I can only give you a guess on
that. Do you believe it?
Do you believe it?
Do I believe it? Based on my personal experience, I would say that straight people. Yes, I would say I believe. I would not even say I believe because that would be to say I believe means that I would believe like as fact as based on complete ponderance of evidence or something like that. But I would say that
it's more likely than not.
Yeah, I would say it's more likely than not based on my own personal experiences. And
I would say that the gay population in GamerGate is several standard deviations above normal.
That's fine. Yeah, but the gay population in GamerGate could be like multiple standard deviations above normal, and it would still be a minority.
That's true.
What does it matter though?
Because you said it. And
you're calling us fucking transphobic and shit.
Yeah,
our population is significantly more trans than the average population. You're saying that we hate women, and we have on the Alexa fucking statistics for 4chan a massive overrepresentation of women in 4chan.
So,
This
John,
is fucking provable.
you really believe
you go to
that
Alexa
straight people are the
right
minority?
now, enter 4chan.org, and you see that the amount of women on 4chan is almost, what, 90% higher than normal for a website? And you call us fucking misogynists.
John,
Yeah,
you
and-
really believe?
Tap, to answer your question, what I believe and what I don't believe is irrelevant.
Well, I'm asking you what you believe.
Again, it's not. I really can't say that because then you're going to say quote me as verbatim fact.
No.
And
I'm just gonna. This is like the final question. Like, there's no follow-up question.
okay, what is most by belief? You mean what is?
Do,
What
do you or do you not believe that it's more likely that there are more gays than straights than not?
Really
more
think
gays,
about
including
this before you
homosexuals and bisexuals.
Let's try it this way. If you were to point at a random GamerGator, what do you think the chances that they are a straight person is?
Like 20%. But that's because my particular network is
No,
not
a
normal.
random GamerGator, not from your network.
I just pointed at fucking Henty. I don't even know what gender this guy is. He's Bogo Goebbels.
Well,
He
who
gets
would be-
banned like every
from
5
what-
minutes. I'm pretty
John,
sure
answer the
they
question,
use
John.
into traps.
Well, from what sample pool are we going to
Look,
select?
this
a
is
random
Nico. He's into his girlfriend being slept with by another man. That's his thing.
That's straight.
That's still straight.
That's straight.
That's straight.
I don't know. That sounds pretty fucking gay to me, dude.
Well, actually, he's got a point there. It is pretty gay because now you're
No,
talking
it's not.
about
No, but he's getting
diary
off
to-
on the other guy having sex with his wife.
That's
yeah, that's
straight.
kind of gay.
Or like his mom or
No,
his sister or
that's
whatever.
straight.
That's straight?
Yeah,
That's
look it up. Just
straight.
Are you sure?
do some reading on this fetish.
I straight up don't believe you.
You could learn about it. You could
Are
read
you
about
an
it.
enthusiast of this fetish? Are you
No,
just
but you can read about
You
it.
sound
And
like a cuck to me. You're saying some pretty cuck-like stuff.
This is literally.
No, because that's
don't
like some of the
think
gayest stuff that I've ever heard of.
it's not homosexual. It is
I
a
think it
perfectly
is.
normal heterosexual fetish.
It's
Yeah,
normal?
I'm looking through my contacts, and most of these people.
This is what Wikipedia article editors think is normal, everybody.
So, John, I'll just ask you about your
Watching your girlfriend have sex with another man while beating off is normal.
I
Yes.
asked you about GamerGate supporters as a group. If you pick a random one.
Here's
what are the
Oliver
percentages
Campbell.
straight?
He's a black man in a relationship with a fat white woman.
That's
That's not-
also straight.
That's,
So there's some things that you're very close to the line.
I'm not
You're
going to
now
name.
very
I'm
close
not
to
going
the line.
Filthy Frank. I think he masturbates to Sonic the Hedgehog, and that's all he does.
That is gay.
Is that gay?
Stop. Seriously.
Dan's tried to proposition me.
I'm happy to help you out with your.
Huh?
What
Why'd
just
you mute
happened? Oh,
Why did you mute him? I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Just to fuck with him. Okay, I'll unmute him.
I'm happy to help out with your Wikipedia problem. Well, we're getting close
Okay.
to the limit.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the Wikipedia topic then. Worry about what percentage of quote unquote gamer gators are gay or something like that.
Anyway,
But-
we have one good thing to focus on. If somebody could help us find something that links the Escapists Wizard Chat article with GamerGate, then we can actually get that into the Wikipedia article, and it'll drastically improve the quality of the article. I think that would be great.
That would actually be a solution I think we could all agree upon.
Well, but
What does that get you?
I don't see what that gets
Accuracy
you.
into the article, and
Accuracy.
some information about something people could use to search on the internet for more
Part of that
information. Because
Yeah, I mean,
we
why
want
would-
people to
but
be as informed about
I
this
think
as
we've
possible.
given the people who are listening to this and all of your Twitter followers a lot of time to find that nexus.
Cool.
Right. But here's part of the problem that
I
I'm
don't know how
seeing.
many people are watching because we don't have the live chat.
Here's part of the
I know
problem-
how many people are watching. It's in the lower right-hand side of my screen. Hold on.
Here's part of the problem I'm seeing. Like aGG, you engage with the Rational Wiki community, correct?
Very much so.
Okay. What is your opinion about one of your newcomers who goes by the name? I don't know if he's going by the specific name on Rational Wiki or not, but what is your opinion of Ryulong?
He's cool.
Why do you think he's cool?
He's a little obsessed. He's a little He's a little obsessed. He's a little pissed off about how he was treated by somewhere that he wasted a lot of his life on. I feel bad for the guy. He's trying to get his aggression out in a reasonably constructive fashion, and he's been very helpful to the evolution of the GamerGate article.
But why do you think that? He was banned from Wikipedia.
He was banned from Wikipedia for revert worrying and cursing at people. And on Rational Wiki, we love revert worrying and cursing at people. Big fans.
But he was also banned for asking for money to edit the.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
That's just not true.
It is true. It's something that Jimmy Wales himself said, hey, don't do this shit.
Jimmy Wales has less authority than I do.
I somehow doubt that, considering it's been a while since you last logged into Wikipedia.
If Jimmy Wales uses...
There's a specific rule in Wikipedia that I know of where Jimmy Wales can pull rank and say that he can decide whatever he wants.
Yeah, allegedly, but that would never work.
Allegedly or in actuality? I mean,
so again, rules describe practice, not proscribe practice.
I didn't know I was talking to somebody who was bigger than Jimmy Wales.
Yeah, that's a really bold statement.
I think the vast majority of admins who haven't made a big stink about themselves or done anything all that interesting in years have much more authority to get things done than Jimmy Wales because everything he does is under a microscope. And I could do lots of things and no one would give a shit.
So what you're telling me is the people who do less for Wikipedia are actually more reliable than people who do more.
More able to get a specific thing done. Yes.
I still.
Problem to me.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point.
But that means that you have made some major problems at Wikipedia, and
you have some severe politics going on there.
Yeah.
God damn it! How do I get to old ARB cases now? There we go.
Yeah.
So here's why Rylong was banned, according to the decision. So let's go to the final decisions, findings of fact.
For context, can you read me the full case?
No, because it's tens of thousands of words.
Huge.
Yeah, so I'm just going to read the Rylong part. Rylong, alternate. Rylong has engaged in edit warring and battleground conduct. This editor has been extensively sanctioned in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Run Rylong. Tark.
And do they bring up the Reddit?
Nope.
Well, that's weird. Why wouldn't they bring that up?
Why would they?
Because do you not understand what a conflict of interest is? If you're
I do.
Okay, if you're asking,
It wasn't banned for a conflict of interest.
It wasn't banned for a conflict of interest.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, I'm assuming that.
Why focus on something that's sketchy when you've got something that's crystal clear? Why start talking about an alleged...
The sketchy thing didn't happen, though.
Yeah, it happened. We have this archived everywhere. It's
okay.
Went to
So you tell me...
Asked for donations. That's a clear conflict of interest.
No, it's not.
Crystal clear conflict of interest.
Hang on. So when we conceded that he actually did indeed, in reality, accept money for editing articles?
No.
He asked for money.
He asked for money. He didn't say it was for editing articles. At no point did he say it was for editing articles.
It doesn't matter.
He went to a place and he asked for money.
It doesn't matter because that specific place that he asked for money upon was a conflict of interest.
So a conflict of interest in Wikipedia's language, because you have to use the language of the place that you're at, is described on a page called WPCOI.
This is the part of the problem. The bureaucracy basically allows for standards that don't apply for the rest of the world, but apply specifically for Wikipedia, and they're a major outlet that is considered a reliable source and is even used by many college professors, and a lot of classrooms, and a lot of other places.
So let's talk...
John, don't you think this is silly? Don't you think it's silly to have a war on Wikipedia?
It's not.
You say this one article is wrong.
Oh, hang on a second. We're not having a war with all of Wikipedia. We're just instructing our friends and family and everybody that we can find online to trust Wikipedia less because we think that you have some problems.
Yeah, you do.
Thank you, John.
I mean, we're not firing fucking rockets at Wikipedia.
Thank you, Satan. Okay. So when you are talking about systemic problems with all of Wikipedia, that is a big problem to tackle. I think that if you're trying to solve this one issue with this GamerGate page, and you're saying that Wikipedia has these massive systemic problems that are causing these issues with this one page, you are under-equipped to address that.
No.
Well, because you don't have any background in Wikipedia.
Hang on a second,
you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
In order to say this article as an article
small thing. a very small bad thing happens to us. A whole bunch of sites on the internet called us all fucking dead and said that we suck dick and we're misogynists and all sorts of horrible shit. So we started doing some shit back to them, and eventually it gets into a Wikipedia article. And remember, this is not that big a part of most of our lives.
Under-equipped to address that.
Now, it got into this article, and we don't agree with the article.
Right.
Because we don't agree with the article, and we have some specific things that we disagree with about it, and we talked about those earlier, and we're talking about them now. We go on Twitter and tell everybody to trust Wikipedia less. Now, we have a pretty limited reach, right? We have a limited reach. We can only get so many people. We can only reasonably do so much damage to Wikipedia, right?
Of course.
We're going to do that much damage.
Yeah.
We're going to do it. Because we're pissed off with the content of that article, so we're going to do some damage.
Right, but you can do approximately none.
Well,
if
what you're saying is we can...
That's approximately what your article is worth. Approximately none.
Look, no one reads the GamerGate controversy article. It's a less trafficked, less interesting...
It's the first one in Google results, so what difference does it make how many people...
Yeah, sure, if you Google for GamerGate controversy or GamerGate, of course it's the first there.
First, and that's the first.
But no one gives. But look, we have an article on Edward Wittershins that almost certainly gets 20 times the traffic of that.
What difference does that make?
Who that is.
What?
I have no idea who that is.
The philosopher.
All right, thanks.
Well, here's the thing.
Because I assume that every freshman philosophy class says it, and they all Google it, and they all read the Wikipedia article.
That makes sense to me.
aGG, how many people do you know use alternatives to Google? Like
what? No one. Who the fuck would use anything else?
Exactly. So if people are searching, looking at Wikipedia,
John, you're missing the point again. You're pointing out systemic issues with all of Wikipedia, and you're saying, let's solve that.
Your problem. Really, and also, well, actually, that's not entirely true here because I do think that the Wikipedia itself could be completely reformed and overhauled. But when it comes to people,
but you don't know what's wrong with it. You just know your one article.
You know what's wrong with it, dude. We see that your article on Wikipedia about GamerGate is something we disagree with. So we're gonna whoa. So we're gonna post some fucking memes and tell everybody we can not to trust Wikipedia.
Right, but we don't care about that.
But
then why are you in here? Why are you talking shit?
Because I love talking shit.
Well, in that case,
he's got like a weird voice changer.
Fallacy of relative privation.
That's funny.
It's the fallacy of relative privation is your argument that you've tried.
No. What I'm saying is, on the grand scheme of Wikipedia, the article you've looked at is like an anthill
fallacy
at best.
Exactly what
it's not.
So when you say I know that there's something wrong in Wikipedia because my anthill has a dent. We say, yeah, your anthill has a dent, guy.
Actually, we just want to fix the dent in the anthill, dude.
Well, right. So we can do that. I'm telling you how to fix the dent.
That's all we want to do. That's it.
I'm here live helping you fix your dent, your alleged dent. Let's call it what it is. Your alleged dent.
Okay, so if we
but you're looking at the dent. You're looking at the dent in your anthill and saying your mountain must be fucked up because of this dent in my anthill.
Well, why do you think that is the case? Why do you think that there's so much pushback from fixing this one dent that would just be a small problem to fix?
Because you think it's so much pushback, but it's actually just a bunch of ants really mad about the dent.
And why are those ants' concerns irrelevant?
Because their fucking anthill has a dent in it.
So you think lesser of them because they're ants?
No. The anthill is very important, and it should be paid attention to, like an anthill with a dent in it. But to say that the fact that there's a dent in the anthill means that the mountain is fucked, that's overreaching.
Well, who cares about the mountain? The ants don't give a shit about the mountain.
No, they don't. I agree. You, as ants, give two shits about the mountain. But when us Wikipedia people come down to the anthill and say, oh, well, there might be a dent in that anthill, but we don't give a shit because we've got a mountain to deal with, that's the problem.
Okay, so fix the problem.
I'm ready to fix your dent. Show me the nexus.
aGG, the GamerGate controversy article has been viewed 27,000. Is that correct? No, 274,001 times in the last 90 days below.
Yes. Well,
about how much it's been viewed over.
That's like a dent. You're talking anthill.
Okay, so it's a fucking dent. We get that it's a dent. So what's our actionable item here?
Well, I told you.
If we get somebody to send you an email or something with a whole bunch of shit, will you look it over and see if any of it can be
If you post a whole bunch of shit in the Reddit forum R against Gamergate, I will look at every word of it, and I will critique every word of it from the perspective of an experienced Wikipedia editor who knows what you can and cannot do.
But this is the... Okay, fine. I will hold you to that. However, there is one problem that I see here with this, and that's Wikipedia applying selective rules, because the rules are not consistent. They're, like you say, they're prescribed. So they're, I forget the exact phrase you use, but that exact phrase
is descriptive, not proscriptive.
Right, which is part of the problem when you get down to it with Wikipedia as a greater issue, and I think that the Gamergate controversy highlights the greater problems of Wikipedia.
John, you are under-equipped to handle broader Wikipedia problems.
That's not relevant. You're making an appeal to authority.
No, but this is an anthill. This is the anthill mountain problem. You think that because something went wrong on this small little part of Wikipedia, there's a bigger problem. You're about to tell me, but what went wrong? What was this rules were not fair bit?
Think of it this way, aGG. If there are problems with this article, which is being so highlighted, which is so controversial, I'm not going to go into specifics at the moment, but if you agree that there's problems with this article,
which I don't,
well, I don't believe that you can make that call because Wikipedia ARPCOM has already decided that there were problems.
No, they decided that the people were problems.
Yes, they did. And the fact that they didn't reform the article afterwards, after those people were problems and caused all this shit, and didn't bother to just completely take the article down and redo it, redraft it, after it was used as a big battleground event, is proof that Wikipedia is messed up, and this should be a priority to you. Considering that outside of Wikipedia, people generally don't care about this sort of things, and now you've gotten a good point to reform Wikipedia, so therefore this should help you out as well.
No. Or when we look at the article, we say, oh, well, there was a bunch of edit warring and inappropriate behavior back and forth and people yelling at each other, but the fact of the matter is our systems are robust enough that even with that disaster going around, we kept the article in pretty good shape.
Well,
and that
consider it robust, but it's not actually robust is the point. Because
but it is. We still have a really
good representative of Gamergate.
Yes, I would.
Let me read it. Why would you agree that it's representative? Wait, not in the Wikipedia style representative. Not in that it uses only the accepted sources and shit, but that it actually represents reality.
Yeah, pretty much.
But what about our, quest for ethics in journalism?
That quest is a load of bull hockey.
There's a whole bullshit, debate over ethics allegations.
Excuse me, can I be heard?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, good. I've been trying to figure out how to use mic. This is the first time I've ever used Google Hangout, and most likely a lot of people on Wikipedia, this is the first time anyone has actually heard me. So let me just do an introduction if you don't mind. So.
Okay.
Hi.
I'm gonna block him.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Hi, my name is Dakota. I've been part of Gamergate for I don't know how many months, and this is most likely a lot of people's introduction to me. And I just want to say that I've been an editor of Wikipedia for over 5 years myself.
I am definitely blocking him.
Why?
Well, that's a really,
because I am a...
That's unarguable.
You gotta give him that.
And you say we oppose debate.
You're blocking him.
Funny.
I am obviously not going to block him. Come on.
What do you mean you're not going to block him then? Why did you fucking say that? I don't have time for your bullshit.
Well, let's
shut the fuck up and listen to what he's got to say.
I've been following.
You're not using a voice changer. You can suck my dick if you don't like it.
Okay, first of all, Satan, you're always a champ. But okay, so yeah, I've been on Wikipedia for a long time. I know the rules. I know the games. I know a lot of people on Wikipedia, a lot of admins on the thing. And let me just say that I've been following Gamergate since Wikipedia actually started the Wikipedia page for Gamergate, which, interestingly enough, was originally speedy deleted, which means it was deleted on the grounds of being an attack page. Because no one actually knew what Gamergate was about at the time. Then it got brought back, and then it got nominated for deletion because, again, people thought that it was an attack on Zoe Quinn or pretty much women in general, which...
Yeah, this all sounds like Wikipedia to me. Yeah.
Yep, pretty much how things go.
But yeah, eventually the article was determined that, hey, yeah, there's consensus to keep this. And in my...
Well, I think it was no consensus to delete was the last one, but okay.
Oh, yeah, okay, you got a point. You do know
You
that.
guys should calm down a little bit, too. Stop getting so fucking heated. Just relax.
Well, I just wanted to prove to him that I, in fact, have been doing this for at least as many years as he has.
You're so foolish.
I'm
I'm going to be just like you when I
something
grow
to
up.
prove to everybody. That's what cheeses everybody off about you guys. You've always got something to prove. You have to show that you're the biggest dick in the room. Well, I'm sorry, buddy, but you can grandstand all day and you'll never have a bigger dick than me.
Okay, so as I'm saying, if you allow me to continue, I have seen the Wikipedia page for a very long time. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. A lot of people on the video game wiki project, which is one of the biggest wiki projects on Wikipedia, like in the top 10 even. A lot of us were scared. We had no idea what the hell was going on. A lot of us had no idea what the hell GamerGate was. This was scary. This scared me even because I wasn't even part of GamerGate at the time.
Why was this scary?
Because
I don't get it, but okay.
Here's why.
Yeah, skip to the point.
Okay, the point is, in some respect, I get why it's difficult to work on the Wikipedia article. The reason why is mainly because there's there's gatekeepers on the Wikipedia talk page. I've seen this happen. Like, there's multiple people that are still using, that are still part of it. Like some admins. Like, I'm not gonna name names, but there are some admins that are still hanging on to the Wikipedia page on the talk page, saying what's right and what's wrong, like what reference to use and what reference not to use, and that's great and all, but the problem is there doesn't exactly feel like a consensus of what to add, because usually discussions get hatted and just say like, hey, read the archives. Yeah, read the over 50 pages of archives in the talk page. That's a good idea.
So the process is non-deterministic.
No, the reason why people get told to read the archives is because the suggestions that get made on the GamerGate talk page are the same suggestions that got made last week, the week beforehand, and the week beforehand that.
Well, then why isn't there someone there who is cataloging all these suggestions that have been made and having them as an easily reliable reference source that they can easily point out instead of...
Because no one's getting paid!
Well, maybe Jimmy Wales can take some of the money that he's getting...
Okay, I need to explain this. Jimmy Wales doesn't do shit on Wikipedia.
Hey, do you agree with me that me, as an admin who's been reasonably inactive, like 1 or 2 or 3 edits a month, could get much more shit done than Jimmy Wales could?
Honestly, yes. And
see?
And no, there's a reason why, because I need to explain this to a lot of people. When you guys when a lot of people on GamerGate got pissed off about the Wikipedia page, and you kept on tweeting at him, fix the page, Jimmy. Jimmy doesn't edit Wikipedia pages. He just edits on his own talk page, and he gets tired of hearing GamerGate to the point that, yeah, I can understand why he got pissed off at Ryulong, because a lot of us, I know a couple people that really did not like Ryulong on Wikipedia. Because God's sake.
Strongly biased, right?
Power Rangers.
Yes, I've seen some crazy stuff on Ryulong.
A lot of mecha articles, right?
I've edited some pages with Ryulong, and I have seen him do some, like, have some a battlefield mentality, if you will.
Well, yeah, but look, that's why they tossed him. That's why they tossed him. So he's been tossed. Problem solved.
Obviously, yeah. And we also have the other dozen people that have been sanctioned off the thing. We even have, like, some other people, I mean, like, I can't think of anyone on the top of my head, but they're done with. So, yeah, we got some new people on Wikipedia, but even then, I've actually seen some kind of shady things happen on the page.
But
well, that's cool, but that's in the past now.
But I
agreed to take some suggestions.
Look, it's real simple. They had one very clear request. They think that something should be mentioned about Wizard Chan, and I said it would be really easy to mention something about Wizard Chan if a reliable source said Wizard Chan and GamerGate in the same article.
Okay,
and so they're desperately looking for that article. No one's found it yet. So nothing to do.
Hold on a second.
Honestly, I deleted my Twitter a few months ago when I left GamerGate because I was bored of it.
Oh, that's what happened to you.
Yeah. So, I mean, they might not even know where to send it. I don't know. But we can get something to you. I'm sure we can
hold on a second.
Somehow.
There's a major problem here I'm seeing, though. And that is, why does something have to be specifically linked into GamerGate in order to be a GamerGate
Because
topic?
otherwise, how are we supposed to know what we're supposed to write about and what we're not?
Okay.
If no one says it's related to GamerGate, how do we know that it's related to GamerGate?
Well, that's not across most ways. This means that GamerGate people can go into the article and look for shit in the article that's not directly linked to GamerGate and make a reasonable request to have it removed.
Absolutely.
It's another actionable item that now these guys can go out and look for.
Okay,
Sure.
Let me explain this to you. Yes, you need to actually see GamerGate at least be mentioned somehow, but I at one point got pissed off at the Wikipedia page because someone almost put a link to some kind of website that said, talk about transgender persons got committed suicide.
Almost doesn't count.
They almost put it on the damn Wikipedia
But they didn't, right? They didn't.
I mean, they actually thought that, hey, look,
But
this
they
guy,
didn't.
GamerGate must be GamerGate, though,
No,
because
calm
they
down,
both
dude. They
trolls
didn't do
on
it.
4chan. 4chan banned GamerGate off the things. How the hell would it be GamerGate? But nope, they almost put it onto the damn article.
But they didn't.
Soviet.
But
So-
this is a big problem I have with all this, is that basically you're defying anything GamerGate related to something that's declared as GamerGate, which just makes the whole thing sound like bullshit.
Well,
It's like
so
it's
the
top
point of
off-
Wikipedia is that it's not the leading resource for up-to-date everything. It reflects what other people have written about things. Wikipedia is designed to reflect reliable sources, not lead the news. So until someone else has said it, Wikipedia is not going to be there first. It's not the goal.
Well, that's the inherent problem, isn't it? The inherent problem is they don't care.
Well, it's a problem with the media more than it's a problem with these people.
Yeah, of course, there is problems with the media. I mean, you source Vox, you source Gawker, you source Kotaku, you sourcing all these sites that we have grievances over. That's like saying, hey,
Those sites have a history of accuracy and reliability. They're treated as reliable. They're treated as reliable.
Have a history of accuracy and
Yes,
reliability?
they're treated as reliable by other reliable sources, and there's
But
no
that's-
reason.
That's the problem. It doesn't actually make them reliable. Do
No,
you know
but-
who owns Vox Media? Do you know who owns it?
No,
Ezra Klein. Do you know what Ezra Klein made?
no.
The Journalist. Do you know
Yeah,
what the
that's
Journalist
what
was? It was the predecessor to the Game Journal Pro.
Well, no, that's just not true.
John, I want to
No,
stop
it
you
is-
there.
Wait,
John,
wait,
What do you mean
John,
it's
John,
not
John,
true? It's the
John, you're doing
exact
it.
same
John,
thing.
let me
Come on, John.
yes,
Let's
the
do this.
Game Journals list exists.
Wasn't it made by the same dude?
Guys.
Existing.
Guys. So,
Guys.
I don't think Fox Media is owned by Ezra Klein.
Bad guys.
Vox.
here's
No,
the thing, John. What you're just saying right there was a right-wing talking point.
No, it's not.
No, it is. The
Okay,
journalist
I don't
thing?
care if it's a right-winger talking point
I
or not.
understand that. I understand that you don't care. But
Right-wingers
this,
use my talking point or not. I'm making this talking point.
So
on behalf
Vox
of me.
Vox Media is owned by a series of hedge funds, but venture capital funds. But the CEO is a guy named Jim Bankoff.
I think they mean the website Vox.com, whose the editor-in-chief is Ezra Klein.
Okay, thank you for that correction.
Yeah.
But still, Ezra Klein has also written articles about GamerGate. He's also the guy who has the in with MSNBC, which is why it escalated to national television.
And
He's
speaking
cool.
of NBC,
Sounds like a reliable source to me.
No, he's not, because he's in bed with the scandal. Because
Let me
owns Fox Media. Fox Media owns Polygon.
Let me
So?
ask you
That
right
means
here.
there's a clear
Well, he's
inherent
making a
lack of
contention that
reliability
this
by
person
that
is
nature.
involved.
Whether
in the
Wikipedia's, it's a clear conflict. It doesn't like his reliability.
So you declared that the editor-in-chief of a sister publication has a conflict of interest with respect to both publications. Is that your allegation?
That
No.
sounded pretty good to me.
Well, let me. Can I ask something?
No. I really want to focus on Ezra Klein's apparent conflict of interest because I don't think it exists. So you allege that the editor-in-chief of a sister publication.
Not sister, parent.
Okay, so you're alleging that Ezra Klein is what is he exactly?
He's the editor-in-chief of Vox Media. He's also the guy who founded
No, he's not. Okay, so the Vox Media is a company that's owned by three, quote, leading investors, Accel Partners, Comcast Ventures, and Khosla Ventures. It has a list of people. Not a single one of those people is named Ezra Klein.
Are you looking for the right? Are you spelling the name
Looking at voxmedia.com. Ezra Klein is right here. Ezra Klein is right here as the Vox.com founder.
Okay,
Co-founder.
Out of Vox. I mean,
There you go.
Vox.com.
Yeah,
There you
which
go.
is a subsidy of Vox Media. I mean,
Yes.
like, exactly what it says on the tin.
This isn't
So,
hard.
are you? So you allege that Vox.com owns Polygon?
No.
No.
Vox Media
No,
owns
wait, no.
Polygon.
What? Who?
Pretty much connected. Like, it's like connected.
Right. So I use the word sister for a very good reason. It's because it was accurate.
It's parent because Vox is the main company and Vox.com is the representative of that company.
No.
No, it's not the representative of the company.
No.
is it not
Vox.com is a publication owned by Vox Media.
And
Another publication owned by Vox Media is Polygon.com.
okay, so when you're looking up for information on Vox Media, do you go to Polygon or do you go to
How
Vox?
does any of this shit connect with you,
You don't-
assholes calling me a misogynist? And
Well, I'll get back to that later. If you're looking for information about Vox Media, you don't go to Vox.com or to Polygon.com. You go to VoxMedia.com.
Now here's where shit gets crazy.
Allegedly, for someone that doesn't understand corporate structure, sure.
Okay, you want to play minutia and semantics, that's fine.
It's not minutia and semantics.
This is how it's set up.
It's minutia. It is.
Ezra Klein has no responsibility for Polygon.com and no managerial authority over it.
But he...
I don't agree with that. He does have responsibility over it. And
No, he doesn't.
Literally wrong.
Okay, even if you want to claim he does, he's the guy who decided to get involved with this. He has a clear connection with Polygon. Can we agree on that?
What's his claim
Ezra
connection with
Klein,
Polygon?
Ezra Klein is the editor-in-chief of a sister publication to Polygon. They share a corporate parent.
Okay. All right, there
Does
you
he
go.
have a
That's
direct
clear
connection to
fucking-
Polygon, though?
Yeah, well, he's involved with this. He's one of the movers and shakers of the company. That cannot be denied.
No, he is not.
Has he been
what
involved
is he
with
then?
Polygon directly?
No.
I cannot. Okay, that's fair enough, but their connection is still there. If you want to say sister publication instead of parent
I
publication,
do.
for the sake of argument, I will give you sister publication instead of parent publication.
Can I make a
This may or
comment?
may not.
Can you tell me one sister publication of the Wall Street Journal? Just one.
Is that relevant? No. So
Very.
It's not relevant.
Could you
Answer
tell
the
me
question, John.
Oh, a sister company. Oh, Wall Street Journal.
sister publication of the Wall Street Journal?
I'm going to. I used
Why
to.
don't you just fucking Google it? Why are you grilling the guy?
I'm
That has
putting
nothing to do
I know the
whether or
answers.
not your Wikipedia article is calling me a misogynist.
Yeah.
So my point is, so rarely do you pay attention to who's publishing who, sister with who, parent of who, and it's not a typical disclosure that needs to be made.
And even though it's atypical, doesn't disprove or disprove the right or wrongness of the
This is the problem with you guys on fucking politics boards and websites. You lose sight of the problem for the fucking processes involved. Nobody
Sure.
gives a shit about
So what is the problem?
company. The problem is that your fucking Wikipedia article is calling me a misogynist.
Where does the Wikipedia article call you a misogynist?
It says all over it that GamerGate is all about harassing women and sexual bullshit against
So
women.
to be clear, saying that a movement is about something does not mean that everyone in the movement does that thing.
Let me find something else I fucking disagree with while you spurgs argue about who
Okay.
owns Vox Media.
So you're telling me that the opening sentence, which I will read verbatim,
Yep.
the GamerGate controversy concerns sexism video game culture. Is that an accurate? Like, I'm not asking if it's. Is that a fully accurate, fully fair, fully reasoned, fully verifiable statement based upon evidence that actually exists beyond Wikipedia's own
I
bureaucracy?
mean, we could have an argument, but yeah, it's defensible.
I didn't ask if it was defensible. I'm asking if that's wholly accurate.
Would it be the sentence I wrote? No. But is it defensible? Yes.
I would say it's not defensible, actually. I would say you're dead wrong on that. Because you're only basically painting it as a certain point of view, catering to specific publications, which include and
Have
do
you
not
guys seen all the edits that have been made to this article? People added this shit in the GamerGate hashtag thing. It says, early users of the term GamerGate believed that the lack of media coverage regarding Quinn and Grayson was due to an unethical conspiracy amongst gaming journalists.
Well, that's true.
That sounds pretty fucking accurate to me.
I agree.
Holy shit!
This isn't what it was like a couple weeks ago, guys.
Can I make a comment? This is the first time I've looked at the Wikipedia page in like probably weeks, even a month. This article is over.
So were you guys complaining about something that you didn't actually have any complaints about?
I just came in here to argue, dude. I'm pretty good at arguing.
I mean, obviously there's going to be talking about one thing or another. I mean, why not have debates and arguments?
So why don't you guys read the page and then tell us what you don't like about it?
Which is what we've been asking for the entire time.
Well, I tried that, and then...
Why did you guys come in here? Like, what?
You asked if that was defensible, and we think...
Like, when was it changed? When was it changed?
Oh.
Oh, right. Okay, I got it.
This shit's been updated like 12 times just today.
I got.
I don't think anybody's policing this shit anymore.
Okay, I got someone asking, wanting me to ask this question in the stream, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Go for it, dude.
Okay, he's a good friend of mine is asking me why articles acknowledging GamerGate is about ethics and journalism. Statements made by Totoro and Shir from Kotaku are not cited on the page.
I don't even. That was such a word jumble that it didn't really ask a question.
I'll rephrase the question then. Why is it that articles such as the one by Stephen Tittil, when they say specifically the same sources that you regard as reliable, say that there is concerns about ethics and journalism in those pages they write?
This is the kind of shit I'm talking about.
Why
right
don't you edit it in there and see how it goes?
Well,
I'm really
they can't.
sorry to interrupt you, but I want to kick this in right here. Earlier, what I was pissed off about. Remember when I was saying that shit about your there being specific words that are disallowed in articles that were used in the GamerGate article?
Yeah.
I've got one right here. I'm looking at an edit by Cavalier Man on the 30th of April, 2015, in which he changed the wording "almost universal" to "some." And
that's a pretty
the kind of shit that needed to be changed. That shit is really nasty, and I'm really glad to see that you are actually fixing it. But that was in that article. That was
universal is not a good word to say on.
I don't. Look, guys, I get it. You aren't actually mad about the Wikipedia article now that you actually read it, as opposed to just following with the "this is something we're supposed to be mad about" narrative.
No, hold on. We're not.
Actually, I left GamerGate like 3 months ago.
Yeah, I'm not blaming you.
Okay, here's the thing, though. Point the first. I don't often talk about the Wikipedia article. That's not my angle.
Right, you just follow the narrative on it.
I don't just follow the narrative on it. I pay attention to things.
Well, the last time I looked at this, it was pretty shitty, though.
Yeah,
I mean, like this thing back to
Wikipedia is about constant, gradual improvement.
Well, but that's the problem. You keep on thinking that
Well, is that a problem? It seems like it's fixed now.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know
what's a problem.
This way, and the opening sentence is still inaccurate. Completely inaccurate.
It's pretty good.
I think it's okay, actually. Good. It's not that bad.
Why are you saying that? Okay, I want to actually hear Satan defend this point.
All right.
Why is it that the opening statement, the GamerGate controversy, concerns sexism in video game culture? An accurate statement to lead off into the GamerGate controversy. Why is that a good, accurate, fair assessment to lead the article into?
I can't answer that question. It is a little bit loaded, and let me tell you why it's loaded. I don't think that it's these guys' jobs necessarily to judge what the best leading statement is. It's their job to fix it if it's wrong. And this isn't wrong. It's not the best.
It is, but it is wrong because it's inaccurate.
It's merely debatable. It's debatable.
So debatable that I assert that it is in fact wrong because we're not having.
I think you have to make a case for it being more worth changing than you would need to make the case for it staying the same. Do you know? I mean, this is just a feeling. I don't really have a good way of expressing this. I've been hitting the ganj, honestly. But I've got the feeling that you would have to make a stronger case for changing it than you would for keeping it.
Why would I have to make a stronger case for changing it?
Because in addition to being about gradual improvement, Wikipedia is also conservative.
Wait, what?
In addition to being about gradual improvement, Wikipedia prefers the way it was before to the way it was after.
Why? I don't get this. Why is their preference relevant to accuracy?
Somebody wrote the article, right, originally. And that person was obviously the person at Wikipedia, or part of Wikipedia, who decided to write for Wikipedia, who was the most motivated to do that. So he is more likely to be the right guy than some arbitrary person who comes over and reads it later.
Right, and there's also that what was there yesterday was vetted, and if you change it, we don't know if it's been vetted yet. So there's an inherent underlying conservatism that defines the changes in Wikipedia.
That makes sense.
That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because we already know that this is completely loaded. You even agree.
You know that. No, I didn't. You know that.
It's a little loaded.
It's a little.
I would say it's very, very loaded to the point of being it's just such a loaded statement to begin with, and they should.
So aside from the fact that you guys aren't allowed to edit the talk page because there's some extra sanction on it, you guys should argue about it there or something.
The thing is, though, I don't bother editing the Wikipedia page because I know I'm biased. I know if I go into that and I start editing things, then that's just, to me, that would be, well, that would go against my own personal code of ethics in that regard. Other people want to do that, they can be free to do so.
There's another thing that I'd like to see somebody work on over here. The caption for the Zoe Quinn photo says that GamerGate is a harassment campaign. It uses that specifically as like a definition style thing. I'd like to see that change because that case isn't really presented in the article. That would be something good to see change. So you can make an edit about that.
Mm-hmm. Right, and
well, Quinn was regarding whether it doesn't say initial target of the GamerGate harassment campaign.
Oh, that's true. You've got
initial target of the harassment campaign, and I don't think anyone can deny that she was the initial target of the harassment campaign.
She was the initial target of a harassment campaign.
The harassment campaign related to GamerGate.
This is fun.
I wouldn't give you that it was a harassment campaign that led.
In fact, I wouldn't even say it was harassment. I mean, like the only things.
I mean, come on now.
The things that. The only thing.
Sargeras, do you remember that guy?
I remember him. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there was that guy.
That guy was a dick.
Yeah,
Forrest Sargeras.
He was there.
Okay, well, what happened with Forrest Sargeras is nobody liked him. I mean, nobody.
Well, yeah, but he and like weaponized tweets or whatever, and all those assholes, all those really shitty guys, were all like hanging out together back then. And I mean, I'm pretty sure they did some pretty raunchy shit.
Oh.
So it sounds like a harassment campaign.
I don't know. It wasn't a harassment campaign I was part of, but.
Hey, do you mind if I interject for a second here?
Interject.
This is going to jail.
All right, so I was back on poll during that whole beginning of the Quinspiracy thing, and let me just tell you what the kind of evolution of it was. Now, just the nature of doxing is putting personal information up. A lot of us actually
know about this. Do you have like a more direct point rather than like a long story?
Yeah, well, basically,
I want to hear the long story. Go ahead.
No, I really want to hear the direct point because the long stories murder me every time.
Yeah,
but you can tell a long story.
Okay.
Basically, the direct point is doxing is basically posting personal information and stuff. So whenever you have any kind of thread, whether on poll, XV, or whatever, that's ever going into names, making connections, etc., you're going to have personal information up there. And it was, I would say the focus of the thread was making the connections, not saying, okay, this is a new connection, go harass or attack them.
Whatever.
But she was doxed on poll.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Who cares?
That doesn't mean
boring.
Fucking weaponized tweets wasn't sending all sorts of porn or whatever to Zoe Quinn, because he probably was.
Was he? I never heard of this.
I don't know. I'm just saying that some of those guys were into some pretty raunchy shit, and I mean, there's a reason they're not around anymore, and that was the reason.
Oh God, I don't blame you.
I don't blame you at this point, considering what some people have been doing. But regardless, if you want to know what Forrest Sargeras, TLDR, he was always an asshole. But what was found out about him is that his real name was Craig Britton. Craig Britton.
No, I'll kick you right off.
Don't do that.
No,
What?
Don't do that.
What am I doing?
When he was running a revenge porn website, we found
that
out.
Don't say the real name.
No.
What do you mean no? Do you have some sort of trigger against revenge porn?
No, I have a trigger against doxing people who didn't dox themselves. No.
Well,
nope.
I'm not doxing anyone. I just said his name. His name.
Yeah, don't do that. Nope.
See, that's the exact point that I was making. If you post any information, it's technically doxing, even if it's completely irrelevant.
Recite the fucking litany against fear while we talk about this. You think you're gonna be okay? The fear is the mind killer.
No, I'm not gonna be the guy. I'm not.
YouTube if you want to find it.
No, I'm not going to be the host of a doxing
Maybe
stream.
you can stop doing the fucking mind kill thing. What is that?
But listen, you're not going to be the host of a mind kill thing. You didn't set it up with the intention to do so.
No, but I will. I've been very lenient with a whole bunch of gators. I will literally kick people if they start saying real names.
The identities of these people are fucking important, dude.
Nope.
This guy ran a fucking revenge porn website.
Nope. He did something worse. Okay, I'm not going to say his name again because I already stated his name, but the fact of the matter is, 4-Star Garrus was a guy who went ahead and he not only had, got himself as much porn of jilted X letters as he could of those people, but he also contacted those people.
So totally irrelevant.
Yeah.
This is one of the guys that you've connected with us in this whole fucking thing.
No, I haven't.
Pretty offensive.
I remember his name from early GamerGate.
Why are you saying this GamerGate shit and GamerGate is harassing women when it's like this guy? Like, we've got the guy. We know who he is, and you won't fucking do anything about it. You talk a big fucking talk.
Hey,
but when we point at the guy who's doing it, you don't give a fuck. Why is that? Well, we can give you his name right fucking now. And you don't give a shit.
If you think that he's done something, illegal, you should call your local police force.
It's not illegal. It's the whole fucking problem.
And actually,
he did anything illegal, but it is something that you morally object to, and you continue to paint me with that brush.
I haven't painted you with that brush.
I point out the person who is more deserving of it. You don't give a shit about the actual problem. You just want to fucking dislike somebody and have an excuse.
As someone who was involved in the outing of 4-Star Garrus as a fake World of Warcraft bad player, I think that I've done more than enough with respect to him. So I'm moving on.
All right, fine. What's the new subject then?
I still want to know why this guy continues to say that I fucking harass women.
I never said that.
No, but
you don't think that I'm harassing women?
I never said.
The majority of GamerGate likes to harass women?
Never said that.
No.
Okay, but GamerGate harasses women.
Yes.
Okay, give us examples then.
Of women harassed by GamerGate?
Well, we got Zoe Quinn right here. I mean,
you got Zoe Quinn right there. So there's one.
Okay.
But, like, why do you focus on that point? Why do you like to be like, oh, GamerGate is harassing women, look at all this shit?
I didn't say that.
Well, then why are you in here all fucking smug? I mean, you keep getting all
a distinction.
Like, you're really dunking it. Like, what are you doing, dude?
Really dunking it.
No, you're really bad at that. Like, okay, like, here's the thing. You basically make a very, very softball claim against GamerGate. Like, oh no, they're being manipulated by conservatives and right-wingers. As though that's inherently
bad. But then you push it really hard.
I'm not saying it's inherent. Whoa. It's not inherently bad to be manipulated by conservatives and right-wingers. Some conservatives and right-wingers, most of them, believe they're right. And thus, manipulating you, I don't think it's unethical to manipulate people to do things that you think are good.
Well, I think you're being manipulated by left-wingers.
I know you do, but I
Can you specify the kind of manipulation? Are we talking money manipulation, subtle implants of targets? What do you specify?
Mind control, brainwashing, reptilians.
They are making it acceptable for you to buy into the conservative line regarding, quote, liberals.
I'm not even a conservative.
Well, a lot of the shit that they say is right.
Why does that specify about GamerGate? Isn't that just
GamerGate is the stealth? GamerGate is the stealth recruitment campaign run by the American right to convince people who play video games that women are coming for their video games.
That was you're doing a really good job, buddy.
You know right now? I have listening to this, and they're just making fun of this right now.
Who are?
8chan.
I mean, they're just
making fun of us.
Yeah, GGHQ and GG Revolt are.
Awesome.
Shocker.
Hey guys, hey, how you doing? I love you guys.
Yeah,
GG Revolt is better than GGHQ, though. You guys should go to GG Revolt. I support them wholeheartedly,
By the way,
even though
that's
they
like
still
GG
call me
split
an asshole.
pathetic. Like the 8chan thing? That's really
chill
pathetic.
harder.
But
No,
can we get
8chan
back to
is
the
actually
topic?
really fun. There's a whole meta thing, and if you're bored, if you have some sort of problem with your admins, you can, like, take it out on them by making a new board. Make a big deal out of it. Then they feel really bad and they get really trolled. It's fun.
Yeah, that's really lame.
There's lots of.
This is literally the dumbest thing I've heard.
Really fucking boring.
I mean,
You should really go.
You
You
talk
should
about
check it. You'd love
Wikipedia
it.
in your free time, dude.
There's a board called Lefty Pull. I think you'd really enjoy it.
Who cares about like trolling your admins? Who cares?
You
You'd be surprised,
It's a
dude.
different culture, obviously. So.
Aren't you here because you're a Wikipedia mod?
I'm
No.
not a Wikipedia mod.
I'm the
not?
Wikipedia mod.
Oh, well, what do you do, dude?
Dude, I make games.
What's your thing? Do you jerk off to little girls or what?
Whoa.
Just the video games, thanks.
Just the video games? What kind of video games you like? Dark
I'm
Souls?
not going to talk to
The
Gator
ones
about
with
video
little
games,
girls,
buddy.
of course.
I want to call your favorite video game shit.
I'm not going to talk to Gator about video games.
You're not going to talk to a gator about video games? Man, I like Elite Dangerous. I've got the Oculus Rift and everything. It's fucking great.
It's
Can we
a
go back
fact
to
that I play
the
it on
conversation about possible infiltration or
I wasn't discussing.
sourcing
Well,
of
if you like video
conservatives
games so
with
much,
It was-
why do you
it was-
want to talk politics?
It was stealth. It was stealth recruitment by American conservatives. 'Cause it is.
All right, can we go into that? Because is
You
there a
have any
kind of money
clear-
trail, or was this completely done
No, what's this-
voluntarily by?
That sounds like a bigger fucking conspiracy theory.
No,
than
there's
the
no
effort behind
conspiracy.
it to me.
No. It
It's
doesn't
not a
take.
conspiracy?
No, there's no conspiracy.
Well,
No,
then
well,
who's
here's the thing.
conspiring to recruit me?
What the hell are you talking
Living
about?
and conspiring.
with conspiracy.
There's no
Nobody's
conspiring.
There's no conspiracy, but there's a secret initiative by the Republican Party.
No,
to
it's
recruit
not a
everybody.
secretive initiative by the Republican
Well,
Party.
if it's so secretive, well, if it wasn't secretive, then why don't I know about it?
I know conceptually it's confusing and hard to get your
It's
hands
really
around.
hard to understand.
Here's a
If
question.
there's no cabal, how can they be doing shit?
Like, I mean, I've been hanging out with Newt Gingrich all day, and he hasn't told me shit
No.
about Gamergate
You
yet.
think-
Hey, you got a source for this? Do you got like some kind of article on this?
It's the master.
So at some point, I'm going to say the
Is it Rich
gamers have
Santorum?
massively outnumbered the anti-gators.
Yeah,
and
telling you,
I'm
man,
going to
this is
start.
Rich
And I'm going to
Santorum's
start
revenge.
lowering the number of gators because there's really no other solution.
Who wants to be voted off the island?
Final solution.
So I'll give it another chance to actually have the discussion, and I'm willing to do it with all the gators in the room. But if it doesn't work, I'm going to start lowering the gator count. It's just how it's going to
Alright,
go.
let's
Look, gators are cold blood. We don't need much heat. You can have all the heat.
Okay.
let's
So-
go. Let's pick a specific topic.
No, I think we should talk about GamerGate as a stealth recruitment campaign for the American right because that's what it
Make
is.
that. Okay, fair enough. Can we make that?
I would really like to talk about that, actually. That sounds great.
Yeah.
So look, GamerGate is a stealth recruitment campaign for the American right. It is something that the American right who's gotten involved with it believes will make acceptable for video game players who they had previously written off as probably liberals to interact with women and minorities in a confrontational way that the American right believes will be helpful to its long-term goals.
All right. First, do you have your tinfoil hat grounded to the pipes?
No,
in your
I
house?
don't think that there's any conspiracy to get it done. I think it's just patently obvious to individuals acting as individuals that this is a thing that's worth doing from an American right perspective. And we see paid movement conservatives.
Aren't you
showing up-
reversing cause and effect?
No, we see paid movement conservatives. We see paid movement conservatives showing up in GamerGate to push their.
Yeah, it's been going on for like 9 months.
Yeah, a lot of people
By
like
paid, do you mean people that get their salaries from the Republican Party donations?
No,
Or
no,
you
no.
talking about people that are
From
like conservatives?
movement conservatives.
Yeah, it's
movement
a huge
conservatives.
problem.
Okay, give
It's
us
a big fucking problem. Did you see our fucking Gamergate boards on 8chan? They're literally full of shills. It's a huge problem.
I'm
It
not
really
talking
is.
about
I
chills.
agree.
I'm not talking about people who are paid to lie. I'm talking about people who believe in the conservative
we know
cause
they're there, dude.
and are paid by conservative movements to advance the conservative cause in ways that they find
dude,
appropriate.
Yes, we see them. We know that they're there. They shitpost on our fucking forums.
No,
we
no,
can't get rid of them. They're a huge fucking problem.
That's
they
not
exist.
really-
We know they're there.
That's
want
not
them gone.
really. That's not really what I'm referring to. That's
No, they
more
literally hire
silly.
people and shit. This
Yeah,
is something real
that's
that
more
goes on. We have proof.
I believe that. But that's not what I'm focused on. What I'm more focused on are public movement conservatives, like Anil Bokhari and Kathy Young and
Well, fuck those guys. We don't like those guys.
I
Fuck
don't
them.
I
What,
think
why do
I
you
find
think we give a shit about that? We don't. We would love them to fucking go away. If you can get rid of them, we'll fucking hire your ass.
and Christina Hoff Summers and all of these
I like
various.
Christine Hoff Summers though. She does a lot of nice shit that I agree with.
These are movement conservatives whose goal is to advance their movement conservative cause.
So I have a specific question then. is it so much that the conservatives created or are influencing Gamergate so much as people who are conservatives identify with the movement of Gamergate itself?
No, it's the second. It is conservatives influencing Gamergate to do the things they want it to do.
I didn't have much luck with that myself. I don't think anybody else has had much luck with that.
No, you just changed your argument. You originally stated that it was a stealth conservative movement to push conservatism, but then you reversed it.
A Republican.
Yeah, you reversed it to conservatives jumping on board to this Gamergate hashtag because it's convenient for them, which is what I did.
The conservatives are jumping on board to move individuals in the Gamergate hashtag to be more accepting of the American right.
You think we like
that?
that?
Doesn't actually happen.
Well, look. So
but
if you don't
what
like
I
that,
said, and you disagree with me. And
no, I didn't. If you don't like that, why is your primary journalist working for a movement conservative rag?
Primary journalist? What are you talking about? He's
we
the
don't
only
control
the gay journalist guy?
He's the only one that's writing about it.
Right. So why do you accept that the only person that's writing about it is writing for a movement conservative journal? Why do you accept that your quote feminist scholar is working for a movement conservative think tank?
Why should we care about either of those things?
This is not a political thing. You're making this into a
No, it is
They
political.
are political.
It's political.
These are political people with a political agenda.
Milo is fucking funny, dude.
Yeah, besides,
Milo
Gamergate is political. What they're complaining about is
really
political
funny.
politics with gaming and culture politics. They're different
You're
spheres.
with the 8chan thread. I want to see
They're using one to make people more influenced to be accepting of the other.
Hey guys, can I say something for a second here?
Go for it.
Yeah, I'd like to go after, but you can talk. Sure.
Alright. Okay. So, the way that I see it is that Gamergate is not a creation of the American right. Gamergate has become a platform through which these people believe that they can project their ideals onto everybody.
Yes.
But to just assume that everyone will just is so suggestible to just automatically go along with all of everything that everybody is saying through this platform is ludicrous.
No, but what's happened is that you've taken in and accepted this belief about social justice warriors doing all of this.
I had it before Gamergate, long before, at least 4 or 5 years.
Fine. So I get it. So some of you were already kind of predisposed to be movement.
The entire thing is predicated on a certain group of people with a certain ideological belief behaving in a certain way, and that being called out.
Which people?
The American right thing is just enemy of my enemy. That's why they're with us.
Right. Why do you think that they want to be with you?
Because we have a common enemy. But it has nothing to do.
But what is their goal in this world? What is the American?
It doesn't matter because the only reason that they're around is that
we don't care about it. That's fine. But that's what we're talking about.
Right. The American right is there to convince you to become rightists. That's what they want.
Well, it's not
one. Just with everybody's world. George Santos will convince you to like George Santos. It's just every single individual pushing their own ideals.
Absolutely.
I like posting swastikas as much as the next guy, but I'm not going to vote for any neo-Nazis.
Not yet.
Yes, but let me ask you a question.
Have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Have any of you through Gamergate been woken up a little bit to the evils of the social justice warrior?
No, that actually
I was already completely awake. You can't wake up.
The
alarm clock's going off, but I woke up years ago.
I already knew
it. On our fucking forums, and they act like
has this in any way reinforced your preconceptions about this group?
What do you mean reinforced your preconceptions?
No, these are the people that we argue with in our fucking forums. Leigh Alexander posts on fucking something awful once in a while and hangs out with some fucking group of friends in New York that we like know of. And these are the people that we talk to.
Yes, I understand. So some of you already knew that social justice warriors were the worst things ever.
In a sense, but
it just happens to be all the
some of you,
that are here.
some of you have only been woken up by Gamergate to the evils of the social justice warrior.
I think you're being very hyperbolic.
I would say that's less than like 15%.
Maybe the 10-year-olds.
That's still a good enough number for.
I mean, there are some kids that go looking at game facts.
How many people do you think Christina Hoff Sommers has to convince to dislike feminism to fulfill her AEI quota every year?
Feminism is pretty fucking hot, though.
I thought she was a different kind of feminist. I thought she was Wasn't that her whole thing? She was going.
Yes, she's the real feminist. She's the real feminist. They're not feminists. I'm the real feminist.
Wait,
Yes.
everyone. Shut the fuck up for a second. I need to put a point of order. So, Mr. Helicopter Man, I am a political scientist. Did you know there are more than 50 types of feminism? How many can you name right now?
I don't care.
I can name 51. I can.
Oh, that's what we're talking about right now, dude.
I tell you what.
You know what?
For you,
oh man.
So I don't do like pop quiz. Name 50 of these. Like I'm just not going to respond.
Didn't you do that earlier? You said name or not Wall Street, the Wall Street Journal.
Turnabout is fair play.
Okay, guys.
Yeah,
okay,
I understand that perfectly. You know,
you are not authority on this subject particularly. Sorry.
I am.
No,
I can name quite a few different types of feminism.
That's fine.
You guys over at aGG camp, you believe that what you believe in, right, is the only type of feminism.
That's absolutely not accurate.
Of course not.
That's absolutely not accurate.
So is Miss Summers a real feminist?
No.
Is she a
real feminist? What makes you qualified to decide who is and who is not a real feminist?
Holy shit!
Hey, I'm an atheist to all except one God.
So yeah, even the whole identity thing. If she identifies as a feminist, doesn't that give her, pretty good identification grounds?
Wait, so what are you mansplaining her femininity?
That's not. No, I'm not mansplaining. I know that words.
Mansplaining.
Mr. Helicopter Man, does that mean that you're not a feminist, seeming as you've automatically reduced another woman's agency in her right to argue?
That doesn't make me not a feminist. I can disagree with women. I can disagree with women. I can disagree with women and still remain a feminist.
You didn't disagree with her. You just took away her status as one.
No, she never had that status.
Why does
really?
She claims she did.
Her PhD, her work, everything she's done for the last 30 years is just a ploy.
No, everything she's done for the last 20 years, I can't remember when she published The War Against Boys, has not been about feminism. It's been entirely against.
Okay, so what makes you the arbiter of what is and is not feminism?
Every individual is able to arbitrate for themselves.
Okay, so only in your personal definition, she's not a feminist. I don't.
My personal definition holds a lot of sway with a lot of people.
Yeah, of course it does.
This guy's more powerful than Jimmy Wales.
So this is the point. This is the point at which I'm going to lower the number of gators.
Who wants to go first?
Yes.
Okay.
Ban me, faggot. Ban me.
Whoa, that
I'm
was
not leaving.
No, I mean, because every time, someone who disagrees with you says a word, you all have a chuckle, and then no one gets to talk for a
you
minute.
had a good old chuckle earlier yourself, buddy.
There's two of us.
In the words of Vegeta, you were only mad because you're losing.
Oh, he was the best.
Did you kick Satan? Did you kick Satan?
I did.
Oh.
Oh, that's sorry. I'm wondering if
I
could
just do that. You need a proper exorcism.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I mean, look, I'm happy to have a humorous discussion with the guy, or I'm happy to discuss feminism and Christina Hoff Sommers with someone else.
Well, let's stick with that point then. Why is it that you get to arbitrate what her identity is?
I'm not the individual who's arbitrating what her identity is.
Yes, you
are
are.
asking me if she's a feminist, and I'm telling you she's not.
Hold on, feminism and identity or not?
She's telling you that she is, and I'm telling you that she's not. And so what we have to look at is what she's done recently, and what her work entails, and what she's argued. And the thing she's argued recently is that campus rape doesn't exist. That
Give me
boys
your
are
definition of
underprivileged.
feminism before you continue.
Oh.
Agreed upon definition. What is your?
I'm not going
to
do the definitions game with you.
We cannot.
Are you
Look,
sure?
It's necessary. Can we do the most basic definition? The most basic definition of feminism we can come up with is the belief in appropriate equality between men and women.
No, and that we aren't there yet, and that we need to strive for it. I'm going to need that also. There we go. Feel better now?
So doesn't she?
No, she believes that we have already reached it, and we do no longer need to strive.
But she believes in equality of men and women, though, which is feminism.
No.
Just went over the definition of it.
That's not sufficient.
That's not true. That's not her position at all. But
Her position is that in the developed world, we have already reached a level of equality that is acceptable, and thus striving no longer needs to be strived.
Okay, that's almost right, but she said that in the developed world, we have reached a platform where we have almost reached equality. Certain issues must be altered and defined better, but not to the level that 1 in 4 women are raped. Okay?
So that's a stats. She's just arguing with facts. I don't understand what that even means.
Oh, good.
That's not a
Sorry,
fact.
I'm going to give you a chance to redo that last sentence.
I don't even understand. You're saying not to the point where 1 in 4 women are raped. It seems that that's an argument about statistics, not an argument about feminism.
Okay, I know the full argument behind that statistic, and it offends me very
No.
greatly.
But it's an
The actual
argument about
statistic is about
statistics.
1 in
I'm not going to
20.
argue about statistics. I'm not going to argue about statistics with you.
Okay, well,
How can you say that?
An argument about how many women are raped is not an argument about feminism. It's an argument about statistics.
It becomes an argument about feminism when
No.
you use it to underpin your beliefs.
That
you
doesn't
better back
underpin
that
my
up.
beliefs.
How did we
Yeah, you
get
do.
into this conversation?
You know what? Didn't you just say earlier, well, I can't agree with Christina Summers. She's, doesn't believe in 1 in 4.
I
So
never
you
said
used
1 in 4. I didn't say that. Never said that.
Are you sure?
Making that up.
Yeah, I'm sure. Never said that.
All right. Well, then let's move on.
All right, so what are we moving on to?
I
Well,
still
we
don't
can
get where it comes from.
I think that was a spin-off of the original topic of conservatism infiltrating Gamergate.
Yeah, I
we
think
see where
someone was
it's
going to argue that Christina Hoff Sommers isn't actually conservative. I was waiting for that one.
I don't really
Well,
care what
she
she
is a
is or isn't.
conservative.
I'm just concerned with why you decide to chip the goalpost around with that one in, through the course of the stream. Because you said that basically Gamergate was established as a stealth conservative movement. I'm like, no, that's not what's happening.
No, I don't think I said that. And if I did, I apologize for misrepresenting what I actually believe. Because I don't think the establishment of Gamergate was done by movement conservatives. It was done by a movement conservative, but that was basically accidental.
Okay, fair enough. But what's odd about that is that when I brought up the fact that Aaron Gonji is not a conservative.
Well, he is a
tried to argue that
conservative.
point.
No, he's not.
It's like how
He's
Christina Hoff
conservative.
Sommers is in the
What
feminist.
makes him a conservative?
So Aaron Gonji is an individual who believes that the most important thing he could do after he was broken up with his girlfriend was to slut-shame the shit out of her after...
Except that's not a valid argument by your own logic, because earlier you said that both left and right-wing people, conservative and liberal, can make that, can slut-shame.
And liberals realize it's a mistake, and conservatives think it's relevant.
How is that relevant to whether or not you're a liberal or conservative? That just means whether or not you're a hypocrite or not.
He's quadrupled down on the slut-shaming at this point.
I mean, any guy who, pretty much has a girl broken up with him is mad can slut shame or do whatever he
by
he wants by
posting
saying
on the
that.
internet to hundreds of people.
Can I say something?
That person's name.
I mean, I found my ex's nudes on the internet and I didn't post them.
I think we need to talk about something that's really at the core of all of this, and it has to do with identity.
Okay.
And what it really seems like is that while expressing almost a fetish for identity, you simultaneously, constantly try to strip away others' identities.
Well, I think what you just said is very loaded.
It's not. It's a very accurate
I
assessment.
don't
based
feel
on
like whose identity am I stripping away?
You are stripping away Christina Hoff Sommers' identity as a feminist, and you're stripping away Aaron Gajoni's identity as a liberal.
These aren't identities. These are political positions. You don't get to say my identity is based around the fact that I am a Democrat. That's not an identity.
Wait, but they do that all the time. They always list under their identity as stuff like trans activist and such like that.
Or a professional feminist.
Are you telling me that you don't identify as a feminist?
Sure, I'm a feminist.
And
That's
you
not
are using that as a
part of
political
your
value.
identity. I'm not trying to revoke that part of your identity, but you are doing that to others.
I don't feel that accurately representing what someone believes when they attempt to misrepresent what they believe is stripping away their identity. And at some point, if it is, then it's okay to strip away someone's identity when they're using that identity inappropriately.
All right, sure. So it's all these double standards now.
I don't have any double standards.
Well, I actually agree with
sure?
it, but it's probably
I mean-
for a different reason.
Can you name? Okay, if you don't have double standards, can you name any Gamergaters you like?
Yeah, I can name. I kind of liked Scarlet IT after that discussion we just had.
That was not bad.
He seemed like a pretty reasonable guy. I think he's a little short-sighted in some ways, but I kind of like him.
I think you're saying that because you're looking to recruit, to be honest.
Well, you just asked a question. I mean,
He just asked me. I'm not looking. I didn't tell him. I didn't just go out of my way to tell it to him. You told me to say who I liked. How am I looking to recruit? I wasn't like, dude, Scarlet, you're a bro on his way out.
Name some others. Name some others. A few others. Come on. Can't just be just one.
Wait, not that many.
I mean, they're not that many. I like what's his name, the YouTube guy, and Saint 2E is pretty reasonable as a guy.
Yes,
and Saint is pretty reasonable.
Biscuit on there.
And
Biscuit's a bro.
No, I don't. No.
YouTube guy.
No.
Well, okay. Could you name some positive qualities of GamerGators you don't like?
Positive qualities of GamerGators I do. Look, some of them are very diligent. They have incredible perseverance. They are. There's some okay art.
Okay art. I recommend you check out the Vivian board. There's a lot of good art there.
I can't.
There's one or two pieces.
Wait,
of
why
better.
can't you?
Yeah.
There's image boards I can't get through. I can't figure out image boards. I'm too old.
Some people.
I'll give you
the same way with Reddit.
All fair. I'll give you a rundown on image boards if you like.
I'm too old. I mean, I think those were some pretty good starting points.
Yeah.
All right.
So
What was the point of that?
yeah,
I was just seeing if he was really true in what he said that he doesn't have double standards, because if he
that
doesn't
didn't
have
really
double standards, he
prove either
would
way.
either some GamerGators he likes or some positive qualities about them, and he was able to identify some. So
I think that didn't really prove anything either way, to be honest.
yeah. I mean, I could have made that up.
Yeah, we could have just said whatever. We just asked a question. We could have just said whatever.
Why can't I take people at their word? Why do I have to?
You
do something
can,
wrong?
but okay.
Could have done that earlier.
There's no other. Well,
When I said I didn't have double standards, you could have taken me at my word.
that is true. I can still say that now. I mean, I do think you do have some double standards, but you just don't realize them.
Hey, let's also be clear. I'm banned from GamerGazi for shitting on Brianna Wu. So let's be fair here.
Oh, so would you say that board's a piece of shit?
No.
Why not?
I have issues with some of the moderators there.
Okay,
Well,
would
would you say it's an infiltration by the liberally left?
Well, actually, I think it's your own fault that you got banned for shitting on Brianna Wu, considering that she is in fact a mod there. That's kind of
Yes, that was the moderator that I went after. I thought that what she was doing was wrong, and I stood up against it.
I applaud you for doing that.
Board.
Yeah, because because in my assessment, and correct me if I'm wrong, the people who majoritarily are either anti-GamerGate or against GamerGate, call them what you will. Those types of people split up into two camps: the ones that want to apply the same standards to all, and the ones that want to apply standards selectively depending on.
I don't think that's accurate. I think that they're
really useful.
That the A isn't useful. That you're absolutely right, and I also don't think
Why
it's
is it not
accurate.
useful? It's very clearly
defined.
I think it's just a symptom of a broader thing.
It seems pretty made up.
It doesn't seem made up to me. I've noticed that.
I understand that it doesn't to you, but I know that you have a perspective on this stuff that's very adversarial, and I think that's colored your views.
All right. Well, tell me exactly how I'm wrong in that assessment. What would be a better assessment for the fracturing of?
Well, you said that there were two groups, and that's, I mean, like that.
Okay.
Right off the bat, that's probably not a great start.
Well, to be clear, let's be clear. The group that I'm a part of, probably you would say is more hardcore than the other group, because we Brianna Wu sitting down for a nice little coffee clutch with Brad Wardell was bad behavior.
Bad behavior?
Yeah,
Why is it
hardcore.
wrong for her to have coffee with someone? This I never got.
Like,
They put her in
is this out
timeout
after
as
6
well?
sort of hardcore? Going down to the skate park hardcore?
All right, guys, you're doing like
hardcore.
making jokes amongst yourselves things, so there's not like a back and forth anymore. You gotta do the back and forth.
Why was having coffee with Wardell wrong?
Yes.
Because of the email that I quoted earlier that Wardell wrote to one of his employees.
Okay, no, but that's the question. Why is association inherently wrong?
Don't hang out with sexists.
That's not a real reason why it's wrong.
Okay.
That's
But
just,
we're all
that's just
sexist. You're
reasserting.
hanging out to us, apparently.
So
Yeah, that's another thing. Like you had a guy who openly admitted that he goes on Baphomet, and if you ever visit Baphomet, you'd know that Baphomet is not a nice place. It's really this crime of association, this crime of association, I do not get. I do not get why it's wrong to associate people who may have done things that you find objectionable. Like, by that logic, I should be hanging out with nobody because I can name sins and crimes and stupid shit people have done.
But there are different levels. So the reason she said she was hanging out with him was because he had interesting things about employee retention and things along those lines. And that's exactly what he doesn't have interesting
why is it
things
wrong?
about.
Why is the association itself wrong? Why is
No,
association
you can associate with people, but when you have a nice chat with them about something that they're inherently wrong about,
and then you post online how you had
and then
a
you
nice
post
Isn't
online
that exactly
about
what
how
you're
Why
doing?
is it wrong? Why? You're not answering the question. Why is it
because
wrong?
you are giving ammunition to people who are fighting for exactly what you say you're not fighting for.
But why does that have to be the only interpretation of what happens? Why is it so? Why
I
is
gotta
that-
say,
why
I
is
gotta
this
say,
discourse?
I can't believe that you are on the left, and you're going to use the exact same argument that George Bush used back when he says we don't negotiate with terrorists. That's exactly what you're doing.
This has nothing to do with negotiation.
It wasn't about negotiation. Look, if she
Exactly,
had
it's
the
even
ability,
less than
if she
negotiation.
had the ability to negotiate with Brad Wardell to end GamerGate, that would be entirely different.
Well, but here's the thing I don't get. Why is it that topics have to be restricted because you have different political alignments?
No. You don't give authority and power to people who are bad people.
But I don't. But I don't believe that by talking to somebody.
That's kind of inherent.
I don't see how you can make that case. I mean,
GamerGate.
like the reason why I have appreciation for you and Temp is because you're willing to talk with us, and that's a rarity to find. It's like I've been like
It's really not.
It's really not.
No, it is. It is.
No, it's not.
I've
There's a whole bunch of people on Twitter who do it, so a whole bunch of people.
No,
on Reddit who
that's
do
not
it.
true, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. I know. I was one of them.
I found
and
one
hung out with
way
all of
back
them.
in. I found one way back in November. That was about it.
Well, Man in Black.
A man black. No one wants to talk with.
Oh,
right,
okay.
right.
That
because-
guy is
and let's
very
be clear.
And I've talked with a man black on Twitter.
John,
I've had
John,
conversations.
chill out, John.
John, but here's the point, John. Anytime someone gets even remotely aggressive against Gators, all of a sudden it's not worth talking to them.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If people are having that views, I think that they're
No, that's not
That's
true
what
at
people
all.
say
I
about me,
mean,
John.
How many times, John, over the last kind of, what would you say, like 24 hours, how many people have said that I'm just a troll and no one should talk to me, including you?
I didn't say no one should talk to you. I didn't say.
I think I saw one in the thread, but that's about it.
I've had people tell me
never heard of
troll.
you.
I've had
Obviously.
people
You
say
wanna go count
who
it?
should
No.
talk with you. That is true, but that's not representative of my views, and I don't get people who say that.
But those are the Gators. That's what they believe.
I don't have the same views as another
Okay,
person.
that's
You're
them
trying to
views.
lump
You
people
have that
together
view
as
with
having the
being
same
Man in
views
Black.
because of
You've got to put
association.
yourself in their
And this
shoes.
is the problem I don't understand. I don't understand why association is bad.
John.
It's really weird.
John,
Go ahead.
your relationship to a Man in Black is what these people's relationship is to aGG.
I've invited a man in black to come on stream. He's
The
rejected.
Man in Black doesn't do streams, and I understand why.
because he doesn't want his identity exposed.
His identity is out in the public.
Okay.
Whoa, his identity is public.
Yeah.
No, it's
Oh no.
debatably, because he never actually sources anything. He doesn't actually say who he is. He hides behind a handle. He won't go into he won't put a photo of himself out there, and then he condemns anonymity, despite the fact that he doesn't take steps to know who he actually is. And
Wait, I'm sorry. What does he have to tell you other than his name to not be anonymous?
I'm asking him to live by his own standards. If he's going to rail against anonymity, he has to make himself completely unanonymous. And
Like
he's
his
not
name.
completely unanonymous.
Like his name, for instance?
Name, his photo, and proof of who he is. That's what he has to do.
That's
he has to
creepy.
verify Twitter account.
That's really
Man,
crazy creepy.
that's-
That's exactly the same
Those
as...
are not my standards. Those are his standards. I'm only
No,
asking him
that's
to
your
live
standards.
by his own
Sure
standards.
that aren't-
I'm not
There's no way that his standards are people need to put their photo IDs.
Look,
Look
at
up-
best,
look up
at
his
best,
article
you
against
are
read his
freaking
articles
doing
on
the same
Boeing
thing.
Boeing, and you can
Like, that's not his standards.
well, look up his articles on Boeing Boeing. Just look them up and
I
tell
read
me-
them all.
He does have articles.
I thought they were quite good.
Okay, so which points? Why were they good? Why were they? What was good about them?
Do you really want to talk about that? Because I think that you're not going to like what we're going to get into. Like, it's
No,
a
I don't-
boring and
I don't
frustrating
re-
conversation.
I think you can name I'm not going to debate you on those, and the reason I'm not going to debate you is because I haven't read them fully, only skimmed over the anonymity one.
Oh,
This
okay.
whole shit. So I'm not going to debate you on that. I just want to hear from your perspective, and maybe I'll take the time to actually read them for future reference if we ever do another thing like this again.
I would recommend that if you're going to condemn somebody and that they've written for a major publication.
I'm not condemning
have an
him
idea about
necessarily
what's going on there.
You condemned him.
Aside from that shitty article on Boeing Boeing that he wrote, I'm not condemning him specifically for his articles. I'm condemning him for being a repeated asshole to the point where nobody wants to talk to him. It's
Well, that's what we do.
But that's what we do.
But okay, here's the thing. There's a difference between arguing with someone who's actually willing to listen to you and arguing with someone who's not.
Well, let's be clear. I started this stream at 8 p.m. Eastern, which was a fucking long time ago.
Yeah.
And I had 2 GamerGaters segmented to come on the stream, and both of them came on, and both of them got told that we were just going to chit-chat on the stream, and I was going to dunk on them, and they can certainly dunk back. And they're like, that doesn't seem very fun, and they pieced. Both of them.
That's not me. You're talking about other people who are not me.
I know.
We're not talking about you, John. It's not all about you.
Well, it's not. I know. Well, that's another problem I have with you guys. You always do.
That it's not all about you. That's the problem. That we're not all about you.
That you always make it about collective responsibility.
No, we're not making. I'm not making it about collective responsibility. You just said that all these aGG people were afraid to come and debate you. But the fact of the matter is, all you pro GPD people are afraid to come and debate us.
Where's all of your boys, man?
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Apparently.
Yeah. So maybe another time we can have a more structured stream, really. I just hope that you guys really reconsidered your stances on association, because I think it's completely one of the most wrong-headed things you guys have said.
I think you actually don't understand our stances, and I don't think we've actually articulated.
I haven't done a very good job articulating why I didn't like that she sat down for coffee with Wardell.
Okay, then let's just bullet points. Why is association?
It's not. Look, see, you're asking the wrong question. You're putting words in our mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's a question. Why is
it was about.
Why are particular forms of association?
It's not about association. It's about when one of your figureheads goes out into the world and does something that's reprehensible. If someone else had done it other than your figurehead, that you'd have said, "Why are you, this person who's not our figurehead, doing this thing?" That makes it something about it rang wrong, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly what it was.
Well,
but it was
maybe you should reconsider your position on that, because I don't think you have a clear answer to the question. I think that
I don't. That's fair.
We could talk about this and maybe have a real conversation about it, but maybe you need to. We need to like not jump on things and maybe immediately say you're the bad guy because you have this view on association, when we could have like a dialogue about it.
I didn't say you're a bad person for having this view on association.
And I don't think I have the view on association. I don't think that's it.
Okay.
Because I don't mind associating with Gators, and I don't think I mind something about figureheads. It's something about figureheads are not supposed to do things.
Well, wait, didn't you say exactly earlier this exact sentence? It's wrong to do things with known sexes?
You know what? I thought about it, and I don't actually believe that. I misspoke.
All right.
Fair enough.
All right, that's fair enough.
That is. I actually applaud you for actually reconsidering your.
I'm not sure what it is I believe, except I know that there was something very skeevy about her sitting down for coffee and then publicizing it.
I want to talk about that because I didn't say anything when it happened.
All right, fine. I'd like to hear Temp's position.
I don't think it was.
And also, I'm gonna preface this with, after this thread, or this particular line of conversation, in other words, I'm going to head off. So go ahead, Temp.
Yeah, I might call it sleep after this.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
All right. Then Temp, go.
I'm gonna. So what I also thought that was a little bit weird from my point of view, and I didn't pick a fight with it on GamerGate, so I'm still not banned there. But I feel like that part of the way that she framed it was as an endorsement of at least some of his views, and specifically they were the views that we have problems with. It wasn't just like, oh, he said something smart at some point in the past, because I'm sure he is. He's a very accomplished man, and I'm sure Wardell has many positive characteristics.
All right, now you've done that. What is it about him that...
We actually kind of went over this earlier. I don't know if you were here.
No, I wasn't. But
okay, so I'm going to just sort of continue this train of thought then.
Continue that train of thought and then answer the question after I leave. Go ahead.
So I think that the way that she framed it was that she had a positive conversation with him about retention and about employees, and the thing that he's famous for is related to that issue, and that it was that she was willing to overlook in the framing of that discussion the things that he had done that were troublesome. It was never I had a hard, like, she didn't say like I had a hard talk with him about his behavior on Twitter towards Zoe Quinn, but we did bond over this one thing.
His behavior.
I understand that you're going to disagree with that area is a valid thing to be critical of him for, but I think you can understand that I think that you can understand that I think that was something to be critical of him for.
Okay, so your specific problem with them associating is that not that they associated, but that Brianna did not bring up something wrong, that something that you believe that he did that was wrong.
I don't think that's really. I think that oversimplifies what he's saying.
Yeah, I think it was that she gave him credit for this thing, and that thing wasn't like totally detached from these issues. It wasn't just like, oh, he's like got a nice tie, right? You can give him credit for that. I don't give a shit.
Well, why can't
or he's a really excellent coder.
Well, maybe in the context of the conversation, that would have been a really hot-headed conversation. It wouldn't have been productive for that conversation. Maybe that was something that could have been brought up another time.
You've got it right. The problem that I have with it at the end is because it was about employees and employee retention, and the thing that Wardell had done wrong was about employees and employee retention, and she was giving him cover that he did not merit.
Okay, so you perceived it as. Go ahead.
Is this focusing on the whole brouhaha that got Brad Wardell's attention on the air in the first place?
I'm focused entirely on an email that he sent to one of his employees.
All right. Well, I think that. Okay, I'm just going to leave, so I'm going to have some final thoughts. I think that's a very. I think that's a pertinent conversation to have that Temp brought up, because Temp really articulated better than aGG did.
Much better.
Right, and I think that some people here can address it, and I will listen to this in post. I'm gonna go hop on to Satan's stream because he started hosting the stream himself. I've actually thought this was semi-productive. It was mostly fun, to be honest. Well, I think it was mostly fun. Like, I had fun at least.
Hey, before you go, can you post the Satan stream in the GGHQ thread?
Oh yeah, I'll have that. I'll get that done.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah. In the meantime, like aGG, Temp, been real.
Have a wonderful evening or morning, depending on where you live.
Morning-ish, I guess. I don't know. But I'm gonna head off. All right. Have a good one, and I'll take care.
Okay.
So I understand somebody wanted to jump down my throat for something.
Or it was me saying Wardell email.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Wardell email. Let's focus on that, because you seem to take issue with the fact that he's such a naughty boy for the things that he's done said, and you're basing it on
an email that he sent to one of his female employees, which said to that female employee that I am vulgar, sexist, and inappropriate, and if you don't like that, you can quit.
All right, this is getting very late for me. I'm just going to head off.
Okay.
Good night.
Peace.
Later.
All right.
Okay. For the sake of practicality, you wouldn't happen to have that on hand.
I would.
Because we were talking about it earlier.
So all I have to do is scroll up and post it. Hold on. As soon as I figure out how to scroll up and post it. Oh, I got kicked out of the fucking chat when my computer went down. Hold on. I can find it.
I'm sorry if I'm staying quiet through this whole thing, but it just
no, that's fine.
This issue with the email and Brianna Wu just doesn't interest me at all in terms of GG.
Fair enough.
Okay, I got the emails. I am sending you a link to the article. It's about a third of the way down, I guess. Here is a link to the article.
Okay, first of all, this is Kotaku. Shame on you for that, but I'll let that slide for now.
So if you search for Hi Alexandra, Alexandra.
Let me read it out in my reading voice. Hi Alexandria, thank you for bringing these up to me, as I certainly do not want you to feel uncomfortable at work. Doesn't sound very sexist to me.
Not yet.
I don't recall item number 1, but will certainly endeavor to be extra careful. Doesn't sound very sexist to me.
Nope, still good.
Item 2, I will be more conscious of this in the future. That doesn't sound very sexist to me either. That sounds like someone, I've crossed the line and I'll try to behave better in the future. Number 3, however, is not acceptable to me. I am inappropriate, sexist, vulgar, an embarrassing person, and I'm not inclined to change my behavior. If this is a problem, you will need to find another job. Number 4, again, I am not willing to adapt my behavior to suit others. If you find my behavior problematic, I recommend finding another job.
We can stop there.
So let's base our analysis on number 3 and number 4.
Just focus on 3 because I don't know what the background to 4 is.
Okay. Well, Go ahead and enlighten us. What is
If you scroll up, you'll see what her points were. Number 3 was, please be careful with your jokes, which are many times inappropriate, sexist, vulgar, and very embarrassing, not only to me, but to everyone present.
Yeah, so we have to understand this in the context that these were jokes that he had made and not actual sexist or...
No, we have to understand this in the context that he is her employer.
Okay, so at best, right, he tells really shit jokes. At worst, he's a sexist and a racist. Let's continue and go on.
No, but he tells these jokes in the spirit of an employer-employee relationship. So he goes to his female employees and tells them sexist jokes. This is not right.
Okay, well, let's assume he did do that. Do you?
Well, he says he does that.
Well, yeah, okay, and there was a whole lawsuit about it, and I don't want to get into the lawsuit.
The lawsuit was about a lot of different things, and I don't want to get into it either. I'm focused on the email.
Let's base our assumption going on that this Brad Wardell character is a pig, he's a sexist, he's absolutely terrible.
And he's the boss.
And he's the boss as well. Does that mean that when people were going around to his house and threatening his kids, and
that would have been wrong. That would have been wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Okay. So that wasn't his just desserts for acting in a way.
Absolutely not. The just desserts for someone who sexually harasses their employees is for their employee to get a lot of their money.
Okay. And then again, this is a hypothetical. You and I most probably won't ever.
We don't have nearly the background. We don't have nearly the background to say that he is a sexual harasser of his employees. No, absolutely not.
With that going forward, does that make it okay to call him a sexual harasser anyway?
No.
That's really what happened to him.
But he's the man. Well, he got called a lot more than that. He is merely the man who sent that email.
Okay. All right. And on the basis of that email.
That email is totally unacceptable.
Okay, it is totally unacceptable. Let's go with that.
Okay.
We don't know the context behind that. We don't know because we weren't there. We're not investigators. We're not lawyers. So I'm not going to say it's not
Well,
acceptable.
some of us are.
Okay. Anyway, look. If we base this and his treatment on that email alone, do you think it was justified what he deserved?
No.
What
happened? No. That's wrong. You don't do that to people. But that's not what we're talking about.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no, I think we're talking about whether or not Brianna Wu should have sat down for coffee with the guy and then tweeted about how wonderful he is about employee and retention issues.
Can I ask you a question?
Because that is employee retention issues, and that's terrible.
All right. So you're basing this third point, which is the one that causes so much contention, other than the fact that Brad Wardell is not good at employee retention.
No.
Especially when he doesn't make himself open to the beliefs of his employees and does sexist jokes and racist jokes. So therefore, you feel uncomfortable with Brianna Wu talking to him.
I feel uncomfortable with Brianna Wu as a figurehead tweeting that her conversations with him regarding employee retentions were productive.
Okay. Right.
You understand the difference?
Somewhat. Look, I don't analyze things individually or separately.
Well, you see, you understand that there's a difference between just having coffee with someone and publicly saying that...
Hey, did you know that our president is a dirty nigger?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
What the fuck was that?
Alright, it's a troll. Don't worry about it. Can I ask you a question?
Man, Satan gets banned and now he only gets muted.
I didn't know which one he was, so yeah.
He's the one with the red avatar thing? Red and yellow?
I think that's from Fooly Cooley.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if aGG knows what that is.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
it's a very, very famous show.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I just want to ask a quick question. My name is Kevin. I'm a friend with Anne Rice. We've recently been working to fight bullying in the author world, and our enemies seem to be people on your side of the fence. And I don't mean any disrespect, but respectfully speaking, every time we encounter someone who is trying to harass or otherwise disrespect people, it really does seem to be the case that it's usually people who are opposed to GamerGate, and this is completely objectively speaking. For example, Randy Harper. No, that is fairly objective.
Kevin, what's your relationship to Anne Rice?
She's a friend of mine, and I'm a contributor to Stop the Good Read Bullies website.
Oh boy.
What?
Oh,
boy.
cool.
What?
Oh boy.
I'm the one who pulled the trigger on this.
Finish and say
At least let me defend my actions.
Okay.
Respectfully, I would just like to defend my actions. I'm the
Would
one.
you like a link to quick summarize what's happening here?
Okay, so Randy Harper is someone
I can do the summary. So about 2.5 years ago, Randy Harper got in a dispute with that dude who writes the books about how women need to step forward and be better feminists. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Yeah, so she wrote a review of his book on Amazon and I think gave it 1 star and mentioned that she didn't read it. And
No, that's not what happened, sir. With all due respect, at least let me defend myself. And
Go ahead.
I'm the one who researched this, and I'm the one who brought this to Anne's attention. I've been contributing to the website for a while. There is a difference between disliking someone and libeling them. Calling someone a stalker and a harasser when their only action was to read.
So well, there's one thing. I'd like to cut you off before you continue on the libel road. The individual in question certainly thrust themselves to the forefront of a public movement. So in order to prove libel against them, you'd have to prove...
I'm not talking about proving libel, sir.
Right, but you use the word libel, and when people use the word libel, I go lawyer. So having gone lawyer, would you like to retract the word libel?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if
you need to demonstrate not only malice, but reckless disregard for the truth.
No, there's
I can do both of those things.
There are 4 components.
Let Kevin do this.
There are 4 components to libel.
Five for someone that thrust themselves into a public debate.
I know the privilege argument, but I don't want to make this about whether or not. See, you're trying.
Well, but you use the word libel. If you'd like to retract the word libel, I'm happy to continue discussing.
I would just like to make a point without semantics. Can I just?
Sure. As long as you don't use the word libel, you may.
Okay, fine. There is a difference between defaming someone and maligning an author.
You just use the same word in a different language.
Is there a way? Can I just express a thought? That's all I'm
You can, but I'm not sure what the key element of libel that you think is important here is.
That's not the point. Okay.
Can you make the point in the correct language?
I'm trying to speak cleanly, but fine.
Not everybody is a lawyer.
She shit posted. Okay, let's
she
use
did
one of my
shit
words.
post. There is a difference between shit posting and.
But you see what you're doing right now is.
No, I agree with you. She did shit post. I'm on board with that.
You're not even letting me make the. I haven't even gotten to the essential.
All right.
Hit me with the essential. Essential me.
So she left him. She leaves this guy a review to damage his sales. She hasn't read the book, and she accuses him of something he has not done as a form of a book review. And the reason she's done this is because she's offended by who he is as a person. But the accusations she's made, what did he do that harassed her? He retweeted her calling him a bitch. That's not harassment. That's not even close to harassment. If you call me a bitch and I retweet you, then you're the one who harassed me. I'm just showing what you did. And then he blocked her, and she said that that's silencing women's voices. If she was fucking chiming in on her voice and my shit, I'd want to silence her ass too. I can't believe.
I don't understand why I'm being asked to defend a specific person and their specific actions that I know very little about.
Well, I'm getting to the point now. The point is that it seems to be that earlier you said that it seems like the right, this is like some kind of conspiracy of the right. No, the conspiracy, if anything, is pushing people towards the right, because I myself identify as a liberal, well, maybe not anymore. It's what the left is doing.
Yep.
It's not anything to do with the right. It's completely the actions.
Welcome to the right, brother.
That's very interesting. Let me ask you some questions about Stop the Good Read Bullies. Which of the authors do you know?
What do you mean? Which authors regarding what?
Well, look, everyone knows who runs Stop the Good Read Bullies, and I'd like someone to admit it who says they're involved with it.
It's Athena.
No. The author. Will you... I knew it. Okay, that's fine.
No, what are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking? You can't ask me a question.
So Stop the Goodreads Bullies alleges that it's a consumer-driven movement to protect a bunch of authors from people on Goodreads who shit on their books. Is that right?
It's kind of right beyond that, but okay, fair
enough. Okay, and it was started by an alleged consumer whose name you gave me, right?
An alleged... Athena, yeah.
Yeah, an alleged consumer.
Isn't everyone a consumer by
No.
definition?
But this person, I'm going to go with alleged consumer, and that person has never admitted to this day that they're an author. That they're an author. Is that correct?
So what? What's the point?
No.
I don't understand.
No, I just want to make that person, the founder of Stop the Goodreads Bullies, alleges that they're a consumer and has not to this day admitted in any form that they are an author of a book.
I know what you're talking. He's trying to say that Melissa
that's fine. Look, that's fine. That's fine. Do you know Athena personally or only through the internet?
I've spoken to both of them on Skype.
No, but that's not personally. That's only the internet.
Okay, well,
I don't know what the character background of the person who.
I know, it's so wonderful when people get just a little bit of background on the whole thing. Do you think that Athena is the author or not?
The author of what?
The book that started the Stop the Goodreads Bully quest.
There's no book that started the quest. This is a
Oh man, do I have to go back to my stupid notes?
Guys, I'm hopping out, okay?
Okay.
Good night, guys.
I take it you're familiar with the website.
Very much so.
How is that, if you mind me asking?
I keep track of everything.
Okay, well, then you should be aware that if you look at the website, you will never find one incident of a review that has been honestly written. Everything, it's just... And this is not something that we chose to pursue. It's just through sheer happenstance that every time we get someone who's being bullied, it's a social justice warrior. We didn't even know what the fuck they were called back when it started. We didn't know what a SJW was. It just so happened. It's always the same shit.
I'll just ask you right now.
You can't say
is Athena Melissa Dooflet?
No, she's not. Not that I know of. No, I don't believe so.
Let's try that again. Are you, sir, aware of Athena Parker's true name?
Athena
now
Parker.
You want to talk about names?
Athena Parker.
Yeah, no, I didn't ask him.
Want to say real names.
I don't. No, I'm not asking him to ID Athena Parker. I just want to know: do you know Athena Parker's real name?
Well, that's not a fair question because I have to answer either yes, I know her name is the one you want me to say.
No. You don't have to tell me what her name is. Do you know
you're
her real name?
In such a way that I'm already
If you know her real name, if you know her real name is Athena Parker, you can say yes, I know her real name. That'll be fun. If you know her real name is Melissa Douflet, say yes, I know her real name.
Who the fuck is Melissa Douflet, and why is this important?
Oh, it's so important.
Go ahead and tell us. Don't leave us all.
So, Stop the Goodreads Bullies was originally founded by Athena Parker, who focused on people who were talking shit about Melissa Douflet's book.
That's not true.
Okay.
And she was very, very mad about it, and she did not like that all these people were fake reviewing Melissa Douflet's book.
That's not.
I think I understand.
All right.
I think that his accusation is that it's the same person, right? And it's just an alias.
This is just like the GamerGate thing. You go back to Zoe Quinn every fucking time and disregard everything that's happened.
No, I'll talk about
try saying it their own thing basically to get attention. That's what you're saying, right?
Yep.
Melissa's name
is wrong. I'm just saying.
Mr. Helicopter Man, let me go on with a series of questions. Now, if this lady who started the Goodread books is the person that you believe is the person to
lots of people believe.
What has that got to do with the fact that Randy Harper fucked up a dude's book release on Amazon?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, that was easy. Okay.
Nothing at all.
All right.
So back to my point, and the reason I'm connecting this to what you said earlier.
What?
You said that it seems like there's a conspiracy on the right to create,
I never use the word conspiracy.
Okay. You base it a shadow secret organ. I don't know.
Self-recruitment.
Stealth recruitment. Okay, you can call it whatever crazy thing you want. It's absolutely fucking bullshit. And I say that respectfully too, because the only reason I have been pushed a little bit more to the right is because of the actions of the left in the first place. I've never.
Question real quick.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
How did you find out about this stream?
I'm a pro GG.
Yeah, but how'd you find out about this stream?
This stream is posted on several different places.
I read the image boards.
Oh, I'm super popular. Okay.
There we go.
I'm sorry.
It got posted
if
in
I'm
a lot
being
of places.
Disrespectful and you would like
see
me to
debate,
leave,
so.
I'd like to debate you, but if you'd like me to leave...
No, I'm happy to debate you, but I just think it's not fair that I don't have any hidden motive, and you may or may not be related to Melissa Douflet.
Oh no, I'm not related to her. She's my friend. She's my friend, but I'm not related to her.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me just say.
But it doesn't matter because what Randy Harper and Leigh Alexander have done.
What did Leigh Alexander do?
Clay Alexander is an extremely viable.
Does matter.
Does he sound like garbage to everyone or just me?
He does.
Yeah, Zan, you're
Hey
messing
man,
up.
he's playing a song of his people. Let him be.
Okay.
Hold yourself.
I think he's lagging, and that's causing the problem.
Yeah, that's what's causing the problem.
Like listening to a pot of whales.
Ag, if you look for harassment and you look for bullies, why is it that it's your side that it always pops up on? That's what I want to know.
No, I don't think that's accurate.
No, it is
So,
accurate. It is accurate. Every time, it's always on your side. Why is it never GamerGate who has to? I don't understand. Why does it always turn out to be the anti-GGers who are always doing the bullying, the harassing?
Why do you think it's always that?
Why do you? Because I search out GGers for this shit and I can't fucking find any. I ask for names. I cannot find any. Every time it turns out it's just some troll that has no affiliation to GG whatsoever. Or do you think that I'm secretly a misogynist woman hater that's trying to
useful idiot?
I'm going with useful idiot also.
Okay, how am I an idiot?
No. Useful idiot is a term.
A rational wiki bullshit. Look.
No.
It's like a mainstream term.
It's a real term.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not a mainstream term. It's not something that political operators use to call the people who they are trying to get their votes for.
No, that's certainly true.
You could call me an idiot if you
want.
want.
It was coined by Stalin.
Lenin.
Yeah, it was Lenin. Oh, thanks for the correction.
Oh no, wait, it wasn't Lenin. That was
It was either Stalin or Lenin.
I noticed that you tend to use these derailment tactics. Now let's argue about
Wasn't it
Stalin.
first brought up by Naziche?
I'm working on it.
You're derailing the point because you know that you're wrong, and that's the problem that I have.
No, I'm derailing the point because you asked me if I thought you were a misogynist, and I don't. I think you're a useful idiot.
Okay.
All right, you're welcome to think that I'm an idiot, but
no, I don't think you're an idiot.
Whether I'm not useful or not.
Okay.
When
you call someone a useful,
I know. I'm just fucking with you at this point. I just think that doesn't really help prove your point at all. I mean,
well, no, we just answered the question.
Yeah, well, I mean, best case scenario, you're useful idiots too because you're shielding this harassment that Kevin is.
Nobody is useful.
Yes, you are shielding it. They completely deny it even happens.
Wait, I haven't even commented on it yet because I'm really not up to speed. So, with respect to Vivek Wawa, I think what Randy Harper did was, a little questionable. She wrote an Amazon review.
A little questionable.
A little questionable. She wrote an Amazon review.
A little questionable.
Well, I mean, you don't even know what it was, so, hold on.
I do know what it was. She basically, I can't use certain words. It triggers him if I say libel, but that is libel.
It's not libel.
No. Okay, let me put it this way. Randy Harper had a group of people who brigaded, might be a better word, this man's review site, not because he was particularly vile or because he was sexist, but she interpreted him to be sexist. And people who, like her, want to be the arbitrators and the gatekeepers to what is and what is not sexist.
I think it's a given that what you think is sexist and that what we think is sexist and what Randy Harper thinks is sexist and what Wawa thinks is sexist are all going to be very distinct ideas. So when you say
I have the
it's
Oxford
not actually
Dictionary
sexist,
on my shelf if you'd like.
No, I really don't want to go to a dictionary definition.
When you say it's not actually sexist, that doesn't mean very much to us.
This is what he wants us to argue whether it's sexist or not.
No,
if we
just don't want you. We don't want you to posit. You don't want you to posit that you're right and we're wrong.
I am right, and the evidence is the fact that Amazon removed her review and recognized that it was.
No, Amazon removed her review because she didn't have the book.
Yeah.
No, actually, you're allowed to review books you haven't read. You are absolutely allowed to review books you have not read, and this I can prove that it's in the stated guidelines. And there are phone calls of authors with Amazon where Amazon will not remove reviews just because you haven't read it. It's stupid, but it's true. No, they remove the review because it makes personal attacks and accusations on the author, which is against the code of conduct. She broke the code of conduct. An anti-bullying woman who gets paid, what is it, like $3,000 a month to fight online abuse is breaking the code of conduct.
How do you know how much she gets paid to fight online abuse?
It has a Patron thing. I looked at her Patron account. What was it, like $3,500 now?
Despite knowing about
Patreon,
GG,
whatever.
you know nothing about GG. All about follow the money. Following the money.
Yep.
What money? I'm not getting anything out of being in.
No, not you, Kevin. I was talking to.
Hey, why shouldn't we follow Kevin's money? I think that's relevant if we're talking about following the money.
I can proudly state that I have never made a dime off GG. Not a fucking dime. I don't promote my books through GG.
Well, how about the
I don't
thing
even let
you're
people
working
know
with
that I
Anne
write
Rice
them.
on?
What's that?
How about the thing you're working with Anne Rice on?
I'm not working with her on anything.
It's on GG.
My name doesn't even appear. I do not have anything.
Are you making money?
Nope. Not all of my books that I don't promote. I won't name them here. I don't believe in promoting. I never promote. I hate people who use GG to promote. I think it's.
I wasn't talking about GG. I was talking about the thing with Anne Rice.
Yeah, we don't. This is not a promotion. This is not to make us.
You haven't made any money.
But you make money off that, right?
No, nothing. Not a dime. Not a dime. Not even a copper penny. Nothing. How could I make money off of it? How?
I don't know.
There's no advertisement.
That's why I just asked. All I needed to say was that you don't make any money from the.
No, I would have to disclose that. Otherwise, that would be incredibly unethical, which is something Kotaku and Polygon should know all about.
I mean, okay.
Okay.
Basically, at best, it seems that you guys are just falling back on the no bad tactics, just bad targets argument, in that because this guy is sexist.
I haven't said anyone is sexist.
Yeah.
Except I don't think I've even commented on Vivek Wawa. I don't think I agree with him, but I don't think he's a sexist.
You're shielding Randy by saying that what she did wasn't so bad.
I never said that. Whoa, I didn't say that either.
You did. You just did before.
I think I said it wasn't libel.
No, and then you said it wasn't. You kind of.
You said it was questionable whether it was objectionable or not.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I said it was.
That's where I disagreed with him.
Clearly,
I don't think that's objectionable or anything. I think that's a clear case of bad fuck up.
All right.
So
can anybody hear me at all?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like shit now, right?
Yeah. Please stop downloading porn.
Good job.
It's not that. I'm actually overseas.
So let's talk about let's just posit that Randy's review of Wawa's book was questionable. Let's talk about what Stop
Not
the
questionable. It's abusive.
Let's
That's
posit
the
that it
difference.
was
It's abusive.
blatant harassment.
Sure. Let's talk about what are you in charge of the Stop the GR Bullies article that was written about Randy, or is that someone else's responsibility?
I submit them. And in the interest of disclosure,
maybe we should talk about the fact that she tells people to set themselves on fire, and she doesn't agree with them.
Let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about the cartoon. Let's talk a little bit about the cartoon you republished. Do you want to talk about that cartoon?
That was great. That was a great cartoon.
I get what you're saying.
Well, let's talk about that cartoon.
Yeah,
let's talk about the cartoon.
Okay, let's talk about the cartoon. Yeah, let's talk about it.
Do you think you if you could reconsider what both of you guys did, do you think the cartoon is wrong also, or no?
Yeah, but we only published it to show part of the
you only published it.
We didn't write it. I think it's
you didn't create it or write it.
I think it was
hilarious.
Accurate representation. That's how she looks in real life. Don't get you're fat shaming her right now. Why are you fat shaming her?
I'm not fat shaming her. Why are there hams in the front of her scooter?
Because she wants ham. What? That's obviously she didn't get that way by fucking eating carrots. I mean, I don't understand what's
and what am I doing?
No, she's a carrot farmer and she eats like 10 pounds of carrots. No.
Yeah, maybe she's a carrot farmer.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's an accurate portrayal of how she looks. And
okay, and the reason you have her driving a rascal scooter, why is that? Oh, you didn't create it, so you're not responsible for publishing it, right?
No.
No?
That's different. We are responsible for publishing it.
Oh, you are responsible for publishing it.
Yeah.
So why did you publish it?
Why'd you publish it?
Because it makes a great point. Why is she shelling? Oh, you're the one who has to do the harassment. It makes a great political point.
Let me try this again. What political point does the ham make?
It's a caricature, man.
Yeah, and it's
representative of the
real person.
Islam.
What political point does the ham make?
Well,
what political point does the ham make?
What does that matter?
What political point does the ham make?
Don't you know about all the recent incidents about the Islamophobia? You know,
actually, I can answer the question. I can answer that question. One of her other reviews is about cheese, and she goes, nom 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 nom. That's why it's relevant.
What political point does the ham make? That's not cheese. That's ham.
Okay, so if it was cheese, it'd be okay?
I don't know. Your argument might have not been so transparently false if it was cheese, I guess.
I don't even understand why you're complaining about ham.
No, I'm just wondering.
To focus on the.
Why did you republish a fat-shaming cartoon?
What? Fat-shaming? What?
She's riding a rascal scooter. Are you seriously?
What thing? Are you seriously saying that it's not what that is?
It's
ham.
Are you seriously going to say that?
Why are you? Wait.
No, come on. Look, I think everyone in the stream can admit that I admitted error very recently. Can everyone? Does people remember that?
Should they have painted her as skinny, or would that be denying her agency and her fat?
Should they have put her on a rascal scooter with ham in the basket?
Well,
Not
she's
talking.
Got to get around.
Does she own a rascal scooter?
I don't know. If I knew that, I'd be stalking, and you'd accuse me of stalking her. So
Has she ever publicly said that she has a rascal scooter?
I don't know. We can search that up. Let me see. Randy Harper.
Do you have any reason to believe that she owns a rascal scooter?
Yes, absolutely, because she is severely obese and her heart is probably not very healthy. But that's not me fat shaming her. That's a fact. It's a
She's
fact.
She's not that obese.
Yeah.
Okay, well then maybe they do say the camera adds a few pounds, but I'm not trying to fat shame her.
I mean, you really are.
You just did.
You just did again,
Like
guy.
2 seconds ago.
You can't.
Can we get to a point of order? What does this have to do with the
No,
initial
look,
harassment on the
in order for you to say that Randy Harper is a bad person, you have to come with clean hands. Yes, you do.
No,
This is about
Look,
I am my own individual. For me, this is not about proving myself morally superior.
right?
This is about,
And you have unclean. Yes, double standards. You have unclean hands and are not in a position to argue about double
How the hell
standards.
do I have unclean hands? She's the one
You
going after
published
the ham.
this cartoon.
Yeah, but how is my hands unclean when she's the one going after the ham?
You dirty. What?
Alright, he's clearly just
No, I'm not trying.
Yeah, that's in.
Look, my point is that you are saying that what she did isn't that abusive, and you're trying to focus.
Nope. Not even going to comment. I posited her abuse. Remember? All I wanted to do was ask you. All I wanted posited it. All I wanted to do is ask you about.
It wasn't my call. It wasn't a good.
So you're embarrassed about the cartoon?
I wouldn't say embarrassed. I'd say it was a wise choice.
Can you remove? Do you have the technical ability to remove the cartoon?
No, but I can request it removed.
When will the cartoon be removed?
I don't.
Well, the cartoon should be removed. I mean, if they want to post it, it's their prerogative.
No, he makes a point. You know what? I'm not the only one who's made that point. A lot of people did complain about the cartoon, to be fair. A lot of people.
Yeah, there's so much more shit to take the piss out of Randy Harper other than her being fat or running around.
That's true. He does make a point. In all fairness,
like the horrible things she does to other people.
I didn't include that image, but you know what? You do make a fair point. So I do think that.
Oh, then you write, Randy has even accused KFC of stalking and harassing. Has she done that?
Fat shaming. Yes, she
did.
Yes, she has.
Really?
She blocked KFC, which I can't believe. That's not in her best interest.
So let me try. Please stop with the fat shaming.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was the
Just
last.
try really hard.
Okay, it is a very hard. I'm gonna try.
So when she blocked KFC, she said something about why she blocked it.
I can't
first of all,
answer this one. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
Yeah, I can answer this one though.
Yeah.
She did actually accuse KFC of being sexist, even though it was automatic.
Oh, okay. So everyone that's blocked by the GG auto blocker should take it as if they've been accused of being sexist.
Yes, that's
Why should
directly the problem that everybody has with it. After all,
that's
it was
certainly
coded with words like monster, harasser, everything like that. It was done, it was made that way, and it was promoted that way. It was sold to the IDDA as that way. So when you say that, you know, KFC isn't a sexist or harasser because they're on the block, or anyone who's been blocked like that isn't.
No one on the block list. No one on the block list is specifically defined as a sexist or a harasser.
Then who determines who goes on the block list?
That's bullshit. It called me that. I looked myself up. I'm like level 3. I don't know.
Nope, that's not the GG auto blocker.
That's the wrong block list, genius.
That's the wrong block list, guy. Yeah, one's not Randy Harper.
There's 2 of them, and I'm more than level 1 on both of them.
She's like a nigger here in Oldness. I hate fucking.
Okay, that.
Sorry, I too slow at this whole.
What's the most level you can be on a blocker? Whatever the highest level is. I looked
No,
it up.
so you've confused.
What are you talking about?
You've confused the 2 blockers. There's one called the auto blocker, and one called the block list, and one called the GG auto blocker.
Yeah, the GG. I'm on both.
Okay.
Right. So the one
What
called.
level are you on the GG auto blocker?
I think I'm 3. I don't. That's what I'm confused.
The GG auto blocker doesn't have levels.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes, it does have levels. That's why I'm saying.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
Look it up. There's a
All right.
website that
Maybe,
tells you.
I don't know. I'm not too clear on it.
Yeah, I know. Guys, I know you're not clear on it. The GG auto blocker takes anyone who follows various people and puts them on a list. That's all it does.
Okay.
You follow people, you get added to a list. That's all it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't have
When
levels.
you say that it doesn't say and claim that those people are not sexist and not misogynist, I don't believe you.
Okay, but
and I have a lot. I don't believe you. There's no evidence to
You
suggest
can go to the
me.
website.
Okay,
You
you're
can go
right.
to the
I'm sorry.
website.
Okay.
No, you're right.
All
You're right. There
well,
is no
tell you what,
levels.
I'll
I'm level
give me
3 on
2-3 minutes. I'll dig something up
okay.
and I'll put my argument.
Have
In the
fun.
meantime, you guys.
Okay, so there's no levels in the GG auto blocker. There are no explanations in the GG auto blocker. If you follow various people, you get added to the GG auto blocker.
But she stated it stops. She's called us harassers. She stated
No, she didn't.
People are on there are for harassment. Yes, she has.
Nope.
On Twitter all the time.
Nope.
I promise you.
She said that if you block the people on the GG auto blocker, you will experience less harassment.
Okay, and that's not basically saying you're on there because you're likely a harasser.
No. What it's saying is that if you block the people on the block list, you will have blocked some harassers, and you will have blocked some not harassers.
Okay. And guess what? I didn't call her fat. I said she likes to chase ham.
Well, you did call her. Come on.
No. Let's be fair here. Let's be fair. I didn't call her fat. I said she likes to chase ham. I'm not a harasser. I'm just.
Do you think we're idiots, Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin. Do you really think we're that dumb?
Well, you're doing the same shit. You're just.
No, we're really not, Kevin.
Do you think we're idiots, Kevin?
No, I don't think you're idiots. I think you don't
Then
realize.
stop treating us like we're idiots.
Well, then don't make double standards because that's not fair. You're telling me.
Don't treat us like we're idiots, Kevin.
To quote what you just said. If you subscribe to this block list, you'll face lesser, which is not even true, by the way, because the study it released showed that what is it, like 0.66 fucking percent, but that's not even that's far.
You don't even understand the study you're quoting.
Yeah, it's always I don't understand. It's always.
Well, you don't.
It would help if you did.
Okay, let's get back to your original claim. You said that if you sign up for the blocker, you'll get harassed less, implying that the blocker targets people who are harassers.
It certainly the blocker attempts to target people who are harassers.
Okay, so
the methodology by which it does that is if you follow a list of people, it blocks you.
Implying that you are likely to be a harasser by following people that.
The people who follow those people are more likely to be harassers than
Why?
people who don't follow.
Why?
I mean, it's empirically true.
Because they're gators.
No, it's not her.
Honestly, all niggers think block all the fucking niggers, dude. I'm telling you right goddamn now. Like all those fucking niggers. Block them all. Get them all. Oh!
Right. To put two counterpoints to your argument. First of all, I was wrong. It didn't say harassers. It said, and I quote, blacklist file, idiots, stalkers.
I'm triggered. I'm so
and
triggered.
what was the third one?
These two documents
So
called.
what does it actually say?
Idiots. Yeah, it says idiots.
What does it actually say? The whole thing.
Okay.
Where's Max?
Cocktails, right?
Old nicks, I hate fucking niggers. Niggers, suck dick. They're all poor like Obama.
I'm not. I'm
Gregory.
going for lunch.
Niggers, I hate them.
I'll see you guys later.
So, is there any way to stop new people from joining somehow? Let me see.
Okay.
I don't know, but I think it's spread over to a few
You
other
could always
boards.
use Randy Harper's block list, but I don't think they're on there. Because that's not GamerGate.
No, the GamerGator just posted it there.
No, it's been up for a while. I think it
A
went
GamerGator
over
posted
to
it there. That's what I was
be-
saying. A GamerGator posted it there.
The GamerGate one has been up for, let me see.
Yes, a GamerGator posted it on Baphomet. He said he did.
Oh, that's a different group, and and they don't like it when you conflate them with us.
I'm saying that a GamerGator posted the link to this chat there.
Or maybe one of them posted it on their own board.
I'm saying he said he did.
All right.
Well, can we prove that he is a GamerGator? Or is it just
says he is.
another matter of identifying and such?
Because GamerGate-
Maybe he's not a real feminist, like he's not a real GamerGator.
He hosts GamerGate streams, so you tell me.
So, unless someone can give me a good way of stopping people from being added, I guess we're done for tonight.
I don't know.
Isn't there a way to put a password on the channel thing?
You could do it.
Anyone have an idea how?
Nope.
Hold on. I can look.
No, it's actually Temp who sorry, I'm Temp. It's Netscape 9 who did it.
But yeah, so is that true? What he said? Is it, they call us idiots? Is that? Can someone confirm that? The block list. It says we're idiots.
Yeah, you can just look in the source code on GitHub. The full repository history will be there.
Aren't you digging a little deep?
It's actually the source code, and I am actually a programmer, believe it or not.
No, I get that.
But users don't see that stuff.
Right? So she doesn't actually tell you any of this. She just writes it in her source code.
So yeah, but now we're this. Why does the same standards never apply to both sides? If I wrote in my source code, "Let's kill women," that shit would be all over. Fucking, that'd be.
I mean, allegedly, have you seen that happen?
Oh Jesus Christ, man! You don't even need to go that far. Just put the wrong pronoun in, and
yeah,
people
exactly. If I'm trying to use while loop, and I use.
Hey, aGG, in case you're wondering, it says you can only password protect it on recorded sessions.
This is recorded. I just don't know how to password protect it.
All right. Look more. All right.
I have argued with before I knew there was a word for SJW. I've gotten into these debates, and it's always the case that anything I do is wrong, anything that the SJWs do is right, and there's always
Have you
an
considered that there's another side to this story? That maybe you are wrong.
Oh, of course. That's one of the things you have to do. You have to question yourself.
Here we go.
I feels like a nigger here in.
It's David.
Every time it's fucking David.
You have to consider that you're wrong. But have you considered that your side is wrong?
Yeah,
yes.
I've thought about it a lot, and I've talked to some very smart people, and I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
You believe in your heart of hearts, right, that we should not have a world where I can do my thing, you can do your thing. We don't have to hate each other. We can coexist peacefully.
I think that what your thing is directly aggressive to a lot of the things.
Like Randy Harper aggressive? Are we talking Randy Harper level aggression?
Well, I remember that you put a little comic on the internet, right? We were just talking about this earlier. Like,
I didn't create it. We're just documenting what happened in the.
Wait, hey, can you guys hear me for a second?
Yeah.
I'm just checking my mic. I have a question real fast since I've been watching the stream for a while. The helicopter guy. What is it about the picture with Randy on the what was it? It's a rascal scooter with hams. What was it about that offended you?
It's fat shaming.
I don't get how. I mean, I'm overweight, and
could you look up?
If someone drew me as a rascal with ham, I'd find that hilarious. I would never.
It's okay. You can enjoy problematic media without focusing on the parts of it that are problematic.
Please not say problematic. That triggers me.
You'll have to get over it.
I think we're stupid.
Now you know our side. Welcome to the side, brother.
No, guys, you think we're dumb.
I don't think you're stupid. I don't.
You keep treating us. You just keep treating us like we are.
No, you're not stupid. You just want
to honestly be fair with this whole thing. From someone who's been watching this, go on, you do seem like the type of person who would come off as a whiny bitch compared to other people. Just how you talk.
Yes, people typically find that people they disagree with are whiny bitches.
No.
I don't think you're a whiny bitch at all. I don't have any personal animosity against you at all. Actually,
it's not.
Good job, aGG.
Hey, Nicholas, do you use that?
What about me, Nicholas Empire? Do you like coke?
Let me just state for the record that I think you are an intelligent person who has valid reasons for believing what you believe. I just think that they're all wrong and that you're trying to force your worldview on me, and I don't want it. I don't want to be a part of your worldview. I want to have my own life independent of what you think I should behave, think, feel, dress, look like, and talk like. That's the problem. That's really what this whole culture war is about. It's not about harassing women, and you know that. And I think deep down you must.
I don't think we know that.
I don't think I know that.
It's not about harassing women. It's about you trying to tell me what I have to do and what I can say and what pronouns I have to use, and I don't fucking want to go for it. I want to be my own guy.
What pronouns you use for other people?
Yeah.
This is literally the movie Demolition Man right now.
It is, right? We violate the verbal morality statute, and then.
So you're annoyed that we tell you what pronouns to use for other people?
I'm annoyed.
It is extremely gay, honestly.
I wouldn't say.
So it's very important for you to be able. You must call people what you want to call them.
I must have the option.
No, not exactly. But I mean, if I'm gonna sit there and say, "Hey, dude, what's up?" I don't want someone sitting there bitching at me saying, "Oh, you didn't use the preferred pronouns. I don't identify as a dude. I identify as a."
Kind of makes you sound really whiny.
Stupid shit like that.
When has this ever happened to you?
I'm not saying it happened to me. I'm just saying.
Oh, it doesn't happen to you. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm Mexican. Never happens to me.
All right, I'll give you a fair example. let's say I'm walking down the street and I say, hey, you guys want to get some ice
Is
cream?
this an example
And
or
they
a
say-
hypothetical?
And they well, hypothetical, and they'll say, oh, you can't use the word guys.
David's back.
That's trans. They might say you can't use the word guys because that's trans exclusionary and promotes it reinforces the patriarchy.
Has this happened to you recently?
Yeah, like every time you
Stuff
talk
similar,
to them.
yeah.
Does that actually happen to you, Kevin?
Oh God, you have no idea.
Does it actually happen to you?
People have called the FBI on me for disagreeing with feminism. Just gonna throw that out there. I have had the FBI alerted to my disagreement with feminism. And
Really?
that's not
'Cause
bullshit.
I know, and
disagreement.
recently that one 80-year-old woman was arrested for well, it was Holocaust denial, but it was something completely irrelevant. Like I think it was a book, like her memoirs or something. What was it? Memoirs or something? Memoirs.
Do you have an actual example, Kevin?
Yes, I have actually been. Feminists have gone to the FBI. Oh, actually, come on. You guys have seen it. They call the cops on fucking anything. I think you're dumb.
Do you have
I'll
an
call the
actual
cops.
example, Kevin?
Okay, sure. Wait, what's the rule on doxing in here?
Don't dox.
Don't dox.
You cannot say anything
Nice
whatsoever.
catch-22.
Or that guy was
So you can't really give an example without giving names and such like that.
Yeah,
because-
I don't want-
You can give names. No. Just tell us what happened to you. You don't need to tell us who did it to you.
Wait, I have a question.
okay.
How come we can't use names, but you guys been using Zoe Quinn and Randy
Don't-
Harper and shit?
That's
and all
not doxing.
Yeah, stop doxing Zoe Quinn, mate.
I insulted, rightfully so, a feminist on the Amazon forums, and as a result of this, she stated publicly that she is going to the police unless I stop, which I did stop because I'm not a harasser. She came to me to where my thread was, and she started, up in that. You should know that he's a basement-dwelling, misogynist, GamerGate, sexist, transphobic, racist, everything.
Did she actually say all those words, or are you
yeah.
putting different words into her
In
mouth?
fact, I can put a screenshot of it if you want, of where she has a bunch of
I
tags.
kind of wish you wouldn't. Like, I don't think that's necessary.
Well, then how the fuck can I...
No, I mean, I'm just going to believe you. But look, so the example you have...
Yeah, that's right. You better listen and believe. I'm a victim. You better...
So the example you have...
Everything I say is true now.
Example you have...
You're idiots, Kevin. What are you doing?
The example you have of you being mistreated is someone in Amazon forums saying that if you don't stop talking to them, they're going to go...
No, not someone. We're talking about the legendary Legbeard Ginmar. I'm not going to name her. It's not her real name.
Whatever. Someone relevant saying that if you don't stop talking about them, they are going to go to the police.
No, if I don't stop insulting them in my replies to their comments...
If you don't stop insulting them in your replies to their comments, they're totally going to go to the police.
Yeah, and they claim that they've done so, and they probably have. I mean, there are blogs up where they've taken pictures of the FBI's office when they went to report me.
Right, but
I have no doubt that they've done so.
I don't understand why this is such a big deal. Nothing bad even happened to you.
The point, because you asked me for an example of why they're trying to force morality. Whether or not they can do it is a different story. The fact is they're trying to force their views on people.
Sorry, guys.
This shit's crazy. Way
Trying to
crazy.
force you from insulting them on the internet.
People should just stop being so fucking pussified on the internet.
Well, I mean, I think that the real problem we have, and I've said this before, is that GamerGate and the like is the interaction of the places on the internet where
Wait,
people...
didn't you say that GamerGate was like a right-wing recruitment?
I did.
Something.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Wait, how do you look in the mirror and say that with a straight face? Because I tried it and I was laughing my fucking ass off, and I've been here since day one.
We're regressing back to
your
previous
avatar. Did you use the
topics.
avatar on
We've
Twitter?
moved on since then.
What was that?
Do you use the avatar on Twitter?
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, why? You gonna look
It
me
looks
up?
like someone.
But anyways, I think the basic general gist that Kevin's getting, let's boil it down to the basic minimums. He is from a site, and he says whenever he experiences harassment, it seems to be from the social justice warriors. Why do you think he is experiencing things like that?
Well, I think Kevin's experiencing that because Kevin's from a very interesting and storied website that has a number of conflicts with a number of people about a number of things.
Where's the GG version of Randy Harper? Let's put it that way. Where's the GG Randy Harper?
Which one would you like? Do you want
Name one.
Rogue Star?
The one who goes in a rascal with hams.
Do you want Rogue Star?
What is Roguestar? I don't know who this is, but what is?
I thought you've been GGing forever, bro.
Who these people are?
Roguestar is a game developer who's been making a shitty, Asteroids clone type game put on Steam. He's been suspended about 26 times now.
Now, has he harassed anyone?
No, he just uses words that people would find triggering, and thus gets himself suspended.
Has he destroyed anyone's career?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has he tried to call anyone's employer at work and get them fired?
Off the top of my head, I can't recall.
I'm sorry. Where has this happened from anyone opposed?
Really? That's the number one thing you guys do. Is you guys try to destroy our careers and
What are you
livelihoods.
talking about? Who has that even happened to?
Do you remember when Ben Kuchera tried to get that guy from fucking Dick's fired? That was funny.
What about? Let's go back to the original. Ladwa. She actually made. Don't buy this book because the guy's a sexist harasser. There you go. That's career That's sabotage.
It's not sabotage.
Vivek Wawa
Isn't it kind of stupid to go to and to review something that you haven't even read just because you don't like the person?
I don't think I need to defend that conduct because I'm not all that
Don't
interested.
ask when it happens because it does happen. It happens.
No. I'm just saying.
talking
Doesn't that
about-
seem kind of? Doesn't that seem kind of stupid?
I don't know why she reviewed the book. It seems like a dumb thing to do.
Why does Leia Alexander destroy people's careers? Why did she brag about it?
Don't think that that's accurate.
As far as I know, she hasn't done that.
I thought she was game
said
journalism.
that first
She said that one time.
She said many times that she destroys careers and that she enjoys it.
She's never said that.
All right, let me go on STGRB. We uploaded screenshots and her
Yeah,
fan.
there's definitely that exists.
Yeah. Why do feminists?
Hey, Airport Man, I have a question real fast.
Honestly, we don't accept the premise of your question, Kevin.
Airport Man, I have a question.
Yep.
Do you have a Tumblr account?
Nope.
Aw, darn.
I am way too old. I am way too old for that
What?
kind of shit.
Why do you keep saying way too old? I feel like you're 27?
No.
Aw, darn.
Try 87.
No.
Right back in my day.
You'd have to add more than 10 years.
Sorry about that. I got thrown out.
He's getting up in the years. He fought in the Korean War. It was rough stuff.
So yeah, why is it that it seems to me that feminists have a whole system set up, a whole system by which they can bully people and rationalize it with saying such as
Kevin.
freedom of speech doesn't protect you from
Kevin,
the
I don't
consequences
think-
of that speech.
Our answer to this question is going to say that you have a misconception about the way things are.
No, he
but then you ask-
is right. I could explain it,
Well,
but
I disagree.
people probably wouldn't like it.
No, explain it.
Well, when
I mean, why? What's the point of doing this? Like, obviously, we think you have a misconception about how much power and influence feminists have and how they wield it.
Well, they go on Twitter, they start up a shitstorm, and they get people fired. I mean, it happens all
I
the
don't
time.
think they get people fired. Who's been fired?
That one black woman who stood. Oh, I'm sorry. We have to say person of color. I don't know. I'm not up to date with all the terms. So
you don't remember Donglegate, dude?
Yes,
Okay.
Donglegate. That's what I'm talking about. The Donglegate, right there.
All right, so I'll just briefly do the story. So basically,
I know
We
Donglegate.
know Donglegate. We know this.
Yeah.
So
I don't know
acknowledge those
Donglegate.
2 people were fired.
Don't worry about it.
No, I want to know what Donglegate is.
Google it.
The woman.
No.
who
It's
posed
an old
in front
thing
of
in
the sign.
tech.
The woman who posed in front of the sign, and then she got fired. Anytime you piss off a feminist, you get fired. That's the consequence of it.
What sign are you talking about?
Who posed in front of what?
I don't know. She memed in front of a sign or something, and
I mean, it's a tomb of the unknown soldier?
You remember when feminists created manspreading? Those 3 Mexicans got arrested on the subway in New York City.
Yes, yes.
Not. I'm sorry. No one has been arrested for manspreading on the site.
No. There
Hold
was
on,
a recent thing.
Yes, there was an arrest.
That's bullshit.
No, it's not. Because police have to get up their quotas in New York City, so they go for anything.
So you think they're arrested for manspreading?
Thanks for
Yes, there's absolutely no way.
Yeah,
that happened. I'm not even.
Yeah, maybe
remember
you're
those
taking the
words.
red pill. Maybe you're starting to
Yes,
realize how
I know.
insane this
No, I think you're
is.
just idiots if you believe that.
Remember those words. There's no way. That's what I used to say when I discovered what
Oh, Breitbart link. Great.
There you go.
Yeah, wonderful Breitbart link.
This is totally going to be legitimate. I can't wait.
How about Young Turks? You guys like Young
If you
Turks?
Google for manspreading arrest, you'll find Snopes. So let's see what they say.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And the guy who's reporting on it is also black, so you know it's true. Because by
Again,
your
we're not
logic-
idiots, so just don't.
Yep, so Snopes says there's absolutely no evidence that it actually happened.
Yeah.
Here's an article from the Huffington Post on it.
And that's one of your sites, too. That's like your team, right?
Again, Snopes says no information available to confirm this, so...
It was actually kind of... It's slightly irrelevant, but I've read a few things about like Snopes, and it's like one or two people who just independently go out, so it's not like a big, huge investigation.
You right there, guys?
Wait,
Hello, I'm a friend. I'm not going to publish loads of porn. It's all right.
Did Snopes actually say that they have evidence that
They have no evidence that it happened.
They're not discrediting the evidence that exists. That means they didn't see the evidence.
The only evidence that it did happen was the police reform organizing project, which put it on Facebook.
Gentlemen, can I perhaps highlight something here that maybe everyone's missing?
Okay.
This is absolutely and categorically fuck all to do with Gamergate. This is some sort of atheist plus versus MGTOW shit going on here. This is absolutely nothing. We're sideswiped by this. This is zero to do with GG.
I'm trying to wrap
You know
it
that, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I was
Everyone's
thinking
aware
of
of
having to
this.
say that. You
Is
just
anyone aware of
turned
this?
up the point.
Okay, we're aware of this.
The point I'm trying to make is that the social justice warriors are the harassers, not Gamergate.
Actually, everything just gets fucking derailed.
May I point out as somebody who's been in GG since pretty much the beginning? I'm good friends with Ollie Campbell, and there are people...
I can't wait to talk to someone who's good friends with Oliver Campbell.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's a lovely guy.
Helicopter Man, why do you have to be smug about that?
I know the guy's great at beer pong. He wants to lend me $5.
I think aGG is. He loves a good argument. That's probably
so much.
It's exactly, yeah. I can understand your sentiment, mate. This is probably, a righteous argument for you to have, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's why you're the useful idiot that you can't actually see. You see, what's gone on is you are an attack dog for a certain set of cliquey games developers. You've got friends in the press. And they've managed to sort of paint a little picture about us, so people like yourself can attack us.
So that's pretty stupid.
It is pretty stupid.
Wait, hold on.
He's right, but he's approaching in a way that
hold on. That is stupid, but a conservative right-wing recruit.
You almost got it.
You were really very close to saying it. It's a stealth recruitment campaign. Try harder.
Because
Hey, I have a question. How is a stealth
I understand his sentiment behind it. The problem is he doesn't actually understand that people on the left are recruiting in a rather terrible way.
There are absolutely recruitment campaigns put on by the left, no doubt.
And they're not doing particularly well. You can see these young men here, they're getting very upset at the approach.
I'm guaranteeing you that I have at least 5 years on you.
Regardless, mate, I'm not really having a debate on ageism now, am I?
But you just did.
I'm talking about these young gentlemen in front of you that you're arguing with.
Oh, them. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah,
but did you not maybe think that their sentiments aren't necessarily some sort of right-wing reactionary movement, but they may be some people who are desperately wanting the left to be the good guys, and they're looking around behind them and seeing people that are supposedly backing them up, treating them like utter shit.
No, the problem is that they're going out to find those people.
Yes, and guess what? The left are leaving them to it.
Yeah. I think that it's...
And aGG, you are helping. You are actually the stealth recruiter. Think it through. You piss these kids off enough, and they'll walk.
Yeah, but
if you don't listen to them, you think you can just tell them what to do.
I mean, I don't mean to belittle the 84 viewers.
You do mean to belittle them, otherwise you wouldn't have made this debate. Let's be honest. Come on.
I agree.
I've been listening and all I have seen is belittlement.
I don't mean to belittle the 84 viewers and 9 people that are in the stream.
I'm not talking about them. It matters not. It really matters about these guys that you're actually talking to right now. It's all about who's in front of you.
But I don't believe that elections are won or lost by handfuls of numbers. They're won and lost by large quantities of money.
Actually, they're won and lost by really bad campaigns. And right now, You're not helping.
But I'm not hurting because there are 83 people and 9 people in the stream.
I'm
You
not,
do know
I'm
this
really
thing is
passing.
being-
I'm passing that
Oh,
message up the
God.
line, if you don't mind. You know, I'm not just talking to you, but you know, get the chain of events running. Lefties, and by the way, I voted Green this year, just to let you know. You're done.
You didn't
fucked
vote
up.
QKIP, you monster.
You've gone over the top. You've gone a bit crazy. You've got kids now that are going that aren't going socialist early. They're supposed to get a little bit more right wing at the end, not the other way round.
I think you're right, Robin, but I think you're just giving them a bit too much at the moment.
I'm sorry. I like to give people food for thought.
No, that was a lot. I mean, that was.
I know, but the thing is,
I
you guys are
very
arguing.
compelling.
You guys are arguing about this left-right paradigm and all that sort of bullshit. Fuck all to do with GamerGate, guys. This is to do with really nasty little bastards.
But Robin,
who
I
running
remember
around.
you. Robin, I remember you from when we talked about. Well, we didn't talk, but when you talked with Oliver Campbell about his very exciting DoD, DHS, FBI, FTC scoop. Do you remember that?
Yeah. As far as the FBI is concerned, nothing's come through.
Right. So we remember when that scoop happened, right? It was a very big deal for you. It was a very big deal for you, Oliver Campbell, right? Very big deal.
He was very. He was making sure that he caveated this with, "I'm not making any promises." But
No, not any promises. He did promise that if we submitted FOIA requests, we'd get data back, right?
Yeah.
And people submitted those requests, right?
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, and they didn't get data back, did they?
From what I understand, no. But that could just mean that there's an ongoing investigation.
No. But what Campbell said was that the way it was going to work is even if there was an ongoing investigation, we could file those FOIA requests and we'd get data back. That's what he said, right?
At some point, yes.
I think that, yeah, eventually that
No,
information...
wait. He said we'd get the data back if we filed the FOIA requests, right?
You're just talking about timelines. You're saying that it hasn't
He said
happened
he's
soon.
going to do it right now. That's what
He said you'd get the data back if you filed the FOIA request and you could confirm what he was saying, right?
What's the point that you're trying to bury in?
He was lying, right?
Why?
Well, people filed the FOIA request and they didn't get the information, right?
Well, as he works for the FBI, of course, he's lying, isn't he?
No.
Oh, what? He's not a spokesman for the FBI.
Oliver Campbell said if we filed FOIA requests, we'd get information back that his source had given him, right?
Yeah.
We filed those FOIA requests, right?
Oh, you did you?
I did.
You did. Okay.
Yeah.
And you haven't got anything back.
Well, I mean, I published the letter that I received when I got it.
And what was the letter that you received?
There's no information that will give you. We don't report on ongoing investigations.
So it's an
So
ongoing
your issue
investigation.
seems to be with the U.S. government.
No, I have no issue with the U.S. government.
What you've just done is highlight why nobody's getting their
I agree.
Information out.
I agree.
So, at
This is
point,
just fucking
you
derailing
understand-
right
you
now.
No, this
understand
isn't
now.
derailing. This is very important.
No,
so
let's have it.
Oliver Campbell was very clear that if we filed the FOI requests, we'd get the information. And we filed the FOI requests and we didn't get the information, and he hasn't burned the source yet. Why hasn't he burned the source?
Why would he burn a source?
Source lied to him.
So you burn sources. 'Cause
When they lie to you, you burn
Right.
them.
Why have they lied to you?
I have no idea why the source lied to him.
No. Where is the lie?
If you file an FOIA request, you'll get the data.
Right.
On a
and-
certain date and time, right? That's what the
So-
assertion was.
You know how FOI requests work. So you're saying that when the data becomes available, they're just going to send it to
You've got a
me?
bit of a conspiratorial mind here. You think that these
No.
people are lying to us now? What, the FBI is lying to us now? I mean, surely...
just Oliver Campbell.
No, just Oliver Campbell. Just Oliver Campbell.
Just Oliver Campbell. So Oliver Campbell's been
Oliver
fed some
Campbell.
information by a source
Nope.
that he doesn't want to reveal.
Nope.
I don't
I
believe
don't-
it.
Nope.
And of
I
course,
don't think he was fed any information by any sources.
But that's you thinking.
that's really your assessment of the situation, which
Right.
is I'd say you are leaning to a particular sort of way about this, sort of trying to undermine Ollie, for example.
Well, it doesn't take a lot to undermine him because he is a habitual liar.
Well, you've taken quite a bit to do it so far, and I can only assume that he's been mistold, if anything. That's about as bad as it can get. I mean, I usually sort of like think instead of malice, maybe assume that.
Incompetence? I guess we could assume that.
I mean, it is the FBI after all.
Oh, you're blaming the DoD agent, not FBI. I don't know why you keep calling him an FBI agent when we know he's with the DoD.
To be honest with you, the pedanticism of this is irrelevant to me.
It's a rather big distinction.
But
FBI is under.
At the end of the
Sorry,
day.
did you just say the FBI is under the DoD?
Wait, I'm sorry. I was thinking Homeland Security.
May I proffer the suggestion that this doesn't really matter?
It kind of matters.
Well, at the end of the day, guys, the idea of somebody basically saying to Wally, you guys need to file some Freedom of Information Act stuff pretty quick. You'll be able to get this in before it becomes an investigation, for example. Or maybe it has turned into an investigation. And as you say, these are Freedom of Information Acts that have come through to the FBI and they've gone, sorry, can't do it. We are investigating.
Doesn't that say something in and of itself that there even is an investigation?
Something else. Somebody realized.
Hey, Helicopter Man, can you reread the letter you got back from?
I mean, this is very pertinent information. Thank you for bringing it forward to GamerGate. Cheers for that.
What, like several months ago?
Yeah, those letters.
We can't keep up on everything, guys.
So you guys weren't even aware that those letters came back?
No,
Ollie,
I knew that.
I knew some people have had some.
I'm going to confess to ignorance. I don't know anything about the situation, so I'm just going to keep it out.
Well, it depends on when you've come into this, really. But as I say, at the end of the day, we're talking about sort of like games media, and kids here basically using their sort of their contacts to basically paint a bunch of people a certain way in order to get themselves out of a rather sticky and bodily fluidy jam.
That's ridiculously false.
Wait, how's that ridiculously false?
No. Let him state
Okay.
it. I'd like to first of all, I'd like to know why it's false, and then how ridiculous.
I mean, what jam was there at all that someone got themselves out of with something? That was just a bunch of words strung together by you.
Well, this is Nathan Grayson. This is we've also got. Oh God. Well, let me get the list. There's a few of them out there. A lot of them in Polygon. A lot of them.
So what did Nathan Grayson do?
Forums you open. If aGG does anything, it's plot webs. Well.
So we can start one at a time. What did Nathan Grayson
do? What did Nathan Grayson do?
What did Nathan Grayson do? Well, Grayson not only has been dipping his wick into the developer stash, but there's a few other things he's been up to.
Sorry, I don't see what's wrong with having relationships with people who you aren't reporting on.
But then when you start to write favorably about them, that is somewhat of a conflict.
He didn't write favorably about someone he was in a relationship with at any point.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
calling something an indie darling is not favorable, apparently.
He wasn't in a relationship with that
Wait,
person.
are we also going to totally ignore the $800 that he gave to Zoe?
What was that for again?
I forgot, but
I know. You guys don't fucking know.
No,
you don't have any idea.
You have no fucking clue.
Is this coming from the same people who say that he didn't give favorable coverage to Zoe's game?
Not while they were in a relationship.
There you go.
But they had one.
But they were sleeping together.
Not while they were writing. Not while he was writing articles about her.
Have you guys ever heard of Nina Friedman?
Wait, you're changing the topic to someone else now?
No, this is more Grayson. You wanted Grayson. There's Robin Arnott too. I mean, how much do you want?
What?
Then we've got Lee Alexander.
Make a specific point, or don't.
Well, I thought we were talking about
a specific point.
There's somewhat of a conflict of interest that's been going on in the gaming community for the last pretty much 20 years or so.
No, there hasn't. The only conflict of interest that's been going on in the gaming community for the past
gaming person.
More than you. The only big conflict of interest that's been going on in the gaming community for the last 20 years has been corporatist control over our media. Other than that,
it's irrelevant to GG, but that's not even true. Going back even 30 years, they've been people complaining about whether morality should be in video games or not. It's
not a conflict of interest.
It's not a conflict of interest.
Once again, that's nothing to do with GamerGate.
I know. That's
Explain that to them.
This is, look, at the very, very beginning of sort of games media, yeah, at least the writers were beholden to their readers. Because you used to go into a shop. You used to go into a shop. You used to be at least buy your copy.
What, of like Nintendo Power?
They did have a little bit of advertising in there, yes.
Of
Nintendo Power.
I love that magazine.
I don't understand.
Is that your
why
example of an ethical magazine?
No.
What
There's
is your
loads
example
of
of an
different
ethical
magazines
magazine?
out there, mate.
Like Nintendo Power?
Why are you just saying Nintendo
I just
Power?
thought Nintendo Power was a really good magazine, right?
I liked it, but I was a kid. I didn't know any better.
I thought it was great too.
Well, I wasn't a Nintendo person, so you know.
So where were these writers who were beholden to their readers?
Wait, can we stop derailing? I want to hear what Robocop
Yeah, I
is
mean,
talking
you
about.
keep asking the question, but you keep interrupting before I can give you the answers. This is the thing.
Well, you keep trying to talk about all kinds of other ridiculous shit.
Right.
So
And
what
then
were
you
these
guys-
magazines?
I've
What were
been
these magazines?
What
What were
I've
these
been
magazines?
Can we do like one at a time, please? Robocop was talking. Let's just let him hear what he has to say.
Yes, I thank you for not smoking. Generally speaking, and I'm saying this in general because, you know, when I was a young lad, and about the age of 6 to say 12, 15 or whatever like that, I used to read a lot of these magazines.
Wow.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm 38 years of age.
No. I'm talking about the users that are joining us.
No,
Well,
not you.
The best thing to do, guys, is just mute them and they'll go away.
Dude, just finish your story because it's already getting rather long.
Okay. It's always long. But in general, magazines had a little bit of advertising, but they actually made.
Which magazines were these?
What magazines?
Almost every magazine.
Name one.
PC Format. There's all of the Amiga magazines. There's computer video games. There was a list of all of these magazines.
So
Going
PC Format is the one that you've named.
He just named like 3 of them. What are you
No, he
talking about?
didn't.
Yeah, he just did. What are you talking about?
He named one magazine and then said all of the Amiga magazines.
Well, I was a big Amiga person, so CU
Sure.
Amiga, Action Amiga.
Do you have a name of one of those magazines that you want to give us as a particular example?
Hey, me again. Oliver Campbell's a fucking Uncle Tom piece of shit.
That's
Anyway.
Oh,
Anyway.
Now, make sure. I just would hope that tomorrow, or if you ever write about this, you make sure that you tell them that these are all.
I hate
gamer
the
games.
nigger president. Assassinate the president of the United States. Allahu Akbar. Bill Wagner did 9/11.
aGG, I want you to make sure you say that this was us, this was me, this was this is a GG doing this, right? Let's put that narrative forward. I just want to make sure it's on record that
It's Pterodax doing it, right?
it's not
I thought it was
GG.
Baphomet.
Yeah, but they're not going to accept that.
This
Everything.
this is.
It's either GG or it's everyone else, right? There's no
I know
other
who
name
this
for it.
is.
These
I know
are
who
those
this
who
is.
are Republicans.
It's
I know-
Pterodax,
no,
right?
I
Well,
know
Peter
who this
posted
is.
it in
This is
Baphomet
sentiment
originally.
versus sentiment, guys.
Hold on. You want the name of the person?
It's Pterodax, right?
Pterodax, a.k.a. Peter Coughing.
No.
Hey.
I know.
It's one sentiment getting pissed off at the other. That's all it is.
I'm sorry.
But anyway,
It's just a bunch of words.
Computer games media was in this. We're talking about in the magazine age, when at least there was a certain. They had to be beholden to their readership because, of course, these people actually paid for the magazines. When the internet came in, however,
Well, hold on. That's not actually that true.
I really would like to talk for a little bit about PC Format.
Yeah, let's go into this a little bit.
PC format
Yeah.
probably the most commercial. Yeah.
So you really thought PC Format was well run, right?
No.
No. Well,
They were actually they were probably the most commercial of all of them. Yeah.
Okay, so which is the one that's the good one?
Most of the ones that closed. Yeah.
But which is the good one?
The good one, dude. You really need to stop like concentrating on minutiae because it just looks.
You keep telling us that back in the magazine age there were these great magazines, and I had just done my diligence on PC Format, and I was going to say something interesting, but it actually turns out that one was shit. So what's
it wasn't.
the good
It
one?
wasn't the greatest one. For
What's
me,
the good one?
I mean, for me, probably the best one out there ever was CU Amiga.
Okay.
Have a look at that one.
And
That's
wasn't the original point that you were denying that there was historical problems with this media?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is,
I'm talking to aGG.
No, I think what I said is the historical problem with this media has always been corporate capture.
No, that's not it. It's actually being beholden to advertisers. But then again, that is somewhat of a corporate.
Is that what I just
What exactly did you think they just said?
Well, this whole thing.
That was exactly it.
However, you guys are getting a little bit sort of like all on this sort of corporatist business. But
Yeah.
you're talking about magazines here that are using your outrage against you for money.
Well, you haven't proven that yet. So right now you're saying that.
Look around, dude. I mean, what you honestly think the Huffington Post is like all perfect, and like it's just Fox that's the bad station, yeah?
So your incredibly boring generalizations are not going to convince anyone.
I'm waiting for you to make.
Can't you hear his accent? He's got a British accent.
I'm going to be this condescending the entire thing. I apologize. It's just the way I am.
So do you have? I think you were making a point earlier about how things used to be better, right?
They had a bit of a golden spell when it was in the magazine age.
When was that golden spell?
Like I said, in the magazine age.
And which magazines were the ones that were golden?
That's late 80s, early 90s.
Which magazines were the ones that we should be looking at?
I've already mentioned magazines to you, but you seem to want to be wanting more. How many magazines do you want me to have read when I was like, didn't have any pocket money
so
hardly?
CU Amiga is the one that we should be looking at?
That was the one I always wanted, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I love this. This is so.
But generally speaking, we're talking about people doing reviews for games, and reviews for a game is it's a bit like reviewing, say,
Sorry, I'm still looking into this. I'm not really listening to you.
Oh yeah, fair enough. It'll be for the audience. Reviewing a game is a bit of a delicate art compared to actually most other things. It's not the same as film. It's a bit like reviewing a film and a toaster. It's those combined. It's weird because it's got the functionality that comes with it, the mechanics that comes with it, all that sort of business. But it's also the art form of how it actually gets delivered to the consumer. So it's a bit of a weird one.
Is there a point that you have? Because what you just said is reviewing games is different than reviewing film. I don't know how I'm able to say that in a sentence, and it takes you a paragraph.
Well, I thought I'd give you context.
I don't need it.
We're kind of experts.
Okay then. Okay. Gaming media sucks. It used to be better. There you go. Done.
I get it. That's an interesting point.
But I guess you got it. Wow.
Context matters, and that's the thing that I don't think you understand. Context is very important because everything that GG gets shit for is taken out of context.
No, the context he was giving me was about comparing a toaster and a something and a this and a blah.
Sounds like you weren't even paying attention.
You're not really interested in actually listening to the other side. You're really just trying to find a point to win, isn't it?
No, I'm interested in listening to the other side when they have something to say. You don't have anything to say.
Okay, so
I'm talking to you about actually gaming and gamer-related
You
stuff.
you don't
game.
So far, I've been talking about actually what the whole point of the GamerGate thing was.
You don't play any
are
games.
irrelevant to that. I don't play any games.
None.
Oh really? When did I stop playing games then?
I'm not sure.
Wait, then how can you make that assumption?
What is the last game you played?
This is the bit where you're beginning to understand perhaps exactly how you look at other people. You make your assessment and then you just stick to it.
So what is the last game you played?
Why you're
What's the
stuck in
last
this
game you
rut.
played?
The last game I played.
Wait, what does this even have to do with what we're fucking talking about?
I think it's very relevant.
Because
it's incredibly relevant to this person.
The gamer identity from this person now because we were talking about.
I'm not a gamer, you see, because I'm English.
Yes, I do think to be a gamer you need to play video games.
I played.
Except if you're a feminist.
It doesn't say exactly when, but I last played today Rome Total War 2 Emperor Edition. I've clocked up 250 hours on that one.
Very nice.
We got Payday, 233 hours. Last played 29th of 5th. I actually been getting back into LA Noire. Remember that one, guys?
Wait, the 29th. That was what, like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Wait, you're seriously not. This is not happening, is it?
It is.
No, why not?
You want to go through my history? That's fine. I've got Alien Breed Impact. Anyone want to play that one with me?
Yeah, it's a sweet game.
That's like a two-player one.
Fucking put this guy on the stand.
No, it's okay, mate. It's okay. I'll give my credentials. It's okay. I got about 118 down on Cities XL. I really want the new one, but I just can't afford it right now.
It is pretty interesting.
I daily go into Hearthstone.
I know. It looks great. But then we've got Counter-Strike. That's an embarrassing amount of hours on there. We got Dirt 3. I kind of preferred the original Dirt, to be honest with you. Dying Light. I've only managed to rack up about 44 hours in that one. I'm not really. It's okay, but it's a bit of a short story. Far Cry 3, Far Cry 4, Firefall, Insurgency, Left 4 Dead 2, Max Payne 3, Resident Evil. We got Team Fortress
Robin,
2.
I respect you, but I just think the point's
War
being
Thunder.
exasperated.
The point being,
Have I laboured the point yet? Because I've got another 50 games to go through at least.
Oh, mate, keep going.
No. Alan Wake. I'll go through.
I'm exceptionally bored by the entire experience at this point.
Counter-Strike.
You're the one who asked for it.
No. Let's get the facts of the matter out. Yeah.
No, I guess what I am is confused that you feel the relevant thing to do is to read out your Steam library in the order that you played it.
You did.
No,
that was
You did accuse him of not playing video games.
No game.
You know what that feeling is right now? That's the narrative crumbling around your feet.
Yeah, it's narrative crumble because there's not enough humble pie.
Yeah, I still feel okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, typically someone just tells what games they play as opposed to opening up their Steam library and sorting it by played.
Shaved.
You know what typically happens is that people don't require other people to furnish their credentials in order to have a point.
It doesn't have a can't keep people off the stream apparently. So
I mean, aGG, can we have your list of games? So, I mean, what's your favourite right now?
Right now,
it's
World of Warcraft for 10 years.
You're a WoW man.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, you're not.
And you didn't quit with the latest fucking expansion, man? Come on.
We're taking a little hiatus.
I've been pretty dedicated with WoW. I mean, I've only ever quit once, and that was it.
My digital crack is EVE Online, man. Can't get rid of it. Can't shake it.
I'm off for the night.
I can't get the monkey off.
Yeah, you know what? I'm exhausted also. It's 4 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Me too.